Chapter 1347. Extreme Tao Saint Artifact. Heavenly Venerable Mo's heart trembled. The withered branch in his opponent's hand was actually able to withstand the Heavenly Devil flag without breaking. This was simply a miracle. One had to know that the Heavenly Devil flag was an extreme Tao devil weapon. A withered branch that looked like it could break at any time and was covered in insect bites was actually able to contend against an extreme Tao devil weapon. This caused everyone to be indescribably shocked. Is it really an extreme Tao Saint artifact? Everyone couldn't help but move away from Wuxia Chronicles. If that withered branch was truly an extreme Tao Saint artifact, wouldn't their lives be in danger if they were hit by it? An extreme Tao Saint artifact wasn't an extreme Tao Saint weapon. They were two different things. A saint artifact wouldn't give birth to a weapon soul, but the Tao laws contained within it were no small matter. Those were the Tao laws of extreme Tao. Even if an extreme Tao Saint artifact didn't have a weapon soul, it could still contend against extreme Tao Saint weapons. The power of Tao laws could sweep through everything. Everyone looked at Wuxia Chronicles in a different light. This guy didn't reveal anything before, but he was actually a ferocious person. Everyone had misjudged him. The heavenly demon lineage's techniques were unique. No one could see through Wuxia Chronicles' depth. But since he was able to fight against everyone treated him as a quasi-saint. A quasi-saint holding an extreme Tao Saint artifact, just the thought of it was enough to make one's heart palpitate. The Tao fruit nurtured in the ghost town is on this devil's body? Gu Fei already knew the origin of the withered branch, so he wasn't that shocked. He only cared about the heaven-defying Tao fruit nurtured in the ghost town. Haha. You guys can't stop me. Not long from now, my demonic lineage will have a devil saint. Heavenly Venerable Mo waved the heavenly devil flag and rushed out. Bang! Boom! Two quasi-saints attacked with their saint weapons, unleashing saint-grade Tao laws. They activated the power of the great Tao and shattered the void, wanting to stop Heavenly Venerable Mo. In the hands of a quasi-saint, a saint weapon could definitely display around 80% of its power, equivalent to 80% of a saint's power. Even in this sealed void, it could still pierce through heaven and earth. However, this terrifying saint-level power was unable to stop Empyrean Mo. He used the heavenly demon flag to protect himself as he directly passed through the destructive power. The demonic flag released a vast and mighty fluctuation, which broke through the layers of energy turbulence and rushed out. Swoosh! The heavenly devil flag waved, sweeping away the two saint weapons. The two quasi-sages coughed up blood as they retreated. Although they attacked with all their might, they were unable to stop Heavenly Sovereign Mo. 9 Nether Samsara. A small figure appeared before the Heavenly Lord Demon before displaying an unparalleled technique. The entire world suddenly darkened as though a 9 hells had appeared in the world. Rumble! 9 black holes appeared in front of 9 Nether Child, spewing out 9 Nether Essence Chi. Each black hole produced a heaven-devouring power that swallowed Heavenly Sovereign Mo. These 9 black holes seemed to be connected to the real Netherworld realm, and the cries of ghosts that would make one's scalp go numb were transmitted from them. Everyone retreated. Netherworld Child was a famous expert. When he attacked with his full strength, it was no small matter. The 9 black holes seemed to be able to swallow the entire world. The people from the Undying Mountain are really terrifying. Legend has it that the Undying Mountain is the cultivation ground of the ancient underworld sages. This Netherworld Child should be a descendant of the underworld sages, someone whispered. The Undying Mountain lineage was not the strongest among the many forces in the heaven realm, but it was not the weakest either. The Netherworld Child had appeared in this lineage, shocking all the other giants. In an era where sages did not appear, quasi-sages were the strongest existences in the world. If a force had a quasi-sage, that force would definitely become one of the top forces in the entire heaven realm. Netherworld Old Ghost, you are courting death. Heavenly Sovereign Mo roared as he activated the demonic flag. He did not hesitate to consume a large amount of essence chi, causing the demonic flag to erupt with unimaginably powerful demonic Tao power. This demonic Tao power destroyed everything in its path, directly shattering the 9 black holes. Then, it struck the netherworld child who was behind the 9 black holes. Bang! The black armor on netherworld child's body collapsed under this power, and a burst of bone-cracking sound came from his body. The quasi-sage of the Undying Mountain, netherworld child, was sent flying hundreds of miles away by the power that erupted from the demonic flag. The black armor on his body was cracked. The great sage-level armor was cracked, which shocked everyone to the extreme. The power that erupted from the demonic flag was not the extreme power, but it could already crack the great sage-level armor. If such a force were to strike a quasi-sage, that quasi-sage would definitely be destroyed in both body and soul, turning into a mist of blood. Netherworld child had the protection of the great sage-level armor, but his bones and tendons were still broken, and his body was seriously injured. Kill. When the others saw that netherworld child was defeated, they knew that they had no choice but to join forces. The 5 powerhouses seemed to have a tacit understanding, and almost at the same time, they activated their saint weapons. 5 divine lights tore through the void of heaven and earth, piercing through the blue dome of heaven and earth. A power that could destroy heaven and earth was released to its heart's content, causing the entire prison to shake. On the ground and in the void, the extreme Tao runes appeared, drawing upon the extreme power of the great Tao and stabilizing this part of the void. The broken ghost town in the sky was almost blown away by the power of the 5 saint weapons, and the extreme Tao runes also appeared on the ghost town. Boom! Boundless deathly aura burst out from the ghost town. Overflowing deathly aura rushed out from 6 directions of the ghost town. 6 terrifying silhouettes appeared within the deathly aura. The sage fiends appeared again. Previously, these 6 fiends, which were comparable to quasi-sages, were heavily injured by Heavenly Venerable Devil's demonic flag. Then, these 6 fiends retreated into the ghost town in the sky. 6 terrifying fiends, which were comparable to quasi-sages, rushed out of the ghost town, and all 6 sage-level fiends rushed towards Heavenly Venerable Devil. The heaven-defying Tao nurtured in the ghost town is really on Heavenly Venerable Devil's body? When Gu Fei saw this scene, he vaguely guessed that the hope of becoming a sage born in the ghost town had been snatched away by this old devil. However, at this time, everyone crazily attacked Heavenly Venerable Devil. The 6 sage fiends were extremely ferocious, and directly attacked Heavenly Venerable Devil. This caused Heavenly Venerable Devil to be in big trouble. Unless the sage corpses were destroyed, these 6 fiends would not disappear. Hoo! A gale suddenly rose, and the devil energy was vast and mighty. Heavenly Venerable Devil brandished the demonic flag, blocking the 6 sage fiends. Swish! At the same time, a purple divine light shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows, shooting towards Heavenly Venerable Devil's head. In the end, he still made his move. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to Please Share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1348. One of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path was a supreme Tao technique with heaven-defying divine might. Gu Fei's primordial spirit transformed into a sword and launched an all-out attack at Demon Sky Lord, displaying terrifying power. The primordial spirit sword specialized in cutting primordial spirits. It flashed through the void and pierced through Demon Sky Lord's head. Roar! Empyrean Mo sensed danger, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. He roared angrily and desperately dodged to the left. The primordial soul Tao sword brushed past his right cheek, leaving a bloody mark on his face. In that moment of imminent peril, Empyrean Mo managed to avoid a fatal strike. Even so, he broke out in a cold sweat and his heart raced. Who attacked your ancestor? Demon Sky Lord was both shocked and angry. The opponent's immortal techniques were unparalleled and posed a great threat to him. Even with the heavenly demon flag, he was still in danger. Humph. Gu Fei sneered and then revealed his true body in the void. The powerful aura of a saint emanated from his body, shocking everyone. One of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, the anti-void secret technique, had heaven-defying divine might. Gu Fei's body melted into the void. If he hadn't come out himself, no one would have been able to sense his presence. It's you. Among the people present, Mu Qingtian and Immortal Emperor Yuan Gu were the most shocked because they had fought with Gu Fei before. Immortal Emperor Yuan Gu even had a grudge against Gu Fei for killing his son. But at this time, personal grudges seemed insignificant. "I'll settle the score with you after I get rid of this demon." Gu Fei glanced at Mu Qingtian and Emperor Xian, then said expressionlessly. Both Emperor Xian of the Eastern Lands and the son of the Sky Demon were his greatest enemies. His cultivation, when Mu Qingtian and Emperor Xian sensed the saint-level fluctuations coming from Gu Fei, they couldn't help but be shocked. They had never imagined that Gu Fei's cultivation had risen to this level. Swoosh! At that moment, the 6 sage evils displayed their supreme might, forcing Heavenly Venerate Mo to constantly retreat. Heavenly Venerate Mo had already expended a lot of his yuan qi. Facing the 6 quasi-sage evils, he found it extremely taxing. Rumble, the celestial demon flag danced, and demonic patterns of the Great Path appeared on it. The demonic patterns of the Great Path drew upon the power of the Great Path, and the entire world trembled under the power of the Great Path. The 6 saint evil spirits were blocked by the heavenly demon flag and were unable to attack Demon Lord. They were unable to pose any threat to him, but Demon Lord knew very well that as long as he revealed the slightest flaw, he would be torn to shreds by the 6 evil spirits. Buzz! The golden divine blade hummed as the golden-haired middle-aged man rushed over from afar, slashing down directly at Emperor Mo, who was surrounded by the 6 fiends. Swoosh! The golden saber light soared into the sky, emitting a terrifying energy wave. It tore open a pitch-black spatial crack in the void. "You overestimate yourself." Emperor Mo waved the celestial demon flag, shattering the resplendent golden saber light and forcing the golden-haired middle-aged man to retreat. If not for the fact that he was entangled by the 6 evil spirits, it would not have been as simple as forcing the middle-aged man to retreat. At that moment, 9th Nether Child seemed to have consumed some divine medicine to recover. He charged at Emperor Mo ferociously. "Kill!" Mu Qingtian held the withered branch in his hand and struck at Emperor Mo. He did not need to use his demonic powers. It looked like the most ordinary attack, but such an attack made Emperor Mo feel immense danger. The Great Path divine laws contained within the Supreme Sage artifact was equivalent to a part of the Great Path. Although it was just an ordinary attack, even a sage would die if they were hit. Boom! Gu Fei displayed his supreme fist intent as he attacked with all his might. 5 small worlds appeared around him as the 5 elemental void revolved around him, emitting the monstrous power of the 5 elements. Is this the legendary flawless 5 elements fist? Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. The cultivation method that Gu Fei displayed was not the immortal path, nor was it the divine path, nor was it the Buddhist path or the demon path. This was a supreme physical technique that was different from other cultivation systems. Only the descendants of the supreme martial ancestor could master such a combat technique because this combat technique was created by the supreme martial ancestor. Gu Fei displayed the flawless 5 elements fist with the power of a sage. The void around him was collapsing. This extreme fist intent almost collapsed the void of this part of the world. Bang! Gu Fei channeled the fire void around him to his right fist, and then blasted a punch at Emperor Mo. The fist force shook the world, and monstrous flames swept forward, rushing towards Emperor Mo. Everyone was attacking Emperor Mo. The entire void of the world was drowned by various divine laws. The power of a sage was surging, crushing everything. It was as if 6 great sages were attacking with all their might. Such an attack would even make a great sage's expression change. Such power was too powerful. The void of the world was annihilated. Emperor Mo was at the center of the destruction, enduring an unimaginable pressure. Even with the protection of the heavenly devil flag, he still suffered a great impact, constantly vomiting blood. Emperor Mo displayed supreme demonic might, withstanding everyone's attack with his own strength. Such cultivation and strength made everyone's heart palpitate. If this devil escaped today, it would be a disaster. If this devil took revenge on everyone, the heavenly domain would flow with rivers of blood. Moreover, the heaven-defying Tao fruit nurtured in the ghost town was taken away by this devil. In the future, the demons might be able to give birth to a devil saint. There was no saint in the world. If a devil saint was born among the demons, then the demons would be able to sweep the entire heavenly domain. At that time, all living beings in the world would be threatened. Such a thing absolutely could not happen. Everyone didn't hold back, using their full strength to control their saint weapons. The combination of a quasi-saint and a saint weapon could allow the saint weapon to unleash its greatest power. Heaven and earth were pierced. Primal chaos energy was also shot out. The heavenly devil flag in Empyrean Mo's hand displayed a terrifying demonic might, withstanding almost all the attacks. But even so, Empyrean Mo's Naiwan Palace was almost pierced by Gu Fei's primordial spirit transformation sword several times, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. The legendary 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao? Empyrean Mo had lived for countless years and cultivated to the quasi-saint realm. He was very knowledgeable and could recognize the supreme immortal technique Gu Fei used. The 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao was only a legend in the world of cultivation. It had already been millions of years since they appeared. But now, the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao had reappeared. Could it be that a grand era was about to appear? An incomparably prosperous era was about to appear. The heavens and earth sensed it and began to change. This was an era where heroes rose together. The opportunity to become a saint was about to appear. Even without a heaven-defying Tao fruit, in this grand era, there might still be a dazzling character who could prove his Tao and become a saint since time immemorial. The entire void of heaven and earth was marked with extreme Tao runes. Even Empyrean Mo found it hard to break through the void and escape. He had become everyone's public enemy. Damn it. Empyrean Mo continuously used the heavenly devil flag. This consumed a great deal of his origin energy. He knew that if this continued, only death awaited him. 10-directional annihilation. Empyrean Mo roared. His long hair wildly danced in the wind. He didn't hesitate to use up a great deal of his origin energy to control the heavenly devil flag with all his strength. A strand of demonic might immediately surged out from the heavenly devil flag. Swish! The figures of the 6 terrifying fiends turned blurry. Under the impact of this demonic might, the 6 terrifying fiends comparable to quasi-saints were nearly destroyed. The saint fiends were heavily injured and once again retreated to the crumbling ghost city in the sky. As long as the saint's corpse was not destroyed, it would continue to exist. It could only be heavily injured, but it could not be destroyed. Even if it was destroyed, it could be reborn from the saint's corpse. Aside from Mu Qingtian, everyone who attacked, including Gu Fei, was sent flying thousands of feet away by the demonic might that surged out from the heavenly devil flag. An extreme saint artifact was extraordinary. The withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand emitted a great Tao divine law at the critical moment. It enveloped him and blocked the demonic might of the extreme Tao. Gu Fei did not use the mountain and river cauldron. Now was not the time. He wanted to exhaust Empyrean Mo to death. No one knew better than Gu Fei the consequences of using an extreme saint artifact. He believed that it wouldn't be long before this insufferably arrogant Empyrean Mo exhausted his origin energy and was at the mercy of others. Buzz! Just as Gu Fei was sent flying by the demonic might of the heavenly devil flag, a sword chime resounded through the 9 heavens. Then, a resplendent sword light tore through the void and shot towards Gu Fei. The flying immortal sword. Yuan Ancient Emperor Xian was attacking. He wanted to take advantage of this rare opportunity to slay this great enemy in front of him with the flying immortal sword. Gu Fei could not help but be enraged. Yuan Ancient Emperor Xian actually regarded his personal vendetta as more important than anything else. He did not forget to attack him even at this time. The sword light from the flying immortal sword was extremely fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of Gu Fei and was about to pierce through him. At this critical moment, a strange power surged out from Gu Fei's body. Heaven and earth upheaval. Gu Fei bellowed. Immortal Tao energy surged from his body, forming an unfathomable force. Just as the flying immortal sword light was about to strike him, it unexpectedly flew back to the primordial Emperor Xian, heading straight for the primordial Emperor Xian. This primordial Emperor Xian also cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. He knew how terrifying this secret art was. He didn't think too much about it. His body surged with a wave, and his body suddenly became faint and illusory. It was as though his entire being was about to merge with the surrounding void. Swoosh! The flying immortal sword flew backward and slashed through the shadow of the primordial Emperor Xian. It was as if it had slashed through the void. Anti-void secret technique? Gu Fei's pupils constricted when he saw this. To see the first ad free, please go to. Please share, target equals, _blank. Chapter 1349. Gu Fei used his Supreme Tao technique to reverse Emperor Xian's soaring immortal sword light. The soaring immortal sword light was so fast that it pierced through Emperor Xian's body. However, the Yuan-Gu immortal emperor wasn't affected. The flying immortal sword light seemed to have pierced through an illusion, passing right through the Yuan-Gu immortal emperor's body. Void reversal secret technique? Gu Fei couldn't help but shiver. His opponent also cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal path. These 9 secret techniques were known as undefeatable supreme techniques with heaven-defying might. Emperor Xian's body merged with the void as if he was one with the surrounding heaven and earth. He quickly moved through the void, evading the attack. Gu Fei didn't chase after him, because he couldn't spare any effort to deal with immortal Emperor Yuan-Gu. Everyone was attacking Heavenly Venerate Emo Tianzuan, unleashing their strongest attacks. 5 elements unite. Gu Fei did not hold back and attacked with all his strength. Powerful ripples of the power of the 5 elements surged from his body. The power of the 5 elements gathered and intertwined within his body, causing an even more terrifying aura to radiate from his body. Boom! The endless power of the 5 elements converged on Gu Fei's fists. His fists seemed to become the sun in the dark night, illuminating the entire world. Rumble! Gu Fei punched out with both of his fists. The entire world seemed to be collapsing. It was extremely terrifying. The power of the 5 elements intertwined on his fists. On the surface of his fists, there were blurry Tao patterns emerging. This is too strong. Everyone was shocked to see Gu Fei's 2 punches. They hastily retreated. The terrifying fist energy was enough to make a true saint pale. Good. When Heavenly Venerable Mo saw Gu Fei unleashing his strongest attack, he was also shocked. However, with the Heavenly Devil flag in his hand, he was truly unafraid of anyone. Who? The demonic flag fluttered, and a monstrous demonic aura burst out, instantly enveloping the entire area, drowning Gu Fei in an instant. The terrifying power of the demonic path rushed towards him. Gu Fei displayed his invincible fist intent, breaking through the layers of demonic aura and evolving the martial Tao's ultimate truth, raising the power of the flawless 5 elements fist to the limit he could reach. Boom! This was a terrifying collision that caused a deafening explosion. The entire world was torn apart, and pitch-black spatial rifts appeared in the sky. Gu Fei's fist smashed onto the sky demon flag. The monstrous fist force shook the sky and earth. He was so ferocious that he dared to clash head-on with the extreme Tao demon weapon. An unimaginably ferocious destructive power erupted between Gu Fei and Empyrean Demon. Gu Fei only felt an unstoppable force coming from the heavenly demon flag, sending him flying. The sky demon flag suffered the impact of the flawless 5 elements fist. Countless ancient demonic runes appeared on the flag, triggering the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth. This power wasn't the power of the extreme Tao, but it was enough to send Gu Fei flying. Roar! Empyrean Demon roared. Although he had the extreme Tao demon flag, the sky demon flag was also shaken by Gu Fei's unparalleled fist force. The sky demon flag almost flew out of his hand, and he was forced to retreat 3 steps. This guy, Empyrean Demon, was secretly shocked. The combat power displayed by Gu Fei was simply heaven-defying. It should be known that in the world, who dared to clash head-on with the legendary extreme Tao demon weapon? Swish! Just as Empyrean Demon sent Gu Fei flying, a ghost-like figure silently appeared behind him and directly attacked. Rumble! 9 black holes suddenly appeared, swallowing Empyrean Demon and the Sky Demon flag into the black holes. The one who attacked was Undying Mountain's 9th nether child. The world trembled, and the destructive power of the 9th nether surged in the black holes. The 9 black holes fused into one black hole, and the terrifying destructive power suddenly increased tenfold. Roar! Empyrean Demon roared again and again. He had encountered great danger in the black hole, but he hadn't been sent into reincarnation like the others. With the protection of the extreme Tao demon weapon, Empyrean Demon's life was not in danger. I'm going to completely refine you. 9th nether child risked his life. Saint-tier power erupted from his body, and the Saint-tier armor on his body underwent some changes. Ancient Tao patterns appeared on the armor, drawing upon the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Dream on. Empyrean Demon's voice came from the black hole. An unimaginably powerful force erupted from the black hole, causing the entire black hole to shake. Bang! The void shattered, and the black hole almost collapsed. A figure rushed out from the depths of the black hole, and a black flag fluttered in his hand. The Sky Demon flag swept out, and the shattered black hole disappeared. The destructive aura that emanated from the Sky Demon flag made everyone's heart palpitate. There was no suspense. Although everyone had joined forces, they still couldn't completely suppress Empyrean Demon. Everyone was injured to varying degrees. Empyrean Demon took out a large amount of vitality recovery spiritual medicine and consumed them, quickly replenishing his vitality that had been mostly consumed. All of you can die now. After consuming a large amount of spiritual medicine, Empyrean Demon felt his body was full of power. He wanted to use this opportunity to kill all the giants of the heaven realm here. Endless power of the demonic way surged towards the Sky Demon flag. The great Tao demonic patterns on the flag immediately lit up, interweaving with terrifying power that belonged to the demonic way. Swish! Empyrean Demon suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he was already in front of the golden-haired quasi-sage. Then, he directly attacked, and the Sky Demon flag emitted a terrifying aura. Pfft! Although the golden-haired quasi-sage had a saint weapon, he couldn't resist the extreme Tao demon weapon in Empyrean Demon's hand. The golden divine saber was sent flying, and the golden-haired quasi-sage's body was torn apart by this attack. What, this? Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. Empyrean Demon was too powerful. He didn't hesitate to use that strand of the extreme Tao god's power to kill a quasi-sage. Gu Fei soared into the sky and put away the golden divine saber that was sent flying. A powerhouse of a generation, an existence that was only one step away from vindicating the Tao, was killed by Empyrean Demon. It seems like I can't do it without using the extreme Tao god's weapon. Gu Fei knew that no one present was Empyrean Demon's opponent with the Sky Demon flag. The power of the extreme Tao god's weapon was not something ordinary people could imagine. Boom! At this time, the Sky Demon flag turned into a demonic cloud that blotted out the sky, covering everyone, including the floating ghost city in the sky. A fluctuation that caused all living beings to tremble spread out from the Sky Demon flag. This was the power of the extreme Tao. Empyrean Demon once again caused the Sky Demon flag to emit the extreme Tao god's demonic might. What is he trying to do? Could it be that he wants to capture all of us in one fell swoop? Everyone cried out in alarm. Empyrean Demon didn't hesitate to consume his origin chi to control the Sky Demon flag. Under the demonic cloud formed by the Sky Demon flag, an endless void was shattered. The extreme Tao god's weapon shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Pfft! There was a spray of blood. Another expert was slain by the demon banner that descended from the sky. The destructive power directly destroyed his soul, wiping out his soul. Even the saint weapon on this powerhouse's body was shattered by the mighty power of the Sky Demon flag. The extreme Tao god's demonic might was extremely powerful. Yuangu Emperor Xian, Mu Qingtian, and the other powerhouses of the heavenly world were all horrified. They immediately tried to rush out, but the Sky Demon flag froze the entire space. The extreme Tao god's demonic might descended. Yuangu Emperor Xian and the others immediately vomited blood. Their expressions became weary. This time, they were doomed. Damn it! Mu Qingtian was furious. He held the withered branch in his hand and struck forward. Under the impact of the extreme Tao God's demonic weapon, the withered branch emitted a purple divine light, and Tao rhymes circulated on it. The great Tao God rushed out from the withered branch and broke the imprisonment of the sky demon flag. Then, Mu Qingtian and the others rushed out without looking back. The extreme Tao God's item was not ordinary. In a sense, it was equivalent to an extreme Tao God's weapon. It could display great power. Not everyone had this kind of extreme Tao God's item. The remaining people were not as lucky as Mu Qingtian and the others. The sky demon flag pressed down from the sky, and the powerhouses continuously vomited blood. Their bodies were cracked, and terrifying bloody wounds appeared on their bodies. Even with the protection of the saint weapon, they still could not resist the extreme Tao God's might. The sky demon flag also cracked and almost destroyed. The sky demon flag also enveloped Gu Fei. The ghost city in the sky was shaking, and the houses in the ghost city were collapsing one after another. Sinister cracks appeared on the city walls. The extreme Tao God's demonic might emitted from the sky demon flag was something that even the ghost city could not withstand. Boom! At this time, an ancient cauldron rushed out from Gu Fei's dantian. After that, it rapidly grew bigger. A terrifying aura spread out, and the entire world seemed to have turned into chaos. A terrifying fluctuation that could shake the 9 heavens and 10 earths appeared between heaven and earth. Buzz! The ancient cauldron trembled, and a transparent ripple spread out from it. Everywhere it passed, the void would distort. The ghost city instantly turned into dust and scattered down from the sky. The two extreme Tao God's powers were fighting. The ghost city was the first to suffer, and the saint corpses in the ghost city could not escape either. They were directly destroyed by the two extreme Tao God's powers. The 6 saint evil spirits that had already returned to their original bodies were also annihilated. The saint corpses were killed, and they lost their host bodies. The saint evil spirits no longer existed. The ghost city no longer existed, and the extreme Tao God's demonic might was also dissolved by the fluctuation emitted by the ancient cauldron. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This is the legendary mountain and river cauldron? Demon deity's voice was trembling. The mountain and river cauldron was the most mysterious extreme Tao God's weapon in the world. No one knew who refined it. Moreover, this ancient cauldron had already disappeared during the ancient desolate era. The ancient cauldron was engraved with flowers, birds, insects, and fishes. It gave off an aura of endless vicissitudes, and strands of primordial primal chaos energy were cascading down from above. To see the first advertisement, please go to Please Share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1350. The legendary mountain and river cauldron. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The mountain and river cauldron, the legendary supreme divine weapon that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths, had actually appeared at this time. Boom! Buzz! An ancient cauldron floated between heaven and earth, emitting a deafening sound. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were shaking, and the power of the extreme Tao was awakening. The mountain and river cauldron was resisting the heavenly demon flag on its own. This was a contest between the extreme Tao's sacred weapons. The extreme Tao demonic might from the heavenly demon flag caused the soul of the mountain and river cauldron to feel it, and it automatically activated the extreme Tao's sacred might. Rumble, heaven and earth were collapsing, and the void was being annihilated. Ancient extreme path Tao patterns appeared in this part of the world, but under the collision of the two extreme path powers, the ancient Tao patterns that were imprinted on the void and the ground collapsed and dissipated. Go! Everyone was frightened, and they immediately retreated far away. Gu Fei did not use the power of the extreme Tao to kill these people. He could not even spare his hands to deal with the ancient Emperor Xian. The extreme Tao's sacred weapon, the mountain and river cauldron, was operating on its own. It was as if a supreme existence of the extreme Tao had awakened from the ancient cauldron, and the aura of the extreme Tao shocked the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The expression of the ancient Emperor Xian was extremely unsightly. Gu Fei actually controlled the extreme Tao's sacred weapon, the mountain and river cauldron. This was definitely not a good thing for him. Mu Qingtian, the son of the sky demon, was also pale. He knew that they were in trouble. His bloodline and Gu Fei had already formed a deep hatred, and it seemed that it would be very difficult to resolve. At this moment, everyone was fleeing for their lives. Under the power of the extreme path, even a true sage would be destroyed in both body and soul. Fortunately, the mountain and river cauldron and the heavenly demon flag collided in the sky, and the power of the extreme Tao did not descend from the sky, which gave them a chance to survive. Gu Fei stood under the mountain and river cauldron, and he was as still as a mountain. At this time, he did not need to use the martial way true power to activate the mountain and river cauldron. The power of the extreme Tao protected him, and even the heavenly demon flag could not hurt him. The mountain and river cauldron lives up to its reputation. Heavenly Sovereign Mo's voice came down from the sky. The heavenly demon flag continued to expand infinitely, covering the entire sky and earth. The demonic might of the extreme Tao descended, but it was blocked by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. At this moment, the sky demon flag was attacked by the mountain and river cauldron. It automatically circulated its supreme demonic power and confronted the mountain and river cauldron. It was as if two saints were confronting each other. Boundless demonic light and thousands of layers of demonic chi burst out from the heavenly demon flag. Streams of demonic chi fell from the sky like dragons. Each stream of demonic chi could destroy a mountain range and crush the void. Above the mountain and river cauldron, primordial chaos chi was also surging, displaying a terrifying divine might that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The birds and beasts on the body of the cauldron all lit up, their soul power surging, and the beast souls of the countless ancient beasts sealed on the body of the cauldron were awakening. Soon, the collision of the two great sacred weapons caused the sky and earth to collapse. The land of the Saint Burial was collapsing, and the terrifying power of destruction finally spread to the entire land of the Saint Burial. The boundless deathly aura was dispersed by the vast and mighty power of the extreme path. Huge tombs were collapsing one after another. This was a terrifying scene that could destroy heaven and earth. The two great powers of the extreme Tao collided and offset each other. The mountain and river cauldron and the heavenly demon flag displayed a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. The land of the Saint Burial began to collapse in all directions, starting from the central area, turning into chaos once again. Gu Fei and Heavenly Sovereign Mo were not affected at all. They had the protection of the sacred weapons and demonic weapons of the Saint Burial, and nothing could harm them. How terrifying! Are they crazy? They're actually using sacred weapons of the Saint Burial. The aura of the extreme Tao spread out, shaking the heavens and 10 earths. All living beings trembled. Yuangu Emperor Xian and the others were shocked to the extreme. Behind them, the void and the earth were being destroyed. If they were swept into the chaos, even if they didn't die, it would be difficult for them to return. Behind Yuangu Emperor Xian and the others, a large number of tombs collapsed, and heaven and earth turned into chaos once again. This was the power of the Saint Burial of the extreme Tao, capable of destroying heaven and earth. There were many cultivators who entered the land of the Saint Burial. At this time, everyone already knew that a drastic change had occurred in this part of the world. The clever ones immediately rushed in the direction of the gates of hell. Some unlucky fellows had already entered the depths of the land of the Saint Burial and were directly obliterated by the mighty power of the extreme Tao, leaving nothing behind. Swish! Swish! Several terrifying saint-level powers rushed out from the depths of the land of the Saint Burial. The mighty power of the Saint Burial filled the heavens and earth, frightening the cultivators who entered the land of the Saint Burial. The arrival of a saint-level cultivator with a sacred weapon was equivalent to the arrival of a saint. The light displayed by the saint-level power was extremely fast, and saint-level light rushed out of the gates of hell in succession. What's going on? Everyone was bewildered. Even the powerhouses with sacred weapons had to retreat from this part of the world. What exactly was happening in the depths of this part of the world? Many people saw that the situation was not right and also rushed into the sky from various parts of the land of the Saint Burial, rushing toward the gates of hell, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. A circle of dust rushed into the sky from the depths of the land of the Saint Burial, sweeping in all directions. Everything in its path was turned into dust, leaving nothing behind. This was a scene that would be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Very soon, the power of destruction swept across the entire small world. Everything was destroyed, turning into a land of primal chaos. Even the gates of hell were broken apart. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron broke through the layers of chaotic power and went up against the sky, colliding head-on with the heavenly demon flag that had enveloped the area and emitted a monstrous demonic flag. The destructive power caused the entire area of chaos to surge violently. The mountain and river cauldron, Empyrean Mo constantly swallowed spirit medicines to replenish his yuan qi. If it weren't for the fact that he knew that using the extreme path demonic weapon would consume a large amount of yuan qi, he would have been sucked dry by the extreme path demonic weapon long ago. Swish! The demonic flag unfurled and attacked the mountain and river cauldron. The supreme power of the demonic way bloomed. This was the true demonic might of the extreme demonic path. The mountain and river cauldron shook, but it quickly calmed down. Several terrifying roars resounded from the mountain and river cauldron. Then, the countless beasts on the mountain and river cauldron lit up, their spiritual strength surging in all directions. For terrifying figures rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron. For extremely violent and savage auras appeared in the world, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Sky Sovereign Mo couldn't help but be shaken by this scene. What had rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron were the beast souls of the four sacred beasts of the primordial era. Boom! The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, the four beast souls surged with spiritual strength that soared into the sky and shook off the heavenly demon flag. Puff! Sky Sovereign Mo coughed out a mouthful of blood. He had suffered a heavy blow. Even with the protection of the heavenly demon flag, he was still heavily injured. The mountain and river cauldron wrapped around Gu Fei and soared into the sky. Then, it unleashed a terrifying saint might that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths, suppressing Sky Sovereign Mo. Just like that, the situation was reversed. Gu Fei stood on the mountain and river cauldron, suppressing down. The nearby chaos stopped, and the ancient cauldron became the only thing left in this chaotic zone. Roar! Sky Sovereign Mo roared. His entire body emitted a black demonic flame that danced on his body. He was burning his true essence, using the supreme heavenly demon disintegration technique. This great demonic art was similar to Gu Fei's ascension mystic art, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Heavenly venerate demonic strength rapidly rose. Heavenly Sovereign Mo waved the heavenly demon flag with all his might and struck upwards. A demonic figure rushed out from the heavenly demon flag and revealed the heavenly demon avatar. It stood tall in the chaos and raised its hands to block the cauldron of mountains and rivers. The heavenly demon avatar was tens of thousands of feet tall, and its hands were also incomparably huge. When it spread out, it could block out the entire sky. The heavenly demon flag was fully awakened. The heavenly demon avatar was a manifestation of the demonic path's Tao laws. Sky Sovereign Mo could manifest the great Tao of the world, possessing unimaginably terrifying combat strength. Boom! The heavenly demon avatar's hands fiercely slammed against the mountain and river cauldron, and the 4 beast souls of the ancient sacred beasts were sent flying. Just as the mountain and river cauldron and the heavenly demon flag clashed again, a divine sword silently flew out of Gu Fei's dantian. This divine sword was the purple gold divine sword, an extreme sacred weapon. The heavenly demon avatar displayed its supreme demonic might, blocking the mountain and river cauldron from the sky. But at the same time, the heavenly demon avatar also gradually disappeared. Again. At this time, Gu Fei stood on top of the mountain and river cauldron, allowing it to attack the heavenly demon flag on its own. The beast souls of the 4 ancient sacred beasts were extremely powerful. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron pressed down, and Sky's sovereign Mo had no way of avoiding it. He could only brace himself and drive the heavenly demon flag to meet the awakened mountain and river cauldron head-on. Even though he used the heavenly demon disintegration technique, Sky's sovereign Mo was still not enough in front of Gu Fei and the mountain and river cauldron. In the face of extreme power, any power was like an ant. The mountain and river cauldron struck 9 times in a row, causing Sky's sovereign Mo to spit out blood again and again. Swish! Just as Sky's sovereign Mo's vitality was greatly damaged, a purple-gold divine light was as fast as lightning. It split apart the power of the heavenly demon flag and rushed towards Sky's sovereign Mo. This divine light was too fast. In a flash, Sky's sovereign Mo's head fell off. Moreover, that divine light completely ignored the suppression of the heavenly demon flag. Another extreme sacred weapon of the Great Path? Sky's sovereign Mo's primordial spirit broke through the crown of his head and soared into the sky, wanting to escape. But Gu Fei pointed out with a finger, and a dazzling divine light immediately shot out from his fingertip, instantly piercing through Sky's sovereign Mo's Niwen palace. This saint-tier body was already completely crippled, because his Niwen palace had been pierced. The mountain and river cauldron can seal everything. You can't escape, said Gu Fei coldly. In his eyes, Sky's sovereign Mo was already a dead man. You actually have 2 extreme sacred weapons of the Great Path. Sky's sovereign Mo's primordial spirit was horrified. To see the first advertisement, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1351. Gu Fei and Empyrean demonic engaged in a great battle of the extreme Tao. The mountain and river cauldron and the heavenly demon flag clashed continuously. The souls of the 4 ancient sacred beasts circled around the cauldron, their roars shaking heaven and earth. The void was thoroughly destroyed, and the land of Saint Burial turned into primordial chaos. Countless cultivators who entered the land of Saint Burial, whether they were immortals or demons of the demons, were directly killed by the power of the extreme Tao, their bodies and souls destroyed. Apart from the quasi-saints and half-saints who came with their sacred weapons, only a few could rush out of the gates of hell and survive. The fluctuations of the extreme Tao even spread from the primordial chaos to the outside world. Rumble, the entire Scarlet Plain shook and cracked. Everyone was horrified. The aura of the extreme Tao ancient weapon and demonic weapon enveloped the entire southern part of the heavenly world. The Dragon Clan's ancestral court in the southern domain, the 100,000 Devil Mountains, and the Dragon Clan were all alarmed. Monstrous demonic energy rushed out of the 100,000 Devil Mountains as the extreme Tao demonic formation was awakening. The aura of 9 ancestral dragons rushed out from the ancestral court of the dragon race. 9 great dragons circled above the dragon court. This was the foundation of the dragon court. It was not the true ancestral dragons that had descended, but the extreme Tao grand formation had been activated. An attack from an extreme Tao sacred weapon could sink a part of the heavenly world. The consequences were absolutely unimaginable. If a battle between extreme Tao experts broke out, the 9 heavens and 10 earths would be destroyed. Some people said that the Great War of the extreme Tao broke out in ancient times, which was why the Great War of the untainted land was destroyed. The extreme Tao sacred might and the extreme Tao demonic might clashed. Although it only affected the southern domain of the heavenly world, all the experts in the other regions of the heavenly world felt it immediately. The power of the extreme Tao, many of the slumbering old antiques were startled awake, all of them extremely shocked. The entire heavenly world's attention was once again drawn to the southern domain. This time, the situation was even more serious because of the appearance of the extreme Tao demonic might. This meant that a great demon had used the extreme Tao demonic weapon. The appearance of the extreme Tao demonic weapon had undoubtedly shocked the entire heavenly world. Just as the entire heaven realm was about to face a great enemy, Gu Fei's battle with heavenly sovereign Mo reached its climax. He used the mountain and river cauldron to block the heavenly demon flag, then used another extreme path saint artifact, the violet gold divine sword, to slash at heavenly sovereign Mo's body with lightning speed. This was a quasi-demon saint. He was extremely powerful and had an extreme demon weapon to protect him. If he used an ordinary saint weapon, it would be difficult to break through the defense of the Sky Demon flag. However, the purple gold divine sword was an extreme demon sword. Buzz! The purple gold divine sword vibrated. Under the impact of the demonic weapon heavenly demonic flag, the sword's soul within the divine sword also awakened from its slumber. It emitted an extreme sword chi wave. Extreme sword chi shot out from the purple gold divine sword. Even the chaotic void was torn apart. There was nothing that could block this supreme sword chi. Roar! A heaven-shaking roar rang out from the heavenly demon flag. Heavenly Venerate Demon's mortal body was sliced apart, and his demonic blood sprayed onto the flag. After the Sky Demon flag was stained with demonic blood, it emitted a demonic light that stretched for tens of thousands of feet. Many demonic patterns appeared and interweaved with the power of the Great Path. The heavenly demon avatar, which had been shattered by the mountain and river cauldron, rushed out from the heavenly demon flag once again. Monstrous demonic chi blocked off the chaotic zone within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, as if it was opening up a demonic domain. The towering demonic shadow towered between heaven and earth. Demonic chi swirled around its body. This was a supreme heavenly demon's spiritual imprint in the Sky Demon flag. It was completely stimulated by the demonic blood. The mountain and river cauldron, the towering demonic shadow emitted a spiritual wave. Although this demonic shadow was only a phantom, it was formed by a wisp of the heavenly demon's spiritual imprint in the Sky Demon flag. That supreme heavenly demon seemed to have seen the mountain and river cauldron before. Boom! High up in the sky, an ancient cauldron was descending, directly pressing down on the demonic shadow. Around the ancient cauldron, there were illusions of giant ancient beasts appearing. Among them, the souls of the 4 ancient beasts seemed to want to take on a physical form, emitting a supreme holy aura. Bang! The towering demonic shadow raised its palm and punched upwards. Extreme demonic might erupted, contending against the mountain and river cauldron. This was a battle between a sacred weapon of the Great Path and a demonic weapon of the Great Path. Gu Fei and Heavenly Sovereign Mo could no longer interfere. This was because the mountain and river cauldron and the Sky Demon flag had already broken free from their control. Boom! The two supreme forces of heaven and earth collided. The chaotic void was annihilated, as if the world was being split apart. Apart from the sacred weapon of the Great Path and the demonic weapon of the Great Path, even the chaotic chi was scattered. The power of the Great Path spread out. Even Gu Fei and Heavenly Sovereign Mo suffered a great impact. Gu Fei's sovereign martial body began to crack. Heavenly Sovereign Mo's Yuanshan almost collapsed. Swish! At that moment, the purple gold divine sword emitted an endless amount of sword chi. A beam of purple gold divine sword light, like a shocking rainbow flying from the heavens, directly slashed towards the demonic figure. It tore it apart with ease, slicing the demonic figure into 2. The power of the 2 sacred weapons of the Great Path suppressed the power of the Sky Demon flag. The purple gold divine sword tore apart the heavens and earth. This sword could truly split apart the heavens and earth, destroying all tangible and intangible things. Heavenly Sovereign Mo knew that he was most likely going to die here today. The mountain and river cauldron suppressed the heavens and earth, and there was also a sacred sword of the Great Path attacking him. He only had 1 Sky Demon flag. How could he fight against 2 sacred weapons of the Great Path? Sword chi spread out in all directions, destroying everything. Wherever the extreme sword chi passed, layers upon layers of demonic chi dissipated. The extreme saint might shook the heavens and earth, terrifying to the extreme. The towering demonic shadow was destroyed once again. Under this extreme saint might, Heavenly Sovereign Mo's Yuanshan trembled in fear. If not for the Sky Demon flag protecting his Yuanshan, his soul would have long dissipated. Heavenly Sovereign Mo's Yuanshan fused with the Sky Demon flag, turning into a beam of demonic light. It broke through the terrifying saint might of the mountain and river cauldron and soared into the sky, trying to escape. The gate of hell that connected to the outside world floated in the primal chaos in the distance. This gate of hell was imprinted with extreme Tao runes. Even if it was attacked by the extreme Tao power, it would not be destroyed in a short period of time. The gate of hell was covered in cracks, and the extreme Tao runes were faintly discernible. It was already on the verge of collapse. This gate that connected to the outside world would not last long. Where do you think you're going? Gu Fei immediately used his mind to connect with the weapon souls in the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword. Controlling the two sacred weapons, he chased after the demonic light. If he let this demon escape, he would no longer have a place in the heaven realm. He had two sacred weapons of the Great Path. What did the sacred weapons of the Great Path mean? They were the strongest sacred weapons in the world. If people knew that he had two sacred weapons of the Great Path, the entire cultivation world of the heaven realm would be in an uproar. Especially those old antiques, they would go crazy. At that time, how could he fight against the entire cultivation world of the heaven realm alone? To see the first advertisement, please go to. Please share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1352. Mo Tianzuan's primordial spirit fused with the heavenly demon flag and turned into a beam of demonic light. It broke through the cauldron of mountain and river with all its might and rushed towards the gate of hell that was floating in the air of chaos. As long as he rushed out, Gu Fei would be in big trouble. This demon would definitely take revenge on him. Buzz! The purple gold divine sword vibrated and emitted a beam of sword light that was extremely fast. It slashed towards the demonic light in front of it. At the same time, the cauldron of mountain and river also pressed down from the sky. Rumble, the entire chaos was boiling. The beam of sword light soared tens of millions of feet and collided with the beam of demonic light, almost cutting it down. But Mo Tianzuan was already going all out. Although his physical body had been cut by the purple gold divine sword, his primordial spirit was still there. The primordial spirit of a demonic saint was extremely powerful. The primordial spirit and the demonic weapon fused together, displaying the demonic might of the extreme path. In an instant, it rushed to the gate of hell. But just as Mo Tianzuan was about to rush out, a domineering beam of sword light suddenly slashed from the side. What? A terrifying aura of the extreme path spread out. Another sacred weapon of the extreme path. Mo Tianzuan was truly shocked. The other party actually had a third sacred weapon of the extreme path. This was something he had never imagined. Since ancient times, no one had been able to possess three sacred weapons of the extreme path with different marks of the extreme path. One had to know that obtaining one sacred weapon of the extreme path was already a great blessing. To obtain three sacred weapons of the extreme path, this person's luck was simply heaven-defying. Mo Tianzuan instinctively dodged to the side. But the moment he dodged, his heart pounded wildly. He had a bad feeling. Swish! The domineering blade light flashed, and the cracked Hell's Gate instantly turned into a cloud of dust. It was instantly destroyed. Roar! Mo Tianzuan roared. He was almost going crazy. This was the only passage between the chaos zone and the outside world. The land of Saint Burial had already collapsed. He could only leave through the gate of hell. You're crazy, Mo Tianzuan was shocked and angry. He didn't expect the other party to destroy the gate of hell. One had to know that if one was lost in the chaos zone, even a true saint would find it difficult to get out. Was this guy not afraid of being trapped in the primal chaos? Empyrean Mo didn't think too much about it. His opponent had already used three extreme Tao saint weapons, and he was no match for him no matter what. Now that his only way out had been destroyed by his opponent, he could only rush deeper into the primal chaos. Gu Fei used his Yuan Shen to communicate with the three extreme Tao sacred weapon souls, controlling them to chase after Empyrean Mo. The third extreme sacred weapon was the other half of the peerless ominous blade. The ominous aura that the peerless ominous blade emitted was vast and mighty. If a quasi-demon saint wanted to escape with an extreme demonic weapon, it would be difficult for Gu Fei to stop him even if he had three extreme sacred weapons. Moreover, in the primal chaos, there was no concept of time or direction. Empyrean demon could casually escape in any direction, completely occupying the initiative. Very soon, the extreme demonic light disappeared into the chaos. Gu Fei had no choice but to stop. In such a chaotic place, it was definitely much more difficult to hunt someone down than in the outside world. Humph. Even if I can't kill you, don't even think about leaving the primal chaos. Gu Fei stood in the void, surrounded by 3 extreme Dao sacred weapons. It was difficult for the primal chaos chi to approach him. Gu Fei had already calculated all of this. He would destroy the gates of hell and trap Empyrean Mo in the primal chaos. Then, he would have a way to leave the primal chaos. Unless he had no other choice, he would never use this method. Now was the time, because he didn't want to be trapped in the primal chaos forever. In the primal chaos, there was nothing but primal chaos chi. Everything was in its most primitive state. Gu Fei pondered for a moment before sitting down cross-legged. His heart began to emit a strange ripple. He was communicating with the Hell realm. Heaven and earth energy of the Hell Dao surged out from Gu Fei's heart, causing transparent ripples to appear in the void around him. These were the fluctuations of the void. There was an entrance to the Hell Dao in his heart. With his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to refine the entire Hell Dao into his body. However, he could freely enter and exit the Hell Dao. Very soon, the heaven and earth energy from the Hell Dao wrapped around Gu Fei. Swish! Gu Fei's figure blurred. Then, he entered a tunnel with the 3 extreme Dao sacred weapons. This was a tunnel without any light. But very soon, light appeared in front of him. Gu Fei quickly rushed in the direction of the light. He passed through the black tunnel and entered another world. As soon as Gu Fei emerged from the tunnel, he was stunned by the scene before him. He was surrounded by lush trees and winding mountain ridges. It was actually a world full of life. How long had it been? Why did such a change happen in the Hell Dao? Gu Fei returned to the Hell Dao. This was no longer a lifeless world. The deathly aura that enveloped this world had disappeared at some point. The sun hung high up in the sky. It was noon. The exit of the Hell Dao, without hesitation, Gu Fei directly rushed into the sky and rushed towards the depths of this world. He remembered that the tunnel leading out of the Hell Dao was in the depths of this world. He used the 8 desolate steps and traveled 100 miles with a single step. It was even faster than teleportation. Very soon, an ancient altar appeared in front of him. It was unknown how long the altar had existed. There were densely packed extreme Dao divine inscriptions on it. Gu Fei climbed onto the altar and sat down cross-legged. Since he had already entered the Hell Dao, Gu Fei was in no hurry to leave. After going through a series of battles, his cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. What he needed to do now was to go into seclusion and comprehend the martial path. He needed to improve his cultivation to the next level. No one was willing to miss such an opportunity. It was rare for Gu Fei to have a period of peace. No one disturbed him. He sat on the altar and began to activate it. Formation inscriptions began to appear on the altar. This lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Gu Fei sat quietly on the altar. Apart from activating the formation inscriptions on the altar, he did not move at all. It was as if he had become a mummy. He used these 3 days to adjust his state of mind. He was preparing to break through. If he succeeded, he could become a mighty cultivator at the cutting path. A martial emperor was about to cut through the cutting path. If this news were to spread, the entire heaven realm would probably be shocked. It should be known that in ancient times, warriors were invincible among their peers. Warriors at the cutting path could sweep away all opponents of the same level. To see the first advertisement, please go to please share, target =_blank. Chapter 1353. Gu Fei had destroyed the gates of hell and trapped Demon Sky's sovereign spirit and the heavenly demon flag in the chaos. Even if Demon Sky's sovereign didn't die, it would be very difficult for him to escape from the chaos. This way, Gu Fei himself was trapped in the endless chaos. However, it wasn't that he didn't have a way to leave the endless chaos. It was just that he wouldn't use this method unless he had no other choice. He had refined the hell path's boundary bead. The boundary bead he had refined was located at the location of his heart. He could enter the hell path through the hell path's boundary bead. However, this was an irreversible passage. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, he couldn't absorb the hell path into his body like the god race patriarch's inner world. Therefore, he could only use the boundary bead to enter the hell path at any time and from any place. It could be said that he was the key to opening the hell path. He could enter but not leave, so Gu Fei could only enter the hell path. If he wanted to leave the hell path, he would have to go to the center of the hell path and use the spirit array there to reopen the hell path. At the center of the hell path was the ancestral vein of this world. Back then, Gu Fei and the others had left too quickly and hadn't set up any backup plans in the hell path. He had been communicating with the hell path for many years and had only refined the hell path's boundary bead into his body. This allowed him to draw upon the power of heaven and earth in the hell path for his own use. The entire hell path was just too big. It wasn't something that an ordinary inner world could compare to. It should be known that the hell path was one of the 6 paths of reincarnation that had been refined by the Buddhist Lord throughout the ages. The hell path was comparable to a true great world. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the altar for 3 days and 3 nights before he woke up from his meditative state. At this time, he remembered He Tian, who was in his inner world. Swish! He reached out and drew a line in the void in front of him. A spatial crack appeared in front of him and a figure fell out of the spatial crack. Boss, after He Tian came out, he immediately scanned his surroundings vigilantly. The power of yin and yang surged all over his body, as if he was ready to fight someone at any time. This is the hell realm, you don't have to be so nervous. Gu Fei couldn't help but find it funny when he saw He Tian acting like this. This guy was too careful. Only cautious people could live long. Naraka realm? When He Tian heard this, he could not help but be stunned. They had returned to the hell realm? After a while, He Tian came back to his senses. He said with a bitter face, "No way, boss, are you kidding me? How could this be the Naraka realm?" The surroundings of the altar were full of vitality. There was not a trace of death energy in the world. The sky was cloudless, and a divine sun hung in the middle of the sky, sprinkling down resplendent sunlight. The scene before him was like a completely different world compared to the gloomy and lifeless purgatory realm that was shrouded in dark clouds. Do I need to lie to you? Gu Fei gave a rare smile. The path of hell was no longer the path of hell. Ever since that world-shocking battle, he had refined the realm bead, allowing this world to shine with life and obtain rebirth. The hell realm was his spoils of war after a narrow escape. The battle that year appeared in his mind. True demon Ing Tian and little monk Fan Xiu, these 2 people were his greatest enemies. Moreover, these 2 enemies were still alive. Back then, Gu Fei and these 2 great enemies had fought endlessly in this place. He was almost killed by these 2 great enemies and had experienced a great danger of narrowly escaping death. Oh my God, we can't return to the heaven realm. He Tian was stunned for a while before he let out a mournful cry. He did not want to leave the heaven realm, at least not for the time being. However, it was useless to say anything now. He did not have any heaven-defying divine ability or power that could open the path to heaven. Boss, what should we do now? Return to the human realm? He Tian knew that the hell realm could only be entered but not exited. Moreover, only the person who held the realm gate could enter. Moreover, once one entered the hell realm, if one wanted to leave, one would need to activate the power of heaven and earth in this world to open the only exit of this world. This is the only way to return to the human realm. Gu Fei said. He also did not want to leave the heaven realm. His brothers were in the heaven realm, but he did not regret doing so. He felt that it was all worth it. One should know that he trapped a quasi-devil saint and a devil weapon in the boundless chaos. For the demons, this was absolutely an irreparable loss. The loss of the devil weapon made the demons lose the deterrent force that they relied on. With the devil weapon, no one dared to enter the 100,000 demon mountains. However, now that the devil weapon was lost, the deterrent force no longer existed. What should we do? Do we have to go to Plentiful City to snatch the Supreme Sky Platform from the Ghost Emperor? He Tian murmured to himself. That day, the Supreme Sky Platform opened the passage between the Heaven Realm and the Human Realm, allowing them to enter the Heaven Realm. Now, it seemed that there was only one way to enter the Heaven Realm again. The boat will cross the bridge when it comes to it. What are you worried about? Gu Fei said indifferently, I am now preparing to cut the Tao. Are you going to enter my inner world or wait for me outside? During this period of time, he had fought many battles and had reached the edge of cutting the Tao. He felt that he could trigger the Tao cutting heavenly tribulation at any time. Cutting the Tao, He Tian was startled when he heard this. Then he said with surprise and joy, Boss, you are finally going to cut the Tao? A warrior cutting the Tao was not a trivial matter. In ancient times, warriors who cut the Tao were absolutely invincible in the same realm. If Gu Fei cut the Tao, they would be more confident. A mighty martial arts expert of the Tao of the Severing Tao would probably be able to put up a fight against a half-step saint. Gu Fei nodded. He was also looking forward to it. If he could successfully cut the Tao, he would be the only successor of the Tao-cutting martial Tao in the past 10 million years. Good. If Boss cuts the Tao, we might really be able to snatch the Supreme Sky Platform from the hands of Ghost Emperor Fengdu. It's really great. He Tian's eyes turned around and a sinister smile appeared on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. Could it be that he was thinking about Ghost Emperor Fengdu? Gu Fei shook his head. Even if he could successfully cut the Tao, he might not be a match for Ghost Emperor Fengdu. The human realm was not simple. There were peerless characters. These existences were probably more terrifying than the half-step sages of the Heaven Realm. The waters of the Heaven Realm were deep, but Gu Fei felt that the waters of the human realm were even deeper than the Heaven Realm. In the end, He Tian left. He did not enter Gu Fei's inner world. One had to know that if Gu Fei failed to cut the Tao, even if he hid in Gu Fei's inner world, he would still be affected. After He Tian left, a divine light rushed out of Gu Fei's heart. A divine pearl appeared in front of him. This was the Hell Tao's boundary pearl. The origin energy of the Hell Tao was refined into Gu Fei's body. When the origin world bead appeared, the entire world changed color. Rays of spiritual light rushed out from the ground. The ancestral veins sleeping underground had awakened. Auspicious chi descended from the sky, spiritual light surged from the ground, and auspicious clouds lingered. All kinds of phenomena appeared in the world. All of this was caused by the appearance of the boundary pearl. Rumble, Gu Fei immersed his mind into the boundary pearl, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth nearby. The entire ground shook, and mountain ranges rose from the ground. The essence of the earth was vast and mighty. Very soon, 9 mountain ranges that were thousands of miles long appeared in the central region of the Hell Tao. They were like 9 giant dragons that snaked outwards. Earth chi rose, and the power of heaven and earth in this region changed greatly. What is Boss doing? He Tian couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene from afar. This 9-dragon terrain was very similar to the 9 dragons deadlands in the Hell Tao. The ancestral vein that was originally hidden under the ground emerged from the ground. He Tian was proficient in formations, so he could naturally see that this terrain was extraordinary. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the entire world became denser. The essence of the earth spread out from the ancestral vein, causing the entire Hell Tao to become even more lively. After changing the power of heaven and earth, Gu Fei put the boundary pearl back into his heart. He planned for the worst. If he couldn't cut his way, he could draw upon the power of heaven and earth in this region to protect himself. After arranging all of this, Gu Fei began to completely release his aura. An extremely powerful chi and blood rushed out from the top of his head. The chi and blood of a peak emperor realm martial body was too vigorous. It was like a giant dragon. The chi and blood in his body flowed rapidly, and a thunderous sound came from Gu Fei's body. Rumble, above the sky, there was a dull thunder. Black tribulation clouds gathered from all directions. The heavens and earth sensed it, and the heavenly tribulation was quickly forming. A terrifying heavenly might descended from the sky. Gu Fei felt a great pressure. This was the power of heaven and earth, vast and unstoppable. Only an extreme Tao expert could step on the great Tao of heaven and earth and ignore all the rules of heaven and earth. Gu Fei was not an extreme Tao expert, so he could not stand above the heavens and earth. Soon, the pitch-black tribulation clouds shrouded the entire place. The originally clear sky suddenly became dark, and one could not even see their fingers in front of their faces. Such a huge contrast was inconceivable. Boss has really taken that step. He Tian was extremely nervous when he sensed the powerful aura rising from the tribulation clouds. He was also a half-step almighty, but he had not taken that step for a long time. After Gu Fei had made another breakthrough, and two of them had taken that step. Cutting the way, how do I cut the way? Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the altar. Although he could sense the great threat from heaven and earth, he still wore a calm expression. His mind had entered a strange state. All kinds of martial arts and combat skills created by the supreme martial ancestor had faded away in his mind, and even disappeared. He had forgotten about them forever. In order to walk the path of an expert that belonged to him, he had to first forget. To be more precise, he had to cut off the Tao marks of others that had been branded in his heart. This process could not be analyzed by others, nor could it be of any help to Gu Fei. He had to overcome this crucial obstacle by himself. To see the first advertisement, please go to. Please share. Target =_ blank. Chapter 1354. In the Hell Tao, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a sacrificial altar and started to sever his Tao. No one could teach him how to sever his Tao. He could only comprehend it himself. Everyone's Tao was different. Therefore, the process of severing one's Tao was unique because no one's Tao was the same as another's. Gu Fei's Tao was unique. It was not the martial ancestor's Tao. At this time, the cultivation method created by the martial ancestor gradually disappeared from his mind. Severing Tao was to sever the Tao of others and create one's own. The path of others was not suitable for oneself. Gu Fei cultivated the martial ancestor's cultivation method and had already planted the martial ancestor's Tao mark in his body. This was a situation that all cultivators had to face when they were severing their Tao. The cultivation method created by others contained the Tao of others. When cultivating the cultivation method of others, one's body would naturally condense the power of others' Tao. This was not one's own power. Even if one cultivated the cultivation method of others to the peak, it would definitely be difficult to become the strongest in the world and would not be able to prove one's Tao. To become the strongest and stand at the peak of all living beings, one had to walk a path that belonged to one's own. This was something that all cultivators knew. The Tao mark was formless and contained within the body. It was very difficult to sever it. Since ancient times, countless cultivators had been stuck at this threshold. There were countless cultivators, but those who could truly sever their Tao were few. Those who could sever their Tao were called monarchs in the heaven realm. They were heroes of a region and ruled over a region. In the heaven realm, there were not many who could be called monarchs. To be able to truly sever their Tao meant that they had truly embarked on the path of the strongest. It was like a fish leaping over the dragon's gate. Once they made the leap, they would transform into a dragon. Gu Fei's cultivation had long since reached the edge of severing his Tao. However, he had not severed his Tao. He wanted to accumulate his strength and wait until now to break through in one go. Rumble, the tribulation clouds were still gathering in the sky. Terrifying black clouds descended from the sky, covering thousands of miles of the world and almost pressing down on the ground. Streaks of dazzling lightning were like unparalleled divine swords, cutting through the void of heaven and earth. In an instant, they released a strong light that illuminated heaven and earth. Gu Fei's aura was already rising, and there was a thunderous sound coming from his body. His blood was flowing like thunder, and the blurry Tao patterns that were imprinted on his bones gradually lit up. A magnificent illusionary figure began to appear on Gu Fei's body, which contained the Tao marks of the martial progenitor. The illusionary figure emitted a domineering aura. A martial ancestor was invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Although it was just a mark, it was enough to shake the world. How could it be easy for Gu Fei to cut it off? The martial skills created by the supreme martial progenitor contained Dao force, which was the manifestation of the Dao. As Gu Fei cultivated the martial skills, the Dao force accumulated in his body and turned into Dao marks. Meanwhile, the Dao marks of the supreme martial progenitor appeared, but Gu Fei was still unable to sense where they were hiding in his body. His heart was imprinted with the martial progenitor's great Dao imprint. The great Dao imprint was only a kind of inheritance. It was not a Dao mark that Gu Fei cultivated the martial progenitor's battle technique. Roar! Gu Fei raised his head and let out a furious roar when he felt threatened. The Dao mark of the martial progenitor was an obstacle that was hindering his progress. Only by cutting it off would he be able to soar into the sky and achieve his own Dao. This was an invisible shackle, and if Gu Fei wanted to break this shackle, no one would be able to help him. He could only rely on himself. If he failed, he might become a cripple or even die. The force of the heavenly tribulation continued to accumulate, causing the tribulation clouds to rumble. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, as if the heavens and earth were on the verge of collapsing. The only target of the pressure was Gu Fei. This heavenly tribulation, high up in the sky, He Tian could not help but shudder after witnessing the scene. The heavenly tribulation that Gu Fei had triggered was too terrifying. The tribulation clouds continued to spread, covering an area of 3,000 to 4,000 li. He had never seen anyone's Dao severing heavenly tribulation that was so vast and terrifying. Once such a heavenly tribulation descended, even a true almighty would be killed. And Gu Fei was not yet a Dao severing almighty. At this moment, Gu Fei's spirit qi surged as he released all the energy in his body. His spirit qi gradually climbed to the peak state. As the martial path true power in Gu Fei's body circulated at full force, the image that appeared on his body became more and more solid, and the power of the Dao mark was forced out. How can this be? When Gu Fei's essence, qi, and spirit reached their peak state, he was shocked to find that there was an extremely obscure Dao pattern appearing in every part of his body. These are the Dao marks of the martial progenitors. Although the Dao marks were faint, even with the heaven's eye, it was hard to discover them. Gu Fei never knew that he had such a thing on his body. The tiny Dao marks coiled around his flesh, veins, tendons, bones, and even his blood. These Dao marks were everywhere. How can I sever these Dao marks? Gu Fei was shocked. Dao severing seemed to be impossible now. This was severing himself. Could it be that he had to go through another rebirth? He had prepared all sorts of methods to deal with the Dao severing, but at this moment, it seemed like all of them were useless. The power of the Dao marks gathered in his heart and formed into a faint and illusory figure. This figure was like a martial progenitor descending, emitting a terrifying aura. Dao severing is the same as severing myself. Gu Fei felt a great pressure. His path of Dao severing was actually this difficult. The Dao marks of the martial progenitors had to be severed. If he didn't sever them, it would be difficult to form his own Dao. There was no other way. Even if it was a narrow escape, he had to give it a try. Gu Fei activated the trace of Dao power that he had condensed, and the blurry Dao patterns on his bones immediately lit up. The Dao power that was emitted from the blurry Dao patterns obliterated the Dao marks in his body. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering thunder sounded in the tribulation clouds in the sky. A huge lightning bolt the size of a mountain range struck down from the tribulation clouds and bombarded Gu Fei below. Swoosh! A ray of dark light shot out from Gu Fei's dantian to meet the bolt of lightning. An incomparably sharp sword qi rippled out from the ray of dark light. Buzz! The divine sword was shocked. The huge lightning bolt was dispersed by the sword. A black sword appeared above Gu Fei's head, emitting a series of vibrations. The black sword was Gu Fei's 9 heavens starry sword, which was refined with the 9 heavens starry steel. It was a godly sword that had yet to be sharpened, yet it was still incredibly sharp. The 9 heavens starry steel was an immortal material that even martial saints would be jealous of. Even ancient martial saints would struggle to find it, as it was used to refine an extreme sacred weapon. A cultivator's weapon would accompany the cultivator for the rest of his life, allowing him to improve together with the cultivator. Gu Fei was trying to overcome the tribulation to refine the nine heavens starry sword. Bang! Another terrifying lightning bolt struck down from the tribulation clouds in the sky. The nine heavens starry sword shuddered and resisted the lightning bolt from the sky. More lightning bolts struck down from the tribulation clouds, connecting the heavens and earth. The terrifying tribulation began to unleash its power. Gu Fei was not afraid of the tribulation, as the greatest threat to him was the Tao marks of the supreme martial progenitor in his body. He was using the Tao that he had comprehended to resist the Tao marks of the supreme martial progenitor. The blurry Tao runes on his bones summoned the force of the heavens and earth to resist the Tao marks of the martial progenitor. It was a battle of Tao. If Gu Fei's Tao was able to shatter the Tao of the martial progenitor, he would be able to embark on his own path of cultivation. However, if Gu Fei's Tao were to be destroyed by the Tao of the martial progenitor, he would either become a cripple or suffer qi deviation, resulting in his death. In the past, countless cultivators had died to the Tao-severing tribulation. Roar! Gu Fei's hair danced wildly as the two forces battled in his body, causing his body to be covered in cracks. His meridians, muscles, and bones began to shatter. It was as if two ferocious dragons were fighting inside his body. The illusionary figure on his body became more solid, as if it was about to walk out from the rift. It was a sign that the force of the Tao marks was being activated. With the tribulation outside his body and the Tao marks inside his body, Gu Fei was facing the greatest danger he had ever encountered. He could sense the danger of dying, which was something he had never felt before. The sound of bones cracking could be heard coming from his body as blood oozed out from his wounds. His flesh was gradually covered in blood. The force of the Tao marks was destroying his life force, while the Tao force that he had comprehended was rapidly healing his wounds. These were two extreme forces. Life and death, destruction and rebirth, it was a cycle. The Tao marks of the supreme martial progenitor were not easily destroyed. Gu Fei's strength was unable to gain the upper hand, as his flesh and bones were shattering, while his martial body was collapsing. There was even a crack on his head, which was not a good sign. It should be said that the head was an important part of a human cultivator. The divine soul of a human cultivator was located in the head. If a cultivator's divine soul was destroyed, then his soul would scatter and he would be deader than dead. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. This level of threat was not enough to threaten his life. A ball of purple divine light shot out from between his eyebrows. A tiny figure appeared and sat cross-legged in between his eyebrows. It was Gu Fei's primordial spirit of the immortal path. The 9 secrets of the immortal path, ascending to the heavens. Even if the soul was destroyed, the cultivator could rebuild it with the force of ascending. Gu Fei had a secret art to protect himself. The immortal path primordial spirit unleashed a strange force. Gu Fei's wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. His primordial spirit was executing the most mysterious ascending art of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Please go to the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Please share. Target =_ blank. Chapter 1355. The Tao-severing heavenly tribulation began to circulate. This was a tribulation sent down by the heavens and earth. No matter where Gu Fei was, as long as he was in the world, the heavenly tribulation would descend. Although Gu Fei was in the Naraka realm, the heavenly tribulation still descended. The pitch-black tribulation clouds shrouded the heavens and earth. The terrifying pressure caused all living beings to tremble. Under the tribulation clouds, Gu Fei encountered a danger that was even more dangerous than the Tao-severing heavenly tribulation. The faint silhouette that appeared on his body became more solid. The power of the Tao marks in his body was fully activated. Boom! Martial path true power exploded from Gu Fei's body and quickly flowed out from his body, gathering towards the silhouette. The martial path true power was continuously extracted from his body, which shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. How? He was horrified. The martial ancestor's Tao marks in his body triggered the power in his body. How could this be? He was in disbelief. How could this happen? The power of the great Tao surged as tiny Tao patterns rushed out from Gu Fei's body and entered the silhouette. The power of the Tao marks was separated from Gu Fei's body. Swish! When the last Tao pattern in Gu Fei's body entered the silhouette quickly condensed and a tall middle-aged man appeared in front of Gu Fei. What? How is this possible? Far in the sky, outside the range of the tribulation clouds, He Tian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was extremely shocked, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Martial ancestor, He Tian's voice was trembling. Bam! The tall and formidable middle-aged man attacked Gu Fei. His hand instantly covered the heavens and earth, emitting a destructive power. Heaven shrouding hand, Gu Fei's eyes narrowed. His body was on the verge of collapsing and he could hardly move, but his immortal Dao Yuan Shen was extremely powerful. Swoosh! The primordial spirit that was sitting cross-legged between Gu Fei's eyebrows suddenly opened its eyes. Two bolts of lightning seemed to flash through the sky as a wave of immortal energy spread out from the primordial spirit, enveloping Gu Fei within. Just as the palm was about to hit Gu Fei, the heaven-covering palm suddenly changed its direction and slapped to the side. Rumble, the entire area began to shake. The 9 earth ancestor veins emitted an endless amount of earth essence, as if 9 giant dragons had woken up. They protected the entire area and blocked the giant hand. In the nick of time, Gu Fei's primordial spirit cast one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the chaotic chaos mystic art, and moved the middle-aged man's sky-shrouding hand away. At this moment, Gu Fei's body was recovering rapidly. Even his broken bones and tendons were healing. In just an instant, Gu Fei's physical body had completely recovered under the effect of the ascension power. His vital energy and blood were also extremely vigorous. Boom! Gu Fei stood up from the altar. An incomparably powerful aura erupted from his body. Although more than half of the martial path true force in his body had been extracted, his physical strength was still formidable. I'll kill you. Gu Fei took a step forward and punched forward. It was a simple punch, but the violent power caused the void to collapse. This middle-aged man was a martial ancestor. Although he was not a real martial ancestor, he was a phantom formed by the Tao marks of a martial ancestor. He exuded the invincible aura of a martial ancestor. Bang! The middle-aged man also punched out. The power of the 5 elements converged on his fist and exploded. This was a martial arts battle technique, the flawless fist of the 5 elements. Boom! The 2 fists collided fiercely. A powerful force swept out in all directions. The void was annihilated. Even the altar beneath Gu Fei's feet cracked. Gu Fei and the middle-aged man retreated together. Gu Fei almost fell off the altar. Whoosh! At that instant, a brilliant bolt of lightning descended from the sky and struck at Gu Fei. It was so fast that even the 9 heaven stars' sword failed to stop it. Gu Fei only felt a powerful and domineering force enter his body, and countless cracks immediately appeared on his body. Roar! Gu Fei uttered a furious roar into the sky. His hair danced wildly in the wind. Layers of blurry Tao runes appeared on his body. The force of the great Tao surged and forced the force of the tribulation lightning out of his body. He reached out his hand and held the 9 heaven stars' sword in his hand before charging at the middle-aged man. His aura was tremendous as he slashed forward, leaving a 1,000-zhan-long rift in the void. The middle-aged man was equivalent to the clone of a supreme martial ancestor. He executed the 8 desolation steps and moved swiftly in the void, dodging Gu Fei's brilliant slash. A terrifying sword chi surged in all directions. The man soared into the sky. Gu Fei chased after him. The tribulation clouds rumbled in the sky as bolts of lightning struck down at Gu Fei with a terrifying force that tore the heavens and earth apart. Gu Fei's body was so strong that he could ignore this level of lightning. He allowed the lightning to strike his body, but it couldn't hurt him at all. It was a grand battle. The Tao marks of the martial ancestor had taken on the appearance of the martial ancestor to fight against Gu Fei. Gradually, the force of the tribulation lightning grew stronger as the lightning strikes from the sky became more terrifying. Bang! A purple bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, blasting the left side of Gu Fei's body into a bloody mess. Even his bones were exposed as the blood of the Emperor martial physique splattered everywhere. Bam! Kacha! At that instant, the martial ancestor's clone's fist landed on Gu Fei's chest, causing Gu Fei's chest to cave in. A bone-chilling sound of bones cracking could be heard from his body. Gu Fei spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. The martial progenitor's clone followed closely behind and punched out again, causing Gu Fei to spit out another mouthful of blood. Gu Fei was actually suppressed by the martial progenitor's clone. Ah! Gu Fei let out a furious roar as blood oozed out from his 7 orifices. He sensed great danger from the lightning strikes and the martial ancestor's clone in the sky. His flesh and bones were severely injured. He had completely forgotten about the powerful martial path battle skills. The martial ancestor's clone formed by the power of the Tao marks in his body posed a great threat to him. Yin Yang Fist. Gu Fei let out a furious roar as the Yin and Yang force intertwined with each other on his right fist. Tao runes appeared on his fist as he activated the power of the Great Tao. Boom! The Yin Yang fist clashed with the 5 elements fist. Both used their Tao force, but there was no suspense in this battle. Gu Fei was knocked back once again as he spurted out blood. Countless lightning strikes descended from the sky and engulfed Gu Fei. Each lightning strike was powerful enough to destroy a mountain. Gu Fei's martial physique had been tempered countless times, but at this moment, blood splattered everywhere as his body suffered unimaginable damage. His bones were exposed in many places on his body. To see the first commercial, please go to please share, target =_blank. Chapter 1356. Only through repeated tempering could one cultivate an invincible martial body. Although Gu Fei seemed to be heavily injured, his origin energy wasn't affected much. Blinding bolts of lightning bloomed in the sky. A terrifying power tore through the void, enough to destroy everything. Even a half-saint would pale in the face of such a heavenly tribulation. Within the tribulation clouds, there was a vast and mighty aura of primal chaos. This was a heavenly tribulation that no cultivator wanted to face. It was the most terrifying of all heavenly tribulations. Gu Fei's origin spirit settled on his forehead, releasing endless immortal Tao divine light, displaying the power of heaven's emergence. A faintly discernible immortal light enveloped Gu Fei. Even though his corporeal body was constantly being heavily injured, and his flesh and blood were turning into mud, and even his bones, which were branded with blurry marks of Tao, were being shattered, the power of ascension could instantly heal his injured body. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the heaven's emergence secret art, could allow one to be reborn. Even if one's 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were scattered, they could still reform. It was a supreme immortal art of immortality. Constantly being injured, constantly being repaired, destroyed and reborn, such a cycle. Gu Fei's body was gradually tempered and the Tao marks on his bones became increasingly clear. Roar! Gu Fei roared again and again. Every bolt of lightning that struck down from the sky was as huge as a mountain. The destructive power shook the surroundings, and every bolt of lightning left a mark on his body. This was a fragment of the great Tao brought by the lightning tribulation, branded on his bones. The great Tao that Gu Fei comprehended gradually changed color and became clearer. Using the great Tao to brand one's body, achieving eternity. If Gu Fei could become a saint, his martial body would be the carrier of the great Tao, becoming immortal through all tribulations. How can I sever my Tao? The power of the Tao mark incarnation was unquestionable. It was like the martial ancestor before he achieved the Tao. He was fighting against the martial ancestor when he was young. Gu Fei knew that the Tao mark on his body was a Tao mark left behind by the martial progenitor when he was severing his Tao. The heavens and earth had sensed it, and the Tao mark incarnation of the martial progenitor had appeared when he was about to sever his Tao. This was the great Tao of the martial ancestor, which was acknowledged by heaven and earth. If Gu Fei wanted to receive the acknowledgement of heaven and earth, he would have to sever the martial ancestor's Tao first. Gu Fei found that the thunder retribution did not have any impact on the Tao mark incarnation. The Tao Mark incarnation approached from a distance, without any energy fluctuations, as if it was with the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was simply invincible, bringing great pressure to him. Facing such an opponent, no one could remain calm. Even Gu Fei's rock-solid state of mind was shaken. However, he knew that once he gave up, there would only be one outcome, to be destroyed by the incarnation of the Tao marks and the heavenly tribulation. Once the clones of the Tao marks made their moves, they would display an undefeatable strength, which was a sign of the Tao left behind by the supreme martial progenitor. Tao marks, I will have to use the Tao marks to destroy it. An idea suddenly flashed in Gu Fei's mind. All kinds of attacks were ineffective against the Tao marks incarnation. If he couldn't sever the Tao marks incarnation, then he would have to use his own Tao force to try. As soon as he thought of this, Gu Fei circulated his profound art. The blurry Tao patterns imprinted on his bones began to light up. Then, each Tao pattern rushed out from his bones. The faint Tao runes appeared on Gu Fei's body, and the power of the Tao runes circulated. A powerful aura surged out from Gu Fei's body. 5 Elemental Void. Gu Fei fully executed the technique he created. He walked in the fire elemental void, and the other 5 elemental voids revolved around him. This was a world of fire, and there were monstrous flames everywhere. The Tao Mark incarnation wanted to destroy this part of the void, and displayed its supreme martial Tao profundity. Boom! The Tao Mark incarnation punched out, and the entire fire elemental void trembled. The void shattered, and a path was actually created. Humph. Want to leave? At this time, Gu Fei arrived. In this part of the heaven and earth, he was an omnipotent supreme god. With a single thought, he could perceive every detail in this part of the heaven and earth. Bang! With a punch, the fist force was like a surging river, rushing forward. The power of yin and yang intertwined. Gu Fei struck out the yin-yang fist. This was not a martial Tao combat skill created by the martial ancestor. The power of yin and yang intertwined and collided on Gu Fei's fist, raising the power of this punch to an unbelievable level. He was trying to evolve his own martial Tao combat skill, and no longer followed the path of the predecessors. Boom! The Tao Mark incarnation also blasted out a simple punch. This punch triggered the power of the 5 elements, and fiercely collided with Gu Fei's fist. This was a confrontation of the power of the Tao. The Tao pattern on Gu Fei's right arm bloomed with bright divine light, and the power of the Tao was surging. The terrifying energy spread in all directions, and Gu Fei's fire elemental void was collapsing. Outside, endless thunder and lightning immediately fell from the sky. Each thunder and lightning had a trace of the aura of chaos, which shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. This was the chaos thunder tribulation. When the tribulation thunder entered his whole body was emitting electric light, and even his pores were spurting tiny electric currents. The power of chaos and destruction was destroying the vitality in Gu Fei's body, shaking his spirit, and even his soul was about to be torn apart by this terrifying power. Both his body and soul were experiencing a terrifying baptism. This was a complete transformation, from the body to the soul. Once Gu Fei successfully took this step, his martial body and soul would be sublimated. This was a transformation of the essence. Successfully cutting the Tao was equivalent to crossing a heavenly moat. At this time, the cultivator could use the power of the Tao, which was difficult to compare with the cultivator who had not cut the Tao. The Tao Mark incarnation was still strong, showing a powerful momentum of invincibility. Gu Fei was shaken and flew out. The Tao pattern on Gu Fei's right fist appeared, and the Tao rhyme was at the 6th revolution. He triggered the power of the Tao to fight against the Tao Mark incarnation. This time, the Tao Mark incarnation did not gain any advantage. Buzz! The 9 heaven stars sword in Gu Fei's hand was vibrating, and on the pitch-black sword body, a Tao pattern began to appear, and the sword chi fluctuations became more intense and terrifying. Swoosh! The sword light rushed to thousands of feet, cutting the void between heaven and earth, and strangled the Tao Mark incarnation. The sword light contained the power of the Tao, and it was extremely fast. Tao Mark's incarnation seemed to have sensed the danger. At the critical moment, he actually dodged to the side. However, even so, the sword light formed by the 9 heaven stars sword also chopped off one of Dao Mark's arms. Die. Gu Fei became stronger and stronger. His whole body bloomed with the power of thunder and lightning. His body was once again seriously injured by the heaven's retribution, but he still moved forward, holding the sword and rushing forward again. He wanted to fight to his heart's content. His primordial spirit was operating the emergence secret technique, which could protect his life. The void of the 5 elements appeared around him, and he walked in the void. Although he did not use the 8 desolate steps, his speed was not any weaker than when he used the 8 steps extreme speed. To see the premiere without ads, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1357. The footwork that Gu Fei displayed was derived from the 8 desolation steps, but it was not the 8 desolation steps. He was walking in the 5 elements void steps. Question mark. Endless tribulation thunder was releasing destructive power. Every electric light illuminated the entire world. The place where Gu Fei was turned into a sea of thunder. The terrifying chaotic thunder calamity tore the world apart and destroyed everything. Even Gu Fei's extremely powerful martial body of a half-step to almighty realm was bombarded by the thunder calamity. His flesh was lacerated and his blood splattered across the sky. However, his body's recovery ability was already amazing. Coupled with the magical effect of the feather immortal force, although Gu Fei's body was seriously injured by the tribulation thunder, it would recover in an instant. Boom! The battle between Gu Fei and the Dao Mark incarnation broke out. The terrifying power spread out and the entire sea of thunder shook. The chaos thunder could destroy everything, but Gu Fei still had the strength to fight in the face of the chaos thunder. Great Gu, outside the tribulation clouds, He Tian, who witnessed this scene in the distant sky, was shocked to the extreme. The combat power that Gu Fei displayed was really heaven-defying. Facing the chaos thunder and fighting with the Dao Mark incarnation, even if it was said that no one would believe it. This was really too abnormal. Gu Fei's cutting the path heavenly tribulation was so terrifying. Once he successfully cut the path, he would be more powerful and terrifying than the ordinary almighties. Being invincible in the same realm was not just a legend. Amidst the deafening thunder, 2 figures were moving at high speed. Gu Fei held the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand and released extremely sharp sword chi fluctuations. Every sword light was brighter than the tribulation thunder that fell from the sky. Swoosh! The sword light was like a shocking rainbow, breaking through the layers of tribulation thunder and slashing towards the terrible figure that seemed to have merged with the great path of heaven and earth. The resplendent sword light contained Dao patterns. This was the Dao power that Gu Fei had comprehended. Only this kind of power could injure the Dao Mark incarnation. Just now, he had chopped off one of the Dao Mark incarnation's arms. At that moment, Dao Mark's incarnation had recovered. The arm that had been cut off also condensed. The power of the great path spread out from the figure. Tens of thousands of tribulation lightning bolts fell from the sky, but they were unable to cause any harm to this figure. It was as if this figure had existed since the beginning of chaos until now. Boom! Dao Mark's incarnation struck out with the flawless 5 elements fist. The terrifying fist intent shook the heavens and the earth. The entire tribulation cloud trembled, and thousands of lightning bolts dissipated under that figure's fist. Gu Fei's unparalleled sword light was no exception. It was shattered by the Dao Mark incarnation's punch. Moreover, the power of this punch only exploded when the sword light was shattered. The unimaginably ferocious power pierced through heaven and earth, as well as Gu Fei's physical body. Even his bones, which were branded with vague Dao patterns, were shattered. What? Gu Fei was horrified. The Dao Mark incarnation's strength was too strong. He quickly retreated because the Dao Mark incarnation had already struck out with another punch. Even the 5 elements void outside his body could not stop this kind of fist energy. He moved quickly in the 5 elements void, but the Dao Mark incarnation used the 8 desolation steps. Its speed was not inferior to his at all. The Dao Mark incarnation's fist quickly approached Gu Fei. This was a punch that could not be avoided. The Tao Mark incarnation had already locked onto Gu Fei and wanted to kill Gu Fei. Roar! You think I'm afraid of you? Gu Fei switched the sword to his left hand. Then, his entire body's yin and yang true power crazily gathered in his right hand. The yin and yang true power intertwined. An extremely powerful fluctuation spread out from his right hand. Kill! Gu Fei roared. His long hair danced wildly. He struck out with all his strength. The yin and yang true power intertwined on his fist, forming a terrible destructive power. Bam! Gu Fei's fist fiercely collided with the Tao Mark incarnation's fist. The yin and yang true power and the five elements force collided and offset each other. The power that was released caused the void to shatter. Gu Fei felt a force so powerful that it was hard to resist coming from his fist, and the bones in his arm gave off a bone-chilling cracking sound. Wah! Gu Fei opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was blown away by the force. His body suffered a great impact and was seriously injured. I'm not a match for him. Although Gu Fei's heart was full of fighting spirit, he was facing the most amazing person since ancient times. This was a challenge. Moreover, it was a challenge that he had almost no chance of winning. Rumble, endless tribulation thunder exploded on Gu Fei's body. He suffered an indescribable injury. His bones were broken. His chest and abdomen were pierced. His entire right arm bone was broken. He became a bloody man. The feather transformation celestial force spread out from the space between his eyebrows and flowed through his entire body. His internal injuries were quickly healing. The pierced chest and the broken bones in his arm were all healing. He was simply a cockroach that could not be killed. Swoosh! Gu Fei walked in the five elements void. He rushed into the sky and directly rushed into the tribulation clouds in the sky. He triggered the Tao severing tribulation. The tribulation clouds that covered thousands of miles bloomed with endless dazzling lightning. The Tao Mark incarnation also rushed into the sky and chased after Gu Fei. The Tao Mark incarnation was not afraid of anything. He was not a real person, but just an incarnation. The power of destruction was surging. This part of the world seemed to be obliterated. The terrible power of the tribulation completely drowned Gu Fei. He encountered great danger. In the end, even his primordial spirit was scattered several times. His entire body was almost destroyed, but he persisted. His physical body was reconstructed and his primordial spirit was reassembled. One of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, the Feather Immortal Secret Method, displayed power that even Gu Fei could not believe. It pulled Gu Fei back from the gates of hell several times. During this process, Gu Fei's physical body became more and more powerful. His primordial spirit also became extremely stable. The patterns of the great path of heaven and earth were imprinted on his bones. His Tao severing tribulation was too terrifying. If it was not for the Feather Immortal Secret Method, he probably would not have been able to persist and would have ended up in a tragic state. In the end, countless patterns of the Tao appeared on Gu Fei's body. The patterns intertwined on his body. The power of the Great Path condensed, causing his every movement to be filled with the rhythm of the Great Path. Gu Fei's physical body withstood the destructive power of the Tao severing tribulation. Although he almost died, he made it in the end. Both his physical body and primordial spirit experienced the most thorough baptism. When he broke through the shackles in his body, his physical body was like an ocean that contained hundreds of rivers. The power of the tribulation clouds was drawn and refined by him into his own martial arts true power. A mass of chaotic essence formed in his dantian and began to circulate. Outside the chaotic essence was the yin and yang essence. This was the yin and yang turning into chaos. To see the first commercial, please go to. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1358. The Tao severing heavenly tribulation raged for 24 hours and still did not stop, and the terrifying fluctuations of the tribulation became even stronger. During this process, Gu Fei experienced several tests of life and death, lingering at the gates of death. The incarnation of the Tao mark of the martial ancestor had slashed him more than 10 times, causing his physical body to collapse and his Yuan Shen to collapse. However, the immortal force of emergence allowed Gu Fei to break out of the cocoon and be reborn. His physical body and Yuan Shen were reforged, and the great path gradually condensed and branded on his physical body. From the physical body to the Yuan Shen, this was the most thorough transformation. After this transformation, everything was different, and Gu Fei would ascend to a new level. In the tribulation cloud, no one knew what dangers Gu Fei had encountered. Even He Tian could not see into the tribulation cloud with his yin-yang divine eyes. He Tian only saw the terrifying heavenly tribulation raging, and Gu Fei's roar came from the tribulation cloud from time to time. In the end, Gu Fei's aura gradually became stronger. And when the confrontation between Gu Fei and the incarnation of the Tao mark reached the most critical moment, above the earth, 9 dragon shadows rushed up, and a part of the world was awakened. This was the backup plan that Gu Fei had arranged, and now it came in handy. 9 dragon shadows, hovering in the tribulation cloud, emitted a terrifying fluctuation that caused the world to change color. This was the power of the 9 ancestral veins of earth being drawn out. With the power of the 9 dragons, Gu Fei was extremely powerful, and he constantly clashed with the incarnation of the Tao mark. Bang! Gu Fei blasted out a punch, and the Great Path Divine Rune emerged on his fist, directly smashing half of the body of the incarnation of the Tao mark. Swish! The incarnation of the Tao mark immediately retaliated, and its right hand instantly grabbed Gu Fei's shoulder, tearing off one of his arms, and blood splattered. The 2 figures quickly retreated. Gu Fei's body was surrounded by the energy of the 9 dragons. He had attracted the power of the ancestral earth vein and reversed the situation. The Tao mark incarnation could no longer gain any advantage. This was an extremely brutal battle. Gu Fei's body was constantly being torn apart. Even the soul between his eyebrows had been dispersed and his bones had been obliterated. However, Gu Fei's will was as strong as immortal divine metal. His divine will didn't fade, and his flesh and blood continued to reform. His bones, tendons, and even his soul were constantly cleansed by the power of heavenly tribulation. Although it was a narrow escape, it was also a great opportunity to get close to the great Tao and evolve his own Tao fruit. This gave Gu Fei the opportunity to walk the path of a powerhouse that belonged only to him. Outside the tribulation clouds, He Tian was incomparably shocked when he saw this scene. No one knew exactly how powerful the 9 ancestral meridians were. However, He Tian knew that Gu Fei was using the power of heaven and earth to pass the tribulation. The essence of the earth rose to resist the heavenly tribulation of severing the Tao. This was an extremely shocking scene. Boss will succeed. He Tian knew that although Gu Fei's severing of the Tao had attracted the most terrifying heavenly tribulation, he could also use the power of the Hell Tao for his own use. Even so, he had almost died. This area was covered by the tribulation lightning, but the earth below had gathered all the power of the Hell Tao. It was the ancestral meridian of this world. Even the power of the heavenly tribulation could not destroy the 9 ancestral meridians that snaked above the earth. Time passed. The terrifying might gathered in the world was vast and mighty. The terrifying heavenly tribulation lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before the tribulation clouds in the sky began to dissipate. The entire world gradually brightened. The essence of the earth sank and gradually entered the 9 ancestral meridians on the ground. A figure appeared high up in the sky. Gu Fei sat cross-legged high up in the sky. His whole body's Tao rhyme was circulating 6 times. An illusory figure appeared from his body and then disappeared in the void. A purple divine light disappeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. A powerful aura spread from his body. He was like the incarnation of the great Tao, high up in the sky. This was the aura of an almighty figure. Gu Fei had finally succeeded in severing the Tao. Now, he felt that his body was filled with endless power. At this moment, he felt that he could challenge the strongest existence in the world. Looking inside, he could see that Tao patterns that contained the truth of heaven and earth were imprinted on his bones. His bones were crystal clear like the 9 heavens' divine jade. Dao rhymes circulated and condensed the power of the Dao. Gu Fei's physical body was transforming into a saint body. The Dao patterns imprinted on his bones were no longer blurry. They had become clear. This kind of bone was comparable to a divine weapon refined by a half-step saint. Gu Fei stood up in the void. A thunderous explosion immediately came from his body. The void around him was trembling. Boss did it. He Tian was surprised and happy. Gu Fei had succeeded in severing the Dao. They were not afraid of anyone now. As long as they did not encounter a real saint, they would have enough power to protect themselves. Swoosh! He Tian rushed over from a distance and congratulated Gu Fei. However, he was greeted by a finger from Gu Fei. He Tian was sent flying thousands of meters away. The speed at which he was sent flying was faster than the speed at which he had rushed over. Boss, He Tian was shocked. However, he immediately knew that Boss was using him as a test. His heart trembled. A cultivator at the Dao's severing realm was too terrifying. He could be killed with a finger. He knew very well that if Gu Fei had wanted to kill him just now, he could have done so with a finger. It's time to leave. Gu Fei said to himself. Rumble, with a thought, the earth shook. A divine pearl rose from the ground where the 9 dragons converged. The divine pearl was hundreds of meters in diameter. Flowers, birds, insects, fish, mountains, and rivers appeared on its surface. Occasionally, it would return to chaos. Above the divine pearl, the birth and destruction of heaven and earth appeared. This was a reincarnation cycle. This reincarnation cycle was constantly appearing on the divine pearl. This was the origin of heaven and earth, the purgatory path's origin world pearl. Gu Fei kept the origin world pearl in his heart. Then, he activated the 9 ancestral veins. The essence of the earth was vast and mighty. The 9 dragon-shaped mountain ranges that meandered for who knew how many miles shook. The earth chi of the 9 dragons gathered on the altar. A 9-colored beam of light suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Dao patterns appeared in the beam of light. The passage between this world and the outside world was opened. The purgatory path could only be entered, not exited. Although Gu Fei had the origin world pearl of the purgatory path, he could not enter and exit this world as he pleased. Unless he had already kept the purgatory path into his body. But with Gu Fei's current cultivation, this was simply impossible. One had to know that this was a world that was comparable to a real world. Human world, Gu Fei and He Tian stood on the altar. Both of them had very complicated feelings. That day, they left the human world and entered the heaven realm was very coincidental. In the human world, they had many enemies. The Dongfang family, the Buddhism of the West Earth, and the demons of the human world were all their great enemies. The little monk Fan Xiao was now in the heaven realm. After Gu Fei severed his Dao, he wanted to find someone to test his moves on. He could not find the little monk Fan Xiao, but there should be more than one Buddhist almighty in the Buddhism. The foundation of the Buddhism was not in the heaven realm. It was not even in the 3 realms and 6 Daos. It was in the legendary Buddhist heavenly kingdom, the heavenly Buddha path. Heavenly Buddha path, Gu Fei was looking forward to it. He Tian was looking forward to it even more. There were definitely many treasures in the heavenly Buddha path. They soared into the sky and instantly disappeared in the 9-colored beam of light. To see the first advertisement, please go to the please share, target equals, _blank. Chapter 1359. Swoosh. The 9-colored divine light flashed, and 2 figures appeared in it. Gu Fei and He Tian had come out of the Naraka realm and returned to the human world. The human world, Gu Fei and He Tian were both very emotional. In the heaven realm, they were just passers-by. In their hearts, their roots were still in the human world. However, other than Gu Fei and He Tian, Shaoqing, Balan, and the little fatty were still in the heaven realm. Shaoqing and the others were under the protection of the old turtle, so no one dared to provoke them. It should be known that the old turtle was the son of the Tai Huang and had mastered the Tai Huang seal. In the entire heaven realm, there were really not many people who were willing to offend the old turtle. The 9-color divine light gradually dissipated in the void, and the passage between the desolate battlefield and the Naraka realm closed again. The world was dark. Death Chi lingered. This place was no different from the last time Gu Fei and the others left. Around them were 9 broken black mountains standing on the ground. In the battle that day, the sealing formation of the Buddhism was broken, the 9 mountains were broken, and the scene of the battle with Buddha Lord Green Lotus appeared in Gu Fei's mind. Buddha Lord Green Lotus, a Buddhist Vedanta who had cultivated the Vajra Buddha body. How far had his cultivation gone? Gu Fei was very expectant. He wanted to fight now. After successfully cutting his way, he wanted to verify his cultivation and strength. The Great Path Divine pattern was branded on his bone body. His bone body was comparable to a divine weapon refined by a half-step saint. Such a powerful martial body was unparalleled in the world. It was not a legend that he was invincible among his peers. Gu Fei was very confident, but he was not arrogant. Although he had cut his way, there were still many people who could defeat him in this world. Boss, should we directly kill our way to the spiritual mountain? He Tian rubbed his palms together. The Buddhism was the strongest in the West Earth. Since ancient times, there had never been a force that could shake the Buddhism of the West Earth. The foundation of the Buddhism must not be underestimated. Kill our way to the spiritual mountain? I think we should deal with the trouble in front of us first. Gu Fei smiled. There was no lack of dead creatures in the desolate battlefield. Death Chi gathered here, giving birth to incomparably powerful dead spirits. Some of the dead spirits were even comparable to half-saints. These guys, He Tian's expression changed when he heard that. Only now did he notice that several black clouds had appeared in the sky at some point. Each one of them contained an incomparably powerful aura of death. It was obvious that the undead creatures in the dark clouds were concealing their strength. The obscure undulations of death energy made even He Tian's heart palpitate. An undead creature that could move a half-step almighty was rare even in the heaven realm. However, this was the human realm. The waters of the human realm were deeper than the heaven realm. Humph! What a reckless fellow! A cold smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. These 3 incomparably powerful undead creatures were definitely at the almighty level. They were at the same level as Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei was not afraid at all. Instead, he was very happy. At the same time, he was shocked. The human realm seemed to have changed. 3 almighty existences actually appeared at the same time. One must know that almighty existences were the overlords of a region in the heaven realm. They were peerless heroes that controlled the life and death of a region. They were the most powerful existences. Scram! A purple divine light flashed between Gu Fei's brows. His primordial spirit sat in his Niwen palace and sent out such a divine sense, displaying absolute power. Boss, are you really going to let them go? He Tian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. These 3 undead creatures were incomparably powerful. If they could be subdued, they would definitely be a powerful force that could move unhindered in the human realm. Who are you? After a while, such a divine sense fluctuation was transmitted from a dark cloud. The almighty undead creature did not retreat. After reaching this level, even undead creatures had their own pride. Not scram? Then stay. Gu Fei did not want to say much. In the world of cultivation, strength was the most practical. As long as his fist was hard enough, he would be able to beat the other party into submission. You're going too far. An angry roar came from another direction in the sky. It was also a divine sense fluctuation. This undead creature was very unhappy. The consequences would be very serious. Swish! A huge skeletal hand the size of a small hill came out from the dark cloud. The terrifying fluctuation caused the void in front of the skeletal hand to collapse. The undead creature immediately made its move. Swish! Gu Fei did not speak anymore. He was very straightforward. He pointed his finger at the skeletal hand. A mass of divine light emerged from his fingertip and flew forward. This mass of divine light was only the size of a fist. It did not emit any earth-shattering energy fluctuation. However, it gave people an extremely dangerous feeling. The undead creature hidden in the dark cloud was shocked. It could not see through the depths of the human in front of it. This made it a little uneasy. Pfft! The mass of divine light collided with the hill-sized skeletal hand. It was like a drop of water falling into a large lake. It should not have caused any waves. However, the mass of divine light that Gu Fei shot out displayed a terrifying power that made everyone's heart palpitate. The huge skeletal hand was collapsing. With the place hit by the divine light as the center, it spread outwards. In just an instant, the huge skeletal hand turned into a mass of bone powder and dissipated between heaven and earth. The three great undead creatures turned pale with fright. They were the rulers of the ancient desolate battlefield. They were the most powerful existences. They did not accept each other and wanted to unify the ancient desolate battlefield. The three great undead creatures controlled countless undead creatures and fought each other endlessly. However, none of them could truly unify the ancient desolate battlefield. In the end, the three almighty undead creatures formed a tripartite balance. Until today, the appearance of Gu Fei and He Tian broke the balance of the ancient desolate battlefield. The three almighty undead creatures felt threatened. Let's attack together and kill these two humans. It was impossible for the ancient desolate battlefield to have a fourth force. This was the consensus of the three great undead creatures. The ancient desolate battlefield was their territory. They could not let the humans interfere. Boom! 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 The three great undead creatures no longer concealed themselves. The terrifying death energy of three almighty beings suddenly erupted. The wind and clouds surged, and a terrifying death aura shrouded the entire place. Humph! You guys are overestimating yourselves. When He Tian saw the three great undead creatures going all out, he could not help but sneer with a face full of disdain. He was only a half-step almighty. Each of the three great undead creatures had the ability to kill him. However, he knew that even if the three great undead creatures attacked him together, they would definitely not be a match for Gu Fei. He Tian seemed to have already seen the outcome of this battle. This was a battle without any suspense. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to please share, target =_blank. Chapter 1360. When the supremes of the three undead creatures attacked together, any almighty would turn pale. This was also the reason why the desolate battlefield was known as a dangerous place. Even if an almighty entered the desolate battlefield, there was a risk of dying. Cultivators who were below the almighty level would definitely die if they entered this place. Gu Fei was fearless in the face of the three undead creatures' all-out attacks. Rumble, the entire heaven and earth were sealed by the three undead creatures' power. At this moment, the three undead emperors who had been fighting for countless years actually joined forces. So what if the three of you come at me together? Gu Fei was fearless. Endless death chi surged towards him from all directions. He directly punched out and the fierce fist energy directly penetrated the sealing power of the three undead creatures. Then, he grabbed He Tian who was beside him and threw him out. Come on. Gu Fei's martial path true force was vast and mighty. The five elements void emerged and blocked the surging death chi outside the five elements void. Swoosh! He walked in the five elements void at an extremely fast speed. With one step, he was in front of the huge undead creature and directly punched out. Bam! The void shook. Gu Fei's punch penetrated the void between heaven and earth. Endless palm energy surged out from his palm and shook off the layers of death chi, hitting the undead creature's skeleton. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking was heard. The undead creature's skeleton was smashed by Gu Fei's palm and half of its body was smashed. It turned into Gu Fei and dissipated with the wind. Roar! The undead skeleton roared and retreated. If Yi Futian punched again, the other half of its body would be smashed into powder. Swoosh! At this moment, there was an air-piercing sound. 5 pitch-black death chi shot from afar and pierced through Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei casually punched out and directly smashed the 5 death rays. The strength of the almighty martial body shocked the 3 undead creatures. Die or surrender. You only have 2 choices. Gu Fei was like a supreme ruler as he swept his eyes over the 3 undead. His battle intent was like a rainbow, but to him, these 3 undead were too weak. Martial artists were invincible within the same realm. Gu Fei's invincible attitude made the 3 undead creatures feel a great sense of danger. They unexpectedly had an impulse to surrender. Roar! An illusory ghostly shadow roared at the sky. You want us to submit to you? This is impossible. The divine sense that came from the ghostly shadow was full of anger. At this level of cultivation, even undead creatures would have arrogance and would not bow their heads to anyone. Since that's the case, I can only kill you. Gu Fei no longer hesitated. A ray of black light rushed out from his dantian and a chilling sword chi immediately appeared in the surroundings. Buzz! The divine sword vibrated and a pitch-black ancient longsword appeared in Gu Fei's hand. The chilling sword chi spread out from the black sword, making people feel as if a divine weapon was pressed against their throats. Boss is getting serious. He Tian, who was sent out of the encirclement of the 3 undead creatures by Gu Fei, couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene with his yin-yang godly eyes. These 3 undead creatures didn't even know that they were about to die. What a big tone. The 3 undead creatures were furious. This human in front of them actually dared to look down on them. It made them want to tear this human apart. The inevitable war broke out. Swoosh! An iron chain surrounded by black gas rushed out from the ghostly shadow and wrapped around Gu Fei, just like the legendary soul-reaping chain. Another undead creature threw out a skull and smashed it directly at Gu Fei. It was just a skull that was no different from an ordinary person, but Gu Fei was moved. This was because he found that the skull was branded with Tao patterns. The bone was crystal clear like the 9th heaven divine jade, and it emitted saint-level fluctuations. The skull of a sage shocked Gu Fei to the core. At the same time, the undead skeleton wielded a bone sword and slashed at Gu Fei. The sword chi condensed from the power of death tore apart the heaven and earth. Facing such a powerful attack, Gu Fei still looked calm. Around him, the 5 elements void was operating, and he struck out with the 5 elements fist. Boom! He blasted out a fist, and the fire burned the sky, cutting off the iron chain thrown out by the ghostly shadow. When the fist energy spread out, it shattered the heaven and earth. Gu Fei had already comprehended his own great Tao, and now he could use all the cultivation methods. From forgetting to remembering, this was also a kind of reincarnation. At this time, Gu Fei could find the cultivation methods and battle skills that he had forgotten at any time. Since he had already severed the great Tao, even if he used martial arts and battle skills, it would not affect him. Buzz! The 9th heaven star's sword vibrated, and the black sword chi collided with the bone sword of the undead skeleton. When the bone sword of the undead skeleton touched the 9th heaven star's sword, it immediately shattered. Gu Fei's 9th heaven star's sword also underwent a transformation during his tribulation. This divine sword became different, and it was no longer the sword that had no sharpness. Swoosh! Gu Fei held the 9th heaven star's sword in his hand. After crushing the bone sword of the undead skeleton, his sword momentum did not stop, and he actually cut off the other half of the undead skeleton's body, leaving only its head. Only the sage-level skull that was smashing over posed a threat to Gu Fei. The saint-grade skull came crashing down. Although this skull was the same size as an ordinary person's skull, Gu Fei felt as though an immemorial mountain was pressing down on his head. Very good. This way, it won't be so boring. Swoosh! Gu Fei moved in the 5 elements void and quickly dodged. The sage-level skull was too strange, and the figure hidden in the deathly aura still did not show up. Sage-level skull, in the distant sky, He Tian saw this scene with his yin-yang divine eyes, and his heart trembled. He never expected that the other party would actually have a sage-level skull. Kill! The undead creature hidden in the deathly aura raised its arm and shouted, setting off a monstrous energy wave. The sage-level skull followed behind it like a shadow. Damn it! He stepped in the void, and every step he took covered a distance of more than 10 miles. However, even with such speed, he still could not get rid of the sage-level skull behind him. Buzz! The divine sword vibrated, and rays of black sword light rushed out of Gu Fei's hand and slashed at the sage-level skull behind him. Every ray of sword light contained great power, and they pierced through the sky and the earth. However, when they slashed at the skull, they did not even leave a mark on it. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to please share, target =_blank. Chapter 1361. The desolate battlefield was definitely a perilous place in the Tinglong continent. In ancient times, a terrible war had taken place here. Millions of people were plunged into misery and suffering, and even a sage had fallen here. Rumble, the sage's skull spewed out an endless deathly aura and smashed towards Gu Fei. A wisp of the sage's aura surged out from the skull and almost collapsed the entire heaven and earth. Buzz! Gu Fei shook the ninth heaven star's sword in his hand. Rays of pitch-black sword light rushed out from his hand and slashed at the sage's skull. However, it was of no use at all. The incomparably sharp sword aura couldn't even leave a mark on the sage's skull. This was the sage's skull. Even if there was only a wisp of the sage's aura left, it would still be difficult to destroy. The one driving the sage's skull was an evil corpse. This evil corpse was like an evil spirit that crawled out from hell, emitting an extremely evil aura all over its body. The evil corpse's blood-red eyes opened and closed. From time to time, a frightening blood-red evil light would burst out from the surging deathly aura. It was incomparably ferocious. This guy has hidden his strength very well. The other two undead creatures couldn't help but be secretly shocked when they saw that the evil corpse was actually able to fight against this human expert alone. They didn't expect their opponent to have such a method. The three undead creatures had fought countless times in the desolate battlefield, but the ghostly figure and the undead skeleton had never seen the evil corpse use this sage's skull. The appearance of the sage's skull not only made Gu Fei, but also the ghostly figure and the undead skeleton felt a great threat. They knew that once the evil corpse killed this human expert, it would turn around and kill them. Who didn't want to unify the desolate battlefield and become the supreme existence among the undead creatures? Swoosh! Gu Fei used the void steps and moved quickly in the 5 elements void. He avoided the sage's skull and attacked the evil corpse. The vast yin and yang qi surged, dispersing the deathly aura in the entire heaven and earth. As the black and white energies intertwined, Gu Fei put away the 9 heaven stars' sword and moved his hands. His right hand was yang, emitting a bright white light, while his left hand was yin, surging with a monstrous black energy. This was a killer move that he had created, and it was called the yin-yang reincarnation fist. This was a fist technique that he had comprehended when he was severing his Tao. This fist technique was comparable to the flawless 5 elements fist, and it could evolve the great Tao of yin and yang. The 3 undead creatures sensed danger. Boom! Gu Fei punched out with his right fist, and a white light rushed out from his fist. The pure yang energy was vast and mighty, and it directly evaporated the heavy death qi in front of him. Then, it rushed towards the evil corpses hiding in the death qi. Bam! The evil corpse was greatly alarmed and used all its strength to resist. A monstrous death qi surged out from its body, turning into a ghost hand that met Gu Fei's right fist. Rumble, the 2 almighty powers collided and the entire world was torn apart. Pitch-black spatial cracks snaked out in all directions. Roar! The evil corpse roared. It found that this human's fist energy was unstoppable and difficult to resist. The black ghost hand was suppressed by Gu Fei's fist energy and retreated towards the evil corpse. Too strong. The evil corpse was shocked and angry at the same time. It didn't think that this human expert would be so terrifying. If we don't come and help, we will be killed by this guy one by one. The evil corpse roared. The other two undead creatures were actually watching the show, and this made it mad. At this time, the saint's skull also flew back and smashed towards Gu Fei's back. Humph. Gu Fei's right fist shook, and the pure yang energy on top of it erupted. In an instant, the black ghost hand was dispersed, and his fist hit the evil corpse's chest. The sound of bones breaking immediately came from the evil corpse's body. Roar. The evil corpse roared, and it was sent flying several thousand zhang away. Boom. Like a meteorite, it crashed into a broken black mountain. Rubble pierced through the sky, and dust flew everywhere. The entire area was in chaos. Black boulders were smashed in all directions, and the area within 1,000 li was affected. Bang! At this time, a terrifying saint's power came from behind Gu Fei. It was as if a saint was attacking him. The void was directly smashed, and the chaotic energy was struck out. Swoosh! Gu Fei felt the danger and soared into the sky, instantly dodging. The saint's skull smashed into the void and turned it into a piece of chaos. The 5 elements void steps was not inferior to the 8 desolate steps. It also possessed extreme speed. In terms of speed, no one in the same realm could be faster than him. Boss, stop playing around. In the distant sky, He Tian saw this scene and couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Gu Fei. Although these 3 undead creatures were powerful, they were far from being Gu Fei's opponents. Bang! Swoosh! The undying skeleton and the ghostly figure made their moves. A mass of black light shot out from the undying skeleton's mouth. This was the death chi that it had condensed for countless years. As long as one was touched by this death chi, even a mighty figure would be corroded into ashes. Their bodies and souls would be destroyed. It was extremely terrifying. The ghostly figure emitted countless black threads. These strange threads were densely packed and interweaved into a large black net, falling towards Gu Fei's head. You're courting death. Monstrous chi and blood surged out from Gu Fei's body. Mysterious Tao patterns appeared on his body, interweaving with a trace of the Great Path's power. He stretched out his hand and tore apart the black net. Then, he punched out and dispersed the death chi that the undying skeleton spat out. He continued to soar into the sky and walked in the void. Bang! With just one step, he arrived in the sky above the undying skeleton. Then, he directly stomped down. A terrifying power surged under his feet. He naturally used the 8 steps 8 kills. Forgetting was not true forgetting. Gu Fei had already cut his way. His previous cultivation methods were not truly erased from his mind. Now, he could still use the battle techniques created by the martial ancestor. Cultivation methods were dead, but humans were alive. They could learn from each other's strengths to make up for their weaknesses and perfect their own way. The undying skeleton raised its hand to block. The sound of bones breaking rang out. The mighty figure's bone body could not withstand this one stomp from Gu Fei. The huge arm bone shattered into thousands of pieces. The undying skeleton was scared out of its wits. It wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Gu Fei stretched out his hand and directly grabbed down from the sky. He broke the undying skeleton's skull and grabbed the soul fire in his hand. Spare me. The undying skeleton no longer had a trace of arrogance. Its life and death were in the hands of the other party. At this time, it only wanted to live. It could not care so much. I've already said before. Die or surrender. You chose the path of death. Gu Fei did not say anything else. He directly dispersed the divine soul within the soul divine light with his martial path true power. However, he preserved the extremely huge soul fire within the soul divine light. Boom! At this time, the evil corpse that Gu Fei had sent flying soared into the sky again. It set off a monstrous death chi and rushed towards Gu Fei. To see the first advertisement, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1362. Bam! The skull of the saint emitted a wisp of holy might that descended from the sky and pressed down on Gu Fei. The entire void was collapsing and being annihilated. A wisp of saint-level power displayed a terrifying divine might. No one knew where this evil corpse had obtained the skull of a saint and refined it into a terrifying killing weapon. Even if this killing weapon was not a true holy weapon, it was not far from it. Gu Fei sent the spiritual power that had already severed his spiritual soul into his inner world. Then, he punched upwards, directly contending against the skull of the saint. Boom! Gu Fei's fist fiercely bombarded the skull of the saint. The violent fist force pierced through the sky and the earth. The power of destruction spread out in all directions, annihilating the void. The evil corpse was sent flying. Its physical body, which contained an endless aura of death, almost collapsed in the void. Black corpse blood seeped out of its mouth. It had suffered a great impact. What, in the distance, the ghostly figure saw this scene and was horrified. It immediately turned around and fled. This human was too terrifying. He was like an ancient god, invincible. So what if it is a true holy weapon? Gu Fei was extremely powerful. He attacked with all his strength. On the bones of his arm, the divine patterns of the Great Path all lit up, intertwining with a trace of the power of the Great Path. This punch of his had already activated the power of the Great Path of heaven and earth. It collided with the skull of the saint. It was not suppressed by the skull of the saint, and the skull of the saint was blocked. Gu Fei then opened his inner world and stored the skull of the saint inside. After entering Gu Fei's inner world, the skull of the saint floated in the void. Swoosh! Seeing that Gu Fei had taken the skull of the saint, the evil corpse was also scared out of its wits and immediately fled. Trying to escape. Gu Fei used the void steps and walked in the void of the 5 elements. With just one step, he had already caught up to the evil corpse. He immediately attacked, his right fist punching out with the fiercest yang fist. Bam! Under Gu Fei's fist, the evil corpse's body was smashed into pieces. Black corpse blood splattered everywhere, and a head flew into the air. Although its fleshly body had been destroyed, the evil corpse didn't truly die. Its head emitted a powerful soul fluctuation, wanting to escape. However, in front of Gu Fei, no one could escape so easily. Swoosh! Gu Fei pointed his finger, and the evil corpse's head immediately exploded. Both its body and soul were destroyed. After Gu Fei killed the evil corpse, the ghostly shadow had already escaped to God knows where, but Gu Fei did not let it go just because of this. He Tian had been eyeing the ghostly figure for a long time. He was only a half-step almighty, so he couldn't fight against a true almighty. However, his tracking skills were absolutely unparalleled. The ancient desolate battlefield was vast and boundless. Millions of living beings had fallen. Skeletons could be seen everywhere on the ground. This place was filled with Yin Qi and Death Qi, giving birth to many undead creatures. Bam! 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 An undying skeleton the size of a small mountain passed by from afar. It was the bone body of a strange beast, and the soul fire in its skull was as bright as the sun. It was an immortal level undying skeleton. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't pay any attention to it and directly rushed past it. Existences of this level were no longer of interest to them. Powerful auras spread out from Gu Fei and He Tian, startling the mountain-sized undying skeleton so much that it knelt on the ground, trembling in fear and trepidation. Cunning guy. Gu Fei and the others chased for 1,000 miles, and He Tian felt that something was wrong. The ghostly figure's aura had disappeared into thin air, leaving no trace at all. It escaped using a spirit formation. He Tian found some broken spirit jades on the ground. This was an evil spirit that knew spirit formation, and it used it to break the void and teleport. Can we catch up? Gu Fei didn't want to let this evil spirit go. A powerful soul was exactly what he needed. An idea was brewing in his mind. If he succeeded, he would have a powerful force in his hands. This force would be enough for him to deal with all his enemies in the human world. Who do you think I am? You want to escape from under my nose with such a small trick? You must be dreaming. He Tian's face revealed a sinister sneer. He displayed a great technique, and streams of yin and yang energy surged out from his hands. The void in front of him immediately rippled like water, and then images began to appear in the void. In the images, a ghostly figure was carving a spirit formation on a spirit jade. Then, the faint ghostly figure climbed onto the spirit formation platform, broke the void, and flew away. Humph. It's only moving 3,000 miles. I can carve a spirit formation like this even with my eyes closed, He Tian said disdainfully. He Tian retracted the spirit formation that had restored everything. Then, he moved his hands in the void, and streams of divine light shot out from his fingers, imprinting themselves on the ground in front of him. The divine light condensed and did not disperse, interweaving into mysterious spirit formations. He was setting up a spirit formation. It's done. In an instant, a complete spirit formation appeared in front of Gu Fei, and the power of the void seeped out from the spirit formation. Gu Fei and He Tian climbed onto the spirit formation, and He Tian activated it. Immediately, a ball of divine light rushed out from the spirit formation and enveloped them. Swoosh! Gu Fei and He Tian disappeared into the void. Then, the divine light that had formed the spirit formation also dissipated in the void, as if it had never been there in the first place. 3,000 miles away, there was a gloomy fog. There were tall mountains here, but it was dead silent, because there was no sign of life. There was a valley here that was filled with yin qi and the aura of death. This was a place of mysterious yin, and a yin vein had probably formed under the ground. This kind of place was the most suitable for cultivating evil arts, and it was also the best place to raise corpses. The people of the evil sects used this kind of earth vein to raise corpses. At this time, spatial ripples that could be seen with the naked eye suddenly appeared in the sky above the valley. Then, two figures walked out of the void. When Gu Fei and He Tian walked out of the void, they could not help but be shocked when they saw the situation around them. A yin gathering place was usually a place where powerful demons resided. This is that old ghost's lair? He Tian's eyes flickered. This place was not ordinary. The surrounding mountains had been tampered with, so the yin qi in the valley did not leak out. Not only did the yin qi not leak out, but it was also condensing. This was not a good sign. If someone used the yin vein in the valley to set up a killing trap, even a half-step saint would be in danger. Roar! At this time, a terrifying roar suddenly came from the depths of the valley. The entire valley shook, and the demonic energy inside was vast and mighty, as if a great demon had awakened. To see the first commercial, please go to. Please share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1363. Gu Fei and He Tian chased after the ghostly shadow and arrived at a valley. This was not an ordinary valley. This valley was surrounded by mountains and was filled with yin qi. It was actually a yin land. This kind of place attracted evil spirits the most. In the depths of the valley, the yin qi and death qi were so thick that it could not be dispersed. It seemed that many powerful evil spirits were hiding inside. The arrival of Gu Fei and the others broke the peace here. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the depths of the valley. The entire valley was shaking. The yin fog and death qi surged violently. It was as if a terrifying demon had been startled. Is it that old ghost? He Tian sensed an unimaginably powerful yin qi surging out from the depths of the valley. This energy wave shocked him. It's even stronger than that guy. Gu Fei said. There was a powerful evil lurking in the depths of the valley. Could it be that the ghostly shadow was so cunning that it wanted to use someone else to do its dirty work? The reason why the ghostly shadow lured them here couldn't be any more obvious. The desolate battlefield was indeed terrifying. Apart from the powerful evil spirits, there were even more powerful existences. This made Gu Fei and He Tian secretly apprehensive. Conservatively speaking, the evil spirit in the depths of the valley was definitely comparable to a pinnacle almighty. Such an existence would be a mighty lord even in the heaven realm. Boss, this is a good opponent. He Tian said. He knew that Gu Fei wanted to fight to his heart's content. Only an existence of this level was qualified to fight with him. Who dares to trespass into my territory? Leave immediately. A divine sense emanated from the depths of the valley. His tone was filled with supreme dignity, as if he was an emperor looking down at the ants beneath him. However, the existence in the valley also sensed the powerful aura released from Gu Fei's body. It was not willing to offend Gu Fei and the others. Hand over that old ghost and we will leave immediately. Otherwise, humph. He Tian's words were extremely cold. What did you say? An angry divine will rippled out from the valley, and a terrifying murderous aura surged out from the depths of the valley, causing the entire world to turn cold. Hee hee. Don't play dumb in front of your grandfather. You think you don't know what I'm talking about? He Tian sneered. He was here to cause trouble. Even if that ghostly figure had nothing to do with the owner of this place, this matter would definitely not be resolved peacefully. You are courting death. The terrifying existence in the depths of the valley was truly enraged. For countless years, no one had dared to speak to it like this. Even the three most ferocious fellows in the desolate battlefield did not dare to disrespect it. Swoosh! Yin Qi condensed in the depths of the valley, and a terrifying ghostly hand the size of a mountain directly grabbed out of the valley. The ghostly hand exuded a monstrous mysterious Yin Qi. This guy is not simple. Seeing this, Gu Fei and He Tian could not help but be stunned. The death qi in this power did not seem to be very strong. The existence in the depths of the valley seemed to be cleansing itself, wanting to cut off the death qi on its body, turning death into life, and being reborn against heaven. Boss, go. He Tian immediately hid behind Gu Fei. This level of battle was not something he could intervene in. In front of a real powerful figure, a half-step powerful figure was not much different from an ant. Bam! Gu Fei took a step forward and punched out. A domineering aura emanated from his body, and the entire void in front of him shook under his fist. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Fei's fist collided with the mountain-like black ghost hand, causing the heavens and earth to be torn apart. Even the void of the heavens and earth could not withstand such power. A terrifying power spread out, and the surrounding mountains trembled. Runes began to appear on the mountains and the ground. Someone had set up a great formation here. Countless formation runes appeared and a wave of energy condensed, protecting the entire valley and blocking the destructive power that spread out. This is, He Tian revealed a serious expression. The runes here were not simple, and they gave off an ancient and vicissitude aura. It seemed to be the ancient runes. Is that thing inside an old monster? He Tian muttered to himself. This kind of existence was very terrifying. It lived for a long time, and its cultivation and strength accumulated over time was also very terrifying. Gu Fei's fist power was unparalleled. With one punch, the world shook, and the black ghostly hand in front of him was shattered by his punch. The five elements void appeared on his body, and he walked in the five elements world as if he had jumped out of the world. His speed increased to the extreme. Swoosh! With a single step, he entered the depths of the valley, broke through the layers of Yin Qi, and engaged in a fierce battle with the existence that was hiding in the depths of the valley. Terrifying waves of energy spread in all directions. The depths of the valley was in chaos. No one had thought that Gu Fei would be so powerful that he would directly enter the dragon's pool and tiger's den. With the protection of the five elements void, he was simply untouchable, like an invincible supreme being. Rumble, the entire valley shook violently. Terrifying figures were blasted by Gu Fei's fists one after another. They were all powerful undead creatures. The land of abstruse Yin was the gathering place of ferocious evil. In the depths of the valley, the existence that fought Gu Fei had many powerful undead creatures, some of which even had the strength of an immortal emperor or god emperor. However, such an existence was no different from an ant in the eyes of Gu Fei. You're going too far. I don't have the person you're looking for here. In the depths of the valley, the battle was still going on. Terrifying black light constantly rushed out from the inside, penetrating the void of the heaven and earth. That was the power of the Tao Law. He Tian's guess was right. The existence in the depths of the valley had the cultivation base of a peak almighty expert, and had a deep understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The Tao Law was the law of the great Tao. It was unique. Those who had severed the Tao would walk on their own path, and the Tao Law that they comprehended would be different. Only those who had a deep understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth would be able to comprehend the Tao Law. Although Gu Fei's combat strength was unparalleled, it was still difficult for him to grasp this power. Lawless. The terrifying existence bellowed. The power of the Tao Law erupted. The black light was like countless peerless divine weapons that shot out from the depths of the valley. Even Gu Fei was forced out of the valley. Good. Although Gu Fei was flying backward, he still bombarded punch after punch, dispersing the black light that was piercing towards him and resisting the power of the Tao Law. Even He Tian was shocked to see such combat strength. Once a warrior had severed the Tao, he could actually fight against an existence that was comparable to a peak almighty expert. At this time, even the existence in the depths of the valley was shocked and angry. Such a physique was invincible in the same realm, and its powerful body could block the Tao Law. Is this the legendary supreme martial art? A pair of green eyes flickered in the depths of the valley. To see the first episode without any advertisement, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1364. The undying being in the Yin Valley was extremely powerful. It displayed the great Tao God's law and actually forced Gu Fei out. Every ray of black light pierced through heaven and earth. The legendary supreme martial art, a divine will came out from the depths of the valley. The undying being in the depths of the valley seemed to be shocked as though it had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Again. Gu Fei was sent flying thousands of feet away. After he stabilized his body, his battle intent became even stronger. His long hair danced in the wind as his martial Tao true power surged. On his body, Tao patterns appeared indistinctly. Swoosh! He used the void steps and walked in the void of the 5 elements. With one step, he crossed thousands of feet in an instant and rushed into the depths of the valley again. Damn it! The undying being in the depths of the valley was shocked and angry. It saw through Gu Fei's background and did not dare to be negligent. It displayed the Tao Law with all its might and the entire heaven and earth instantly changed. Gu Fei had an illusion that he had entered another world and the Tao Law of the entire heaven and earth had completely changed. Mastering the Tao Law was like mastering a world that belonged only to oneself. In this world, one was the supreme God. You are not my opponent. The undying being in the depths of the valley said. Then, terrifying chaotic lightning descended from the sky and bombarded towards Gu Fei. Humph. Gu Fei's blood and qi surged as the terrifying martial Tao true power erupted. He forcefully pushed away the Tao Law's power that enveloped him and blasted a punch upwards. Bam! The supreme Yang power erupted as Gu Fei's fist released endless supreme Yang divine light. It was as though a divine sun had appeared between heaven and earth, shaking the entire heaven and earth. The undying being in the depths of the valley was extremely shocked. The opponent was unimaginably powerful and actually used an unimaginable power to resist the Tao Law. Thousands of destructive lightning descending from the sky were all dispersed by Gu Fei's punch. Just as Gu Fei dispersed the primal chaos lightning, clanging sounds rang out incessantly. Strands of primal chaos qi condensed into primal chaos divine swords, which then slashed towards Gu Fei in an overwhelming manner. Swoosh! A chaos divine sword slashed across the void, leaving behind a pitch-black crack in the void. The void between heaven and earth was split by the sword light. It's the Chaos Tao Law. Be careful, boss. He Tian's voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. He had seen through this terrifying method. The existence in the depths of the valley had activated the power of chaos. Who cares what Tao Law it is, I will break it with one punch. Gu Fei channeled the yin-yang true force and struck out with the yin-yang reincarnation fist. His right fist was the yang attribute, and the power of the extreme yang burst out, shattering more than half of the chaos divine swords. Boom! Then, he punched out with his yin fist. Yin chi surged out from his left fist like a black river, shattering the chaos divine sword and striking into the depths of the valley. The ferocious fist force broke through the power of Tao law and struck out. This was something that had never happened before. The existence in the depths of the valley was appalled. Gu Fei manifested the yin and yang, and his fist force was unparalleled. The chaos divine swords were shattered under his fist. He fought his way out of the world of Tao law with such ferocity that even He Tian was left speechless. So what if you have mastered the Tao law? Gu Fei was unstoppable. He killed his way into the depths of the valley and fought with that terrifying existence again. The entire valley was on the verge of collapse, and endless yin chi gushed out from the ground. The runes that were imprinted around the valley all emerged at this time, protecting the entire valley. Otherwise, the valley would have been destroyed a long time ago. The mighty power spread out, shaking the heaven and earth. Boss, far in the sky, He Tian looked at the depths of the valley nervously. There was a strange force enveloping that place. Even He Tian's yin-yang divine eyes could not see through it. However, he had a bad premonition. The guy in the depths of the valley was very powerful. The strength of a pinnacle mighty figure was no joke. He was an existence that was only one step away from becoming a half-step saint. His understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth was definitely not something that Gu Fei, who had just cut his Tao, could compare with. Boom! A loud sound came from the depths of the valley. A figure flew out from inside. The power of chaos was vast and mighty, and there seemed to be a chaotic world evolving in the depths of the valley. Gu Fei was hit again. This time, he suffered a great impact. His clothes were tattered, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He was injured. He Tian witnessed this scene and was shocked. One should know that Gu Fei was a warrior who had cut his Tao. The strength of his martial body was comparable to a half-step saint. The guy in the depths of the valley could actually injure Gu Fei. This was really unbelievable to He Tian. Good. After Gu Fei stabilized his body, he once again rushed forward with his battle intent like a rainbow. He killed his way into the chaotic world in the valley and pressed forward. Boss, He Tian saw that Gu Fei was so desperate, and he was a little puzzled. Since he was no match for him, he should just retreat. Why was he not willing to retreat? Did he really want to kill the guy inside? It was not impossible to kill a pinnacle mighty figure, but it was very troublesome to use a divine weapon of the great path. He had to be prepared in advance, otherwise, he would not succeed. One should know that the divine weapon of the great path was not an ordinary weapon that could be used at will. Roar! Gu Fei roared again and again in the chaotic world in the depths of the valley. Powerful waves of true power spread out from the chaotic world. Supreme martial art, it really lives up to its reputation. The existence in the depths of the valley was also shocked and angry. Yi Futian had just cut the way, but he actually had a battle strength that could contend with him. This kind of battle strength could be said to be heaven-defying. The existence in the depths of the valley used all kinds of methods, trying to make Gu Fei stay, but he found that this human expert was simply like a real dragon that was simply difficult to subdue, and the opponent rushed out one after another. At this time, Gu Fei had already used the opponent as his whetstone. He attacked with all his strength and fought endlessly with the undying existence, using the battle strength of a mighty figure to his heart's content. 5 elements void steps, yin-yang reincarnation fist, and all kinds of martial arts battle skills were constantly displayed in Gu Fei's hands, and the chaotic world that the undying existence had evolved was broken through. Roar! The undying existence in the valley was so depressed that it felt like it was going crazy. If it was not for the fact that it could not leave the Yin cave, causing its battle strength to be reduced, how could it let this human expert come and go as he pleased? Roar! The undying existence in the depths of the valley roared, and the earth's Yin chi rose. An extremely powerful force was rapidly condensing, and the power of the Earth's yin vein was being drawn. Gu Fei killed 9 times in a row, and then stopped, killing until the undying existence in the valley was no longer angry. To see the first episode without ads, please go to please share target =_ blank. Chapter 1365. Gu Fei's battle prowess was unparalleled. He killed his way in and out of the Yin Valley 9 times, causing the undying existence to roar in anger. However, it could do nothing to Gu Fei. The path of chaos was derived from the power of the Great Path. Once the path of chaos appeared, the void of the world would turn into chaos. The power of chaos would be controlled by the undying existence. However, Gu Fei's body and battle prowess were heaven-defying. He could tear the world apart with just a wave of his hand. Even the undying existence's path of chaos could not trap him. I've gained a lot. Thank you. Gu Fei cupped his hands towards the depths of the valley. He had just severed his path and his path foundation was not completely stable. However, after this battle, he had a deeper understanding of his cultivation and strength after severing his path. This allowed him to better control this new power. He was not a bloodthirsty person. The existence in the Yin Valley had no enmity with him. Moreover, the ghostly shadow was not here. He did not have to kill the undying existence. The undying existence in the Yin Valley did not show its face at all. It hid in the Yin vein underground and displayed its supreme magic to fight against Gu Fei. Let's go. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He turned and left. He Tian hurriedly followed and they left the Yin Valley together. The undying existence in the Yin Valley did not stop them. A supreme warrior is about to reappear. A wave of will spread out from the depths of the valley. Then, the entire Yin Valley gradually calmed down and no more waves spread out. Just as Gu Fei and He Tian left, there was a wave in the void outside the Yin Valley. Transparent ripples spread out. An illusory figure walked out of the void. It was surrounded by Yin Qi and a vast death Qi. This was a ghostly shadow. It was a powerful existence. Even the Sky Fiend Patriarch killed the 2 human cultivators. This was all the work of the ghostly figure. It had purposely lured Gu Fei and He Tian to the Yin Valley, wanting to use the terrifying existence in the Yin Valley to kill Gu Fei and He Tian. The existence in the Yin Valley could not leave the Yin vein of the earth. Guiying also wanted Gu Fei and the existence in the Yin Valley to suffer together so that he could reap the benefits. One had to know that the existence in the Yin Valley was extremely terrifying. Once it came out, it would definitely be able to unify the ancient desolate battlefield. This was something that Guiying did not want to see. Humph. Sure enough, it's you who's behind this. Just then, a voice came from afar. What? Guiying's shock was no small matter. Without a second thought, he turned into a stream of black gas and rushed into the distance. In an instant, he traveled thousands of miles at an extremely fast speed. Do you think you can escape? Gu Fei sneered. The void of the 5 elements emerged from his body. He walked in the void as if he was traversing the void. After a few steps, he had already caught up to the black gas. Bam! Gu Fei punched out. The ferocious power directly scattered the black gas and hit the black shadow out of the void. Its body was almost shattered. Although they were both powerful cultivators, the gap between Guiying and Gu Fei was indeed huge. Guiying was no match for Gu Fei at all. It was not a legend for warriors to be invincible among their peers. Spare me. Guiying was horrified. His opponent seemed to have become even stronger. He could actually break his escape technique with one move, making it impossible for him to escape. This is your choice. Die. Gu Fei did not hesitate. A purple-gold divine light appeared between his eyebrows. It was as if a heavenly eye had opened, and the Tao rhyme interweaved within. Swoosh. The power of the spirit soul surged. A sort of way rushed out from between his eyebrows and instantly slashed the Guiying, splitting the Guiying in half. The spirit sword of Wei was extremely fast. The Guiying didn't even have the chance to scream before it was slashed. However, the soul power was still condensed and did not dissipate. Gu Fei extended his hand and grabbed the soul power in his hand. The three powerful cultivators in the primeval battlefield had been killed by Gu Fei one by one. Gu Fei had gained a lot. He had obtained the soul power of two powerful cultivators and the skull of a sage. Haha. I can finally leave this lifeless place. He Tian couldn't wait to reach the Buddhist kingdom of West Earth. With Gu Fei's current strength, even Buddhist Lord Green Lotus wouldn't be a match for him. Heavenly Buddha Path, Gu Fei retracted the soul power of the powerful cultivators and turned to look in the direction of the Buddhist kingdom of West Earth. His eyes flickered. He believed that there was definitely a powerful Arhat guarding the Heavenly Buddha Path. One had to know that the Heavenly Buddha Path was one of the 6 paths that the ancient Buddhist Lord had refined. It was the true Buddhist kingdom of heaven in the legends, a flawless world. He Tian took out a formation platform and climbed it with Gu Fei. They tore through the void and disappeared. West Earth's spiritual mountain was the Tao field of the ancient Buddhist Lord. In ancient times, the ancient Buddhist Lord had once preached the Tao here and passed down the Buddhist orthodoxy. After that, there was Buddhism in the world. Back then, Gu Fei had wreaked havoc on Spiritual Mountain and blasted half of it away, severely damaging this Buddhist holy land. But now, Spiritual Mountain had been repaired by the experts of the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist holy land could not be lost. The experts of the Buddhist sect used their power and great divine abilities to reform the ancestral veins of the earth and repair the damaged Buddhist holy land. Spiritual Mountain towered into the clouds, and a peaceful aura lingered around it. Buddhist light flashed on the mountain from time to time. The birds and beasts on the mountain all had spirituality and walked peacefully. Roar. A roar came from a part of the forest. A white tiger that was dozens of feet long walked out, but there were no strange movements in the forest. Even some of the deer and mountain sparrows showed no signs of panic. They didn't scatter in all directions because of the appearance of the king of the forest. The living beings on Spiritual Mountain seemed to have no killing intent after being baptized by the Buddhist power. On this day, the wind was gentle and the sun was bright. Melodious bell sounds came from Spiritual Mountain. The Buddhist Dharma discussion that happened once every 1,000 years was about to begin. In all the ancient temples in West Earth, there were virtuous monks of the Buddhist sect coming out. Boss, the atmosphere in West Earth doesn't seem right. Gu Fei and He Tian were sitting cross-legged on a praying mat in an ancient temple. Behind the ancient temple, there were many monks lying on the ground. They were all the monks that had been knocked out by He Tian. There was a virtuous monk overseeing the ancient temple. He was an old monk who was very cunning. When he saw Gu Fei and He Tian, he immediately wanted to escape. However, he was caught by Gu Fei and imprisoned on the cold floor behind the ancient temple. Something big seems to have happened. Gu Fei also sensed that something was amiss. This place was less than 1,000 li away from the spirited mountain. From here, one could see the supreme sacred mountain of the Buddhist sect. Furthermore, there were strange phenomena appearing on the sacred mountain, with Buddhist light shining down from time to time. The Buddhist sect is not simple. No wonder they can dominate West Earth. He Tian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. They had only been here for half a day, but they already sensed at least 3 almighty-level fluctuations of powerful Buddhist power coming from Spiritual Mountain. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to please share, target =_blank. Chapter 1366. The Dharma discussion that was held once every 1,000 years was an important day for West Earth's Buddhist sect. Every time it happened, all the Buddhist Vedanta would gather at Spirited Mountain from all directions. The true pure land of Buddhism would open, and all the monks in West Earth would have the chance to enter there to cultivate the supreme Buddhist scriptures. After Gu Fei and He Tian found out about this, they couldn't help but feel immense pressure. If they attacked Spirited Mountain at this time, wouldn't they become enemies with all the experts in West Earth? Boss, why don't we retreat? He Tian wasn't willing to take the risk. There were only 2 of them, and challenging the entire West Earth's Buddhist sect with just the two of them was an incomparably crazy move. The Buddhist Almighty had already appeared on Spirited Mountain. Since Heavenly Buddha Path hadn't opened yet, no one knew if there were any backup plans left behind by the ancient Buddhist Lord. The incarnation of the ancient Buddhist Lord had appeared before, but Gu Fei believed that after that incarnation retrieved the Buddhist weapons, it should have also entered the heavenly realm. If there was an incarnation of the ancient Buddhist Lord overseeing Heavenly Buddha Path, Gu Fei would have already turned and left. Why would he still have any ideas about Heavenly Buddha Path? Are you afraid? Gu Fei glanced at He Tian with a calm expression. Since he had the strength to fight a peak almighty, he already had the qualifications to challenge Spirited Mountain. Boss, based on the current situation. He Tian wanted to say something but stopped. He Tian's meaning was very clear. The enemy outnumbered them, and if they charged into Spirited Mountain, they would definitely be mercilessly attacked by all the experts in West Earth. Let's wait for a few more days. Gu Fei and He Tian imprisoned everyone in the ancient temple, making it their temporary resting place. He Tian even transformed into an old monk and prayed to Buddha in the ancient temple. This fella, Gu Fei, was somewhat speechless. He Tian was definitely made to be a charlatan. What was he pretending to be? At this time, he was like an eminent monk sitting cross-legged in the main hall of the ancient temple. There were countless believers of Buddhism in West Earth, and from time to time, people would come to the ancient temple to burn incense and pay their respects to Buddha. He Tian, who was disguised as an old monk, calmly put away all the money for the incense into his pocket. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered with all this. He allowed Erebus to mess around while he prepared to enter the legendary Heavenly Buddha Path at the back of the ancient temple's Great Hall. The Heavenly Buddha Path, one of the 6 paths of reincarnation created by the ancient Buddhist Lord. A world like this was filled with temptation to any cultivator. Most likely, the inheritance of the ancient Buddhist Lord was in there. Finally, Gu Fei entered the inner world in his dantian and prepared to refine the skull of the sage that was floating in his inner world. He still had an idea that he wanted to put into practice. After the skull of the sage was put into his inner world, it floated between heaven and earth and emitted a wisp of the aura of the sage, causing all the living beings in the world to tremble in fear. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on a large mountain and then used the power of heaven and earth to refine the skull of the sage. The entire world suddenly changed color. Blurry Dao runes appeared on Gu Fei's body, and 9 beams of 9-colored divine lights descended from the sky to bind the skull of the sage. He used the power of the inner world to suppress the skull of the sage. The skull of the sage naturally resisted, but there was only a wisp of the sage's aura left on the skull. It was difficult for it to resist the entire world. Soon, Gu Fei erased the spiritual imprint that belonged to the evil corpse in the skull of the sage. Then, he didn't leave his own spiritual imprint on the skull of the sage. Although the skull of the sage was powerful, it was not a real holy weapon. Without the imprint of the great path of the sage, it was at best a semi-holy weapon. Gu Fei really didn't care for such a semi-holy weapon. After the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth dissipated, Gu Fei summoned the 3 supreme emperors of the undead clan, the Corpse Emperor, the Ghost Emperor, and the Bone Emperor. These were the 3 supreme emperors of the undead clan that Gu Fei had bestowed upon them. Ever since the undead clan left the Naraka realm and followed Gu Fei, they had been thrown into the inner world by Gu Fei and were left to fend for themselves without much interference. This time, Gu Fei decided to make good use of the power in his hands. Greetings, my lord. The Bone Emperor, the Ghost Emperor, and the Corpse Emperor hurriedly went forward to greet Gu Fei. Their titles were bestowed upon them by Gu Fei and they could be said to be the most loyal subordinates to Gu Fei. Gu Fei nodded his head and didn't say much. He took out the soul powers of the 2 almighty beings and began to refine them. Then, he gradually infused them into the bodies of the 3 supreme emperors of the undead clan. This is, the Corpse Emperor, the Ghost Emperor, and the Bone Emperor were surprised and delighted. As the pure soul powers entered their bodies, they felt that their soul powers were increasing rapidly. Boom! In the Bone Emperor's skull, the soul fire was burning brightly. Every bone in his body was flowing with a layer of soul divine light. His soul and bones seemed to be transforming. Gu Fei wanted to make these 3 supreme emperors into 3 experts who could fight for him. He felt that his power was weak. No matter how strong a person was, he was still just a person. If he had a power in his hands, it would be different. The vast soul powers enveloped the Bone Emperor, the Ghost Emperor, and the Corpse Emperor. Wisps of soul powers constantly entered their bodies and scoured them. The soul powers of the 3 supreme emperors were soaring. The energy fluctuations they emitted were getting stronger. Their cultivation and strength were increasing. Swish! A flame-shaped mark appeared on the forehead of the Bone Emperor. He had successfully broken through the shackles of cultivation and became a true supreme emperor. The same was true for the Ghost Emperor and the Corpse Emperor. With the help of Gu Fei, they had broken through the shackles of cultivation and became undead emperors of the celestial human sovereign realm. However, there were no signs of it stopping. The vast soul powers seemed to be endless as they continued to flow into their bodies and made breakthroughs. Time was ticking away. After 24 hours, the soul powers of the 2 almighty beings were finally infused into the bodies of the 3 supreme emperors by Gu Fei. Roar! The 3 supreme emperors roared at the sky. Terrifying death energy surged out of their bodies and swept across the world. It caused all living beings in the world to tremble. If it wasn't for Gu Fei controlling everything and allowing the death aura from the 3 undying emperors to spread out, it was likely that the life force within a 1,000-mile radius would have been devoured and turned into a land of death. What a pity, it's still lacking a little. Gu Fei wasn't very satisfied because the strength of the 3 supreme emperors had only reached the peak of the supreme emperor realm. It was difficult for them to take that step and become half-step almighty beings. However, with such strength, as long as they didn't encounter a true almighty, they could still move unhindered in the human realm. To see the first advertisement, please go to Please Share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1367. Gu Fei started to build his own forces. The 3 great emperors of the undead clan became his first choice because the 3 great emperors didn't harbor any disloyalty towards him. Whoosh! 3 incomparably powerful death auras appeared in Gu Fei's world. After the 3 emperors of the undead clan refined the soul power of the 2 almighty beings, their cultivation and strength were all raised to the pinnacle emperor realm. A pinnacle emperor of the celestial being realm was absolutely an invincible existence in the human realm hundreds of years ago. However, it was hard to say in the current human realm. Night fell on Spirited Mountain in West Earth. At night, Buddhist radiance soared up from Spirited Mountain. Even the naked eye could see it. In the eyes of mortals, it was a miracle. In the eyes of cultivators, the phenomenon of Buddhist radiance illuminating everything was absolutely rare. The Buddhist sect activated a Buddhist formation that enveloped the entire Spirited Mountain. The faintly discernible Buddhist radiance was actually a terrifying restriction. It was a supreme Buddhist technique of the Buddhist sect called Great Summer Wishful Buddhist Radiance. This Buddhist radiance could stop any evil beings. Even some famous demons wouldn't dare to rashly intrude the Spirited Mountain. Only existences at the level of the heavenly devil ancestor would dare to attack Spirited Mountain. Boom! In the dead of night, a powerful death aura burst out thousands of miles southwest of Spirited Mountain. It was as if a terrifying creature of the dead had awakened. Whoosh! Then, a Buddhist radiance emerged. A Buddhist Vedanta emitted a boundless Buddhist radiance and attacked an undead skeleton. The misty Buddhist radiance was like a golden wave that enveloped the entire world. Old monk, you're not my match. The human-shaped undead skeleton's skull emitted a wave of confident will. Then, a powerful soul power condensed into soul swords that pierced towards the old monk. The golden Buddhist radiance was immediately torn apart by the soul swords like golden cloth. The soul swords continued forward and directly penetrated the body of the old monk, nailing him in the void. Whoosh! A soul sword shot out and directly pierced the space between the old monk's eyebrows. It broke the old monk's Niwan palace and destroyed his primordial spirit, killing him on the spot. West Earth's Buddhism is merely so. The human-shaped skeleton shone with a soul divine light. Numerous soul swords darted out of its body, hacking towards a temple down below in an overwhelming manner. Buddhist chants rang out from within the temple. Many people were using Buddhist energy. Buddhist light flickered, wanting to block the countless killing swords descending from the sky. However, all of this was futile. The Soul God sword displayed great power. It broke through the layers of Buddha's power and shot into the temple. A blood-curdling scream immediately rang out. Then, the entire temple became completely silent. The human-shaped skeleton soared into the sky and quickly disappeared into the night without a trace. Not long after the human-shaped skeleton disappeared, a beam of Buddhist light rushed out from a mountain hundreds of miles away, rushing towards the temple. Swoosh! The golden Buddhist light was like a golden rainbow. In an instant, it arrived in the sky above the temple, and a trace of the smell of blood drifted in the void. It was a middle-aged monk whose entire body was emitting golden light. His skin was golden, and this was a sign that he had cultivated the Vajra true body of Buddhism to a certain degree. The middle-aged monk rushed into the temple. Soon, an angry roar came from inside the temple as the middle-aged monk rushed out. Who is it? Who dares to slaughter my Buddhist disciples in West Earth? The middle-aged monk turned into a glaring Vajra. His entire body was filled with battle intent, and rays of golden light appeared on his body. It was as if a golden arhat had descended from the 9 heavens. The middle-aged monk was ruthless for a moment before chasing in the direction where the human-shaped skeleton had disappeared. In an instant, he disappeared into the night sky. Someone had actually started a massacre in West Earth's Buddhism. This was definitely a very serious matter. Moreover, the temple that had been massacred was only 1,000 miles away from Spirit Mountain. Soon, all of West Earth's Buddhism knew about this matter. The once-in-a-millennium Dharma discussion was about to begin, but at this time, something like this happened. This made the upper echelons of Buddhism furious. This was simply a slap to their faces. What shocked the higher-ups of the Buddhist sects the most was that when a golden body protector of the Buddhist sects chased after the murderer who had massacred an entire temple, he returned with severe injuries. A golden body protector was a powerhouse of Buddhism. In the entire Buddhism, there weren't many people who had cultivated the Vajra true body to a profound realm. There were only 3 golden body protectors in Buddhism, and each of them had a cultivation and strength that surpassed the immortal Buddha. They were the Buddha Emperors. A golden body Buddha Emperor that could stand shoulder to shoulder with an immortal Emperor had returned with severe injuries. This made the upper echelons of Buddhism angry and shocked. They could no longer maintain their calm. Some people guessed that the undead creatures in the desolate battlefield had come out again to wreak havoc in the human world. In the past, the undead creatures killed their way out of the desolate battlefield in the Buddhist land, causing unrest in the entire Western Earth. Temples were attacked everywhere. Could it be that the events of the past are going to repeat themselves? A great virtue of Buddhism said. A few days ago, there was a strange fluctuation in the desolate battlefield. It seemed that the Hell Tao that was sealed in the depths of the battlefield was showing signs of opening again. West Earth's Buddhism was the orthodoxy passed down by the Buddha Lord since ancient times. In the 3 realms and 6 Taos, there was no power that understood the legendary Hell Tao better than Buddhism. After 3 days, the atmosphere of the entire West Earth had changed. All the temples in West Earth had strengthened their vigilance. Even Spirited Mountain was guarded by 3 almighty experts of Buddhism. The aura of the almighty experts of Buddhism spread out from Spirited Mountain. This was a kind of deterrence that announced to all the cultivators that there was an almighty expert on Spirited Mountain. Boss, the people of the heavenly Buddha Tao are really patient. As the sun set, in the ancient temple, Gu Fei and He Tian sat cross-legged on the praying mats in the main hall. He Tian, who had transformed into an old monk, sat calmly on the seat of honor, looking like an eminent monk of great virtue. In the past few days, they had observed in secret and found that other than the increased vigilance on Spirited Mountain, there was nothing strange happening. No experts from the heavenly Buddha Tao had come. Then let's give them another beating. Gu Fei's face was calm. He didn't expect to open the heavenly Buddha Tao in one go, so he sent out the 3 undying emperors to create chaos in West Earth. Ghost Emperor, Bone Emperor, and Corpse Emperor, the three undying emperors worked together and broke through an ancient temple that had produced almighty experts of Buddhism before, killing a Buddha emperor in the temple. The death of a Buddhist emperor was definitely a huge matter in West Earth's Buddhist sect. Even the three great Buddhist sects on Spirited Mountain were alarmed. To see the first episode without any advertisements, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1368. The undead creatures wreaked havoc in the Buddha land. This made West Earth's Buddhists feel as if they were facing a great enemy. At the border between the Buddha land and the ancient desolate battlefield, many Buddhists appeared. Someone felt uneasy. All of this seemed to be driven by a mastermind behind the scenes. The enemy was in the dark while they were in the light. Everything was under the control of the other party. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly spread between heaven and earth. An almighty expert of Buddha sect had appeared. An extremely powerful Buddhist force spread across the heavens and earth, intimidating all directions. On a dark and windy night, when the three undying emperors were about to attack an ancient temple, the almighty expert of Buddha sect suddenly appeared and struck with lightning speed. A golden Buddha's hand slammed down from the sky. The resplendent golden light illuminated the entire heaven and earth. The void below the Buddha's hand was collapsing. Almighty, the three undying emperors turned pale with fright. They never expected that the almighty expert of Buddha sect would arrive just as they were about to attack. The other party seemed to be on guard. Bang! A sparkling and translucent skull that looked like the ninth heaven Xian jade flew out of Bone Emperor's hand and greeted the descending golden Buddha palm. A strand of saintly might appeared between heaven and earth. The almighty expert of Buddha sect was shocked. He never expected the other party to have such an item. This was the skull of a sage. It was truly unbelievable. Sage was the strongest existence in the world. Even if a sage had fallen, the saintly aura emitted from the immortal corpse wasn't something ordinary people could withstand. The skull and the golden Buddha's hand collided. The golden Buddha's hand exploded and the golden Buddha's radiance was like a golden star, vanishing in the void. Go! The Bone Sovereign recalled the sage's skull and cast out a formation platform. The three immortal emperors rushed onto the platform and used the power of the platform to move through the void. No one knew where they had escaped to. They encountered an almighty expert of Buddha sect and were able to escape unscathed. This was already a great fortune amidst the misfortune. When he came back to his senses, the other party had already disappeared. This shocked and angered him. After carefully observing the surroundings, the Buddhist almighty left. The other party's methods were very profound. They used a formation platform to move through the void. Even the almighty figures of the Buddhist clan would find it hard to stop them. This made the higher-ups of the Buddhist clan even more uneasy. We need to invite the Arhat of the Heavenly Buddha sect to come out and take charge. Buddhist Lord Green Lotus has been in seclusion for 300 years. It seems like it's time for him to come out. Some people were whispering among themselves. No one knew about the foundation of West Earth's Buddhism. Buddhist Lord Green Lotus was a genius who had broken into the Emperor realm 300 years ago. After 300 years of seclusion, no one knew how much Buddhist Lord Qinglian's cultivation and strength had improved. The three great undead emperors escaped back, causing He Tian to be extremely shocked. Who could make these three undead emperor use the saint's skull? Could it be that they encountered a Buddhist almighty? There was no doubt about the cultivation and strength of Bone Emperor and the others. As long as they didn't encounter a Buddhist almighty, they would be able to move freely in the Buddhist land. Boss, it seems like you have to go personally. He Tian knew that only Gu Fei could deal with a Buddhist almighty. He was only a half-step Buddhist almighty and couldn't compete with them yet. Then I'll go there myself. Gu Fei stored the three undead emperors into his inner world. Then, he stood up from the praying mat unhurriedly. Swish! Gu Fei took a step forward and walked out of the temple. Early in the morning, birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. All kinds of birds and beasts were peacefully moving about. A melodious bell sound came from the mountain. This was a type of Buddhist power, the evening drum and the morning bell. Anyone who heard it would have a feeling of submitting to it. At this time, a figure stepped on the morning sun and came from afar. This person was Gu Fei. "Who are you? Stop right now." When Gu Fei arrived at the entrance of the spiritual mountain, two figures rushed out and blocked Gu Fei's path. They were the two monks guarding the entrance. The two monks were wearing white monk robes. One was tall and thin like a bamboo, while the other was short and chubby. His chubby face was flushed red. The tall and thin monk was holding a crescent spade while the short and fat monk was holding a Buddhist commandment blade. This blade was refined according to the appearance of a green jade commandment blade. "Humph." Gu Fei sneered and flicked his sleeve. The two monks were immediately sent flying back to where they came from. After that, Gu Fei directly walked through the gate of the spirited mountain, truly entering the spirited mountain of the Buddhist sect. He had actually come alone to challenge the entire Buddhist sect of the Western Earth. The alarm sounded and the spiritual mountain was instantly thrown into chaos. Many people turned into rays of Buddhist light and rushed towards the entrance at the foot of the spiritual mountain. Bam! At this time, Gu Fei struck out with his palm and collided with an old monk with white hair and beard. Both of their bodies trembled and they took a step back. "Good!" Gu Fei roared. Terrifying sound waves shook the heavens and earth. After that, he took a step forward and punched the old monk again. His move was simple and direct. To Gu Fei, simple and direct martial arts were his trump cards. As long as his strength was strong enough, a single punch could break through all divine arts. Bam! Gu Fei and the old monk clashed again. This time, Gu Fei was unmoving like a mountain while the old monk took a step back. Gu Fei had the upper hand in the second strike. He struck out 8 times in a row. Every time the old monk received a blow, he felt as if he was being slammed by an ancient divine mountain. Golden blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Bam! Gu Fei struck out for the 9th time and the old monk could no longer block it. The violent palm force broke the bones in his arm. The bones pierced through the skin on his shoulder and came out. The old monk flew out like a kite with a broken string. Golden Buddha blood sprinkled down from the sky, sparkling like liquid golden pearls. The Grand Elder lost. How is this possible? He actually defeated the Grand Elder. A group of Buddhist experts who rushed down from the spiritual mountain happened to see the scene of Gu Fei defeating the old monk. They were all dumbfounded and could not believe what they saw. This was too shocking. That old monk was no ordinary monk. He was the Grand Elder of the spiritual mountain. His cultivation was unfathomable and he was the strongest person on the spiritual mountain other than Buddhist Lord Qing Lian. Such a person was defeated by this young cultivator. Could this young cultivator be a supreme cultivator? Everyone was shocked. No one dared to move recklessly. They were all stunned by the unparalleled strength of Gu Fei. Who was this person? How dare he kill his way up the spiritual mountain alone? To see the first episode without ads, please go to please share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1369. The Grand Elder of the Buddhist sect usually didn't show himself and only guarded the mountain gate at the foot of the spiritual mountain. He was no different from an ordinary old monk. No one knew how long this old monk had been guarding the spiritual mountain. Later disciples of the Buddhist sect didn't even know that there was such a person on the spiritual mountain. Only the higher-ups of the Buddhist sect knew of this old monk's existence. The old monk's seniority was so high that even Buddhist Lord Green Lotus had to address him as Uncle Master. The Uncle Master of the current Buddhist Lord of West Earth was a frightening identity. However, at this time, the Buddhist Vedanta, whose status was second only to Buddhist Lord Green Lotus, had actually been defeated by a young cultivator. Who are you? A middle-aged monk with golden light flowing around his body walked out. He held a Vajra staff in his hand that was branded with Buddhist runes. Bam! The middle-aged monk slammed the Vajra staff into the ground, causing the entire ground to shake. The staff seemed to be very heavy. Humph! The Buddhist sect of West Earth? What a great name, but it's nothing more than this. Gu Fei stood on the mountain path and glanced at the middle-aged monk in front of him. He had deliberately come to cause trouble. What kind of devil is this? How dare you? Buddha is merciful. Who knows, we might have to act on behalf of the heavens and expiate this devil from the afterlife. The upper echelons of the Buddhist sects arrived one after another. After hearing Gu Fei's words, several Buddhist sects experts revealed angry expressions and said such words. Soon, more than a dozen Buddhist experts gathered on the mountain path. Some of them looked kind and compassionate, while others were full of battle intent and glaring vajra. These were the experts of the Buddhist sect on the surface of the spiritual mountain. Gu Fei didn't care about them. What was worthy of his attention were the three Buddhist almighties on the spiritual mountain. The moment he entered the spiritual mountain, two divine consciousnesses had already locked onto him. They belonged to the two Buddhist almighties overseeing the spiritual mountain. The third person isn't on the spiritual mountain? Gu Fei had to be careful. The reason why he dared to barge into Mount Numinous was because he had made sufficient preparations. He didn't decide to barge into the sacred ground of West Earth's Buddhism rashly. One had to know that West Earth's Buddhism sect had been operating in West Earth for countless years, and no one knew what kind of powerful trump cards they had. Gu Fei wanted to probe them. He ignored these people and walked forward. A powerful aura spread from his body, causing the expressions of the people in front of him to change. The immense pressure from Gu Fei's body was like a mountain pressing down on the hearts of the dozen Buddhist experts, forcing them to retreat. This person, all of the Buddhist experts were shaken. This person who charged into the spiritual mountain was extremely powerful and exceeded their expectations. No wonder he could defeat the Great Elder. At this time, someone had already carried away the Great Elder who had been sent flying by Gu Fei. The old monk's injuries were not light, and this was the result of Gu Fei showing mercy. Oh, Amitabha. Buddha is merciful. The middle-aged monk with the Vajra staff glared angrily and took a step forward. A vast Buddhist power erupted from his body, and his entire body became resplendent with golden light. Pung! The monk's clothes were pulverized by the mighty Buddhist power that surged out of his body. Buddhist runes appeared on his golden skin. Vajra true body? When Gu Fei saw this, he stopped. He had already investigated that there were 3 Vajra protectors in West Earth's Buddhism sect. These 3 Vajra protectors cultivated the supreme Buddhist mystic art, Vajra true body. He didn't dare to be careless. Legend had it that this supreme mystic art created by the ancient Buddhist lord could compete with the indestructible martial body when cultivated to the highest realm. You evil creature, you'd better leave quickly. Otherwise, I'll start a massacre. The middle-aged monk shouted loudly. His voice was like a great bell that reverberated between heaven and earth. Humph. I can kill you with one finger. Gu Fei sneered. He then stretched out his right hand and raised his middle finger at the Buddhist Vajra protector. Roar. The Vajra protector of the Buddhist sect roared angrily after being looked down upon by the other party. The entire world shook along with his roar. He swung the Vajra cudgel with both hands and directly smashed it down on Gu Fei's head. Boom! The Buddhist runes on the Vajra staff lit up and emitted a terrifying Buddhist power fluctuation. It shook the heavens and the earth. The mighty Buddhist power that came down from the Vajra staff caused the entire void to collapse. Half-step almighty? Gu Fei felt the Buddhist power fluctuation from the Vajra protector in front of him. A strange expression flashed across his face. This Vajra protector was actually a half-step almighty. The Vajra staff smashed down like a primordial divine mountain pressing down. A gust of wind swept out, and the surrounding sand and stones flew everywhere. The Buddhist experts hurriedly retreated into the distance. Gu Fei's expression didn't change. He stretched out his right hand and pointed at the Vajra staff. The Vajra protector's movements immediately stopped. What? How? How is this possible? All the Buddhist experts were stunned by the scene in front of them. They were dumbfounded. Even some famous Buddhist Vedanta were moved. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Someone had actually blocked the Vajra protector's all-out attack with a single finger. This was too unreal. It had to be known that the Vajra protector cultivated the Vajra true body. The power of the Vajra protector's staff could even smash a primordial divine mountain in front of him, let alone a human cultivator. How could there be someone in the world with such a powerful physical body? Could it be, some of the elders thought of something. Roar. The Vajra protector roared again and again. He desperately urged the Vajra Buddhist power in his body. The golden Buddhist power spread out from his body like waves of water. His entire body seemed to be cast in gold and was filled with power. However, no matter how hard the Vajra protector tried, the Vajra staff in his hand could no longer be pressed down. Gu Fei's finger was fixed on the Vajra staff, unmoving like a mountain. Bam! A divine light suddenly erupted from the tip of Gu Fei's finger that was holding the Vajra staff in place. A powerful force rushed out of his finger and directly sent the Vajra protector and the Vajra protector flying. This force was so powerful that the Vajra staff in the Vajra protector's hand flew out of the Vajra protector's hand. Bloody wounds appeared on his arm, and his arm bones were almost broken. Whoosh! A figure rushed down from the spirit mountain and flew to hug the Vajra protector, who had been sent flying, before landing on the ground from the sky. It was a young monk dressed in white. His body didn't emit any powerful aura, but when Gu Fei saw the monk, his pupils involuntarily shrank. Why does this guy look so much like the little monk Fan Xiu? Could it be that the little monk Fan Xiu has a big brother? Gu Fei thought to himself. The young monk put down the Vajra protector. At this time, the Vajra protector had been seriously injured. His cultivation had almost been scattered by Gu Fei, so he couldn't even stand steadily. Someone from the side walked up and took the Vajra protector from the young monk's hands. On the spirit mountain, there was one more injured soldier. Gu Fei didn't kill him. He didn't intend to be that ruthless. You're too polite, benefactor. The young monk put his palms together and bowed to Gu Fei. Do you have a relationship with the little monk Fan Xiu? Gu Fei didn't beat around the bush and directly asked the question in his heart. Who is Fan Xiu? After hearing Gu Fei's words, not only was the young monk puzzled, but the surrounding Buddhist experts were also inexplicably surprised. None of them seemed to know the origin of the little monk Fan Xiu. What the hell was going on? The expressions of the Buddhist experts were all taken in by Gu Fei, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. No one in the West Earth Buddhist sect actually knew the origin of the little monk Fan Xiu. Could there be some secret behind this? The little monk Fan Xiu was dug out from the tomb of the ancient Buddhist lord when the old tortoise was digging the tomb of the ancient Buddhist lord. This kind of origin was really too unbelievable. Who cares so much? I'm here to cause trouble. I heard that the legendary heavenly Buddha path is about to open, so I'm here to take a look. Gu Fei explained the purpose of his visit. His real purpose was actually the heavenly Buddha path. What? The Buddhist Holy Land is not a place for evil demons like you to set foot in. Leave quickly, lest you end up dead. At this time, there were already more than 100 Buddhist experts gathered at the mountain gate of the spiritual mountain. These Buddhist experts came from all over the world to participate in the Dharma discussion that was held once every 1,000 years. Hearing that Gu Fei wanted to enter the heavenly Buddha path, all the Buddhist experts were shocked and angry at the same time. One had to know that even they themselves were not qualified to enter the Buddhist Holy Land. Can you stop me? A faint smile appeared on Gu Fei's face, and then he continued to walk forward. A powerful pressure deterred the surrounding Buddhist experts. Defeating the Grand Elder and injuring the Guardian Vajra with a finger, Gu Fei's combat strength was really terrifying. Although the Buddhist experts were shocked and angry, no one dared to act rashly. Benefactor, I think you should leave. The young monk stood in front of Gu Fei, motionless. In the face of Gu Fei's strength, this monk's expression didn't change and he calmly dealt with it, which surprised Gu Fei. What if I don't leave? Gu Fei came in front of the young monk, his eyes glimmered with a divine light, ready to strike at any time. Everyone watched this scene with extreme nervousness. This young monk seemed to be a servant of the spiritual mountain, but this young monk seemed to be able to contend with this powerful enemy. The spiritual mountain was indeed a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. An old monk and a young monk, both unknown Buddhist experts, and one stronger than the other. You're the third person. Gu Fei's words were incomparably cold. His battle intent rose to a peak in an instant, causing the space around him to tremble. It was as if even the heavens and earth could not contain his powerful physical body. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1370. West Earth's spirited mountain was overseen by 3 Buddhist almighties. Gu Fei had been wandering around Spirited Mountain for a few days, but he only sensed the presence of 2 almighties. The presence of the third almighty Buddhist only appeared for a moment and never appeared again. This made Gu Fei a little worried. That third person was probably the strongest among the 3 almighties. You're the third person. Gu Fei stared at the white-robed young monk in front of him. His battle intent was like a heavenly sword that was unsheathed, pressuring everyone to the point of suffocation. This is the presence of an almighty Buddhist. He's an almighty Buddhist. The presence of the immortal Tao? Inside the mountain gate of the spiritual mountain, all the experts of the Buddhist sects had a strange expression on their faces. This young cultivator was actually a supreme being as well. However, they soon understood. If it wasn't for his cultivation base and strength, he wouldn't have dared to barge into the spiritual mountain. Ever since the ancient Buddhist lord established his sect in West Earth, the number of people who dared to enter Spirited Mountain could be counted on one's fingers. No one dared to underestimate Spirited Mountain. Almsgiver, you're forcing me to kill. The young monk didn't answer Gu Fei's question. He still had a calm expression, as if even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, it would have nothing to do with him. TSK. Gu Fei sneered. Without saying another word, he took a step forward and threw a punch at the young monk in front of him. There was no violent energy ripple, nor was there a monstrous aura. It was like a casual punch. However, such a punch caused the young monk's expression to change immediately. Swoosh! The young monk directly retreated. His opponent's punch was simply unstoppable. It was a punch that could turn something rotten into something magical. Although it didn't have a powerful aura, it gave people a feeling that it was difficult to dodge. This punch had sublimated from the form to the intent. It had an invincible intent. Activate the mountain defense grand formation. The young monk shouted. A circle of Buddhist light appeared behind his head and a lotus seat appeared under his feet. He sat cross-legged on the lotus seat like a real Buddha. Humph. Stop pretending. Gu Fei immediately used Void Step. It was as though he was traversing through the void. His speed was extremely fast. With just one step, he had already arrived in front of the young monk. So fast. The young monk was taken aback. He formed a Buddhist seal with his hand and sent it towards Gu Fei. This was the Buddhist sect's great palm imprint. Boundless Buddhist energy surged out from his Buddhist seal like a golden flood, rushing towards Gu Fei. Rumble, under the impact of the golden torrent, the entire world shook. Spatial cracks appeared in the void, unable to withstand this power. Swoosh! At this moment, a golden pillar of light shot out from the peak of the Spirited Mountain. Then, a layer of Buddhist light spread out from the sky, forming a gigantic golden light barrier. It descended from the sky and enveloped the entire Spirited Mountain. This was the mountain defense grand formation of the Buddhist sect, Great Meru Rui Buddha Light Barrier. Gu Fei saw that the mountain defense grand formation of the Buddhist sect had been activated, but his expression remained unchanged. He punched out, directly facing the golden torrent that was rushing towards him. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The golden torrent was shattered by his punch. He was incomparably ferocious, directly using his physical body to resist the supreme Buddhist energy. He dispersed the power of the young monk's Buddhist seal with one punch and instantly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared behind the young monk without any warning. The young monk was alarmed and rushed forward without thinking. Bam! At this moment, Gu Fei had already slammed his palm towards the back of the young monk. A resplendent golden palm enveloped the sky, causing the void to collapse. The young monk turned into Buddhist light, breaking through the seal of Gu Fei's palm power and rushed out. Good. Gu Fei stood in the void. The immortal Tao power on his body was vast and mighty. He seemed to have become one with the surrounding void as he chased after the young monk. At this time, all the Buddhist Vedanta gathered on the spirited mountain were alarmed, but the two Buddhist almighties did not appear. The two mighty figures of Buddhism were still observing. The Buddhist Dharma discussion that was held once every 1,000 years had gathered all the experts on the spirited mountain. This was the strength of West Earth's Buddhism on the surface. The heavenly Buddha path hadn't opened yet, the legendary supreme sacred land of Buddhism hadn't appeared yet. The heavenly Buddha path was the true foundation of Buddhism. In ancient times, the Buddhist Lord displayed supreme Dharma, wanting to create the 6 paths of reincarnation with his own power. The 6 paths of reincarnation wasn't created yet, but the embryonic form of the 6 paths was refined by him. The heavenly Buddha path was the head of the 6 paths. Legend had it that it was a supreme sacred land. The Dharma discussion that was held once every 1,000 years was actually to send genius disciples to the heavenly Buddha path. The Dharma discussion that was held once every 1,000 years was definitely one of the most important events of West Earth's Buddhism. At this time, Spirited Mountain definitely did not lack experts. However, there were not many who were truly qualified to take action. This was a battle between almighty beings. It was difficult for outsiders to intervene, unless the person who intervened was also an almighty being. Boom! Bam! Shocking sounds rang out from time to time as Gu Fei and the young monk fought endlessly. In the end, he used the yin-yang reincarnation fist to gradually suppress the young monk. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei was forcing the young monk back, a Vajra pestle shot down from the peak of the spirited mountain, aiming for the top of Gu Fei's head. Finally willing to fight? Gu Fei looked up and a Dao sword rushed out from his forehead to meet the Vajra pestle. The primordial spirit Dao sword clashed against the devil-subduing Vajra pestle. Bam! When the two forces collided, there was an extremely dull sound. Then, the devil-subduing Vajra pestle shattered the primordial spirit Dao sword and continued to stab at the top of Gu Fei's head. Buddhist sacred weapon? Gu Fei was shocked. The devil-subduing Vajra was a Buddhist sacred weapon. It really surprised him, but so what if it was a sacred weapon? Boom! He used the yin-yang reincarnation fist and blasted out another simple punch. The power of yin and yang surged on his fist, colliding and intertwining with each other, forming an even more powerful destructive force. There was no trick. This was a battle of strength against strength. The strong would win, and the weak would only have a tragic ending. Gu Fei's fist collided with the devil-subduing Vajra, and there was a deafening sound of metal colliding. The surrounding Buddhist experts turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated into the distance. A battle between powerhouses was too terrifying. The power of a powerhouse could easily tear the void, shatter the heavens and earth, and move mountains and seas. The vast power caused the entire spirited mountain to shake. To see the first advertisement, please go to Please Share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1371. Spiritual Mountain, the Holy Land of West Earth's Buddhist Sect. It was the supreme sacred mountain in the hearts of countless believers. All the experts of West Earth's Buddhist sect were gathered there. After Gu Fei forced the young cultivator to retreat, the Buddhist sect supreme expert at the peak of Spiritual Mountain made his move. The devil-subduing Vajra scepter turned into a golden true dragon and rushed down from the peak. The terrifying fluctuations of a saint-level cultivator reverberated between the heavens and earth. It was as though a golden holy dragon had appeared between the heavens and earth, shaking the entire sacred mountain. Boom! Gu Fei was incomparably domineering. He didn't dodge and directly punched towards the golden dragon that was rushing down from the sky. The aura of the fist striking the dragon's head was shocking. The devil-subduing Vajra scepter was a sacred weapon of Buddhist sect. Under the control of a supreme expert, it emitted a strand of holy might, causing all the living beings on Spiritual Mountain to tremble. Countless Buddhist disciples directly knelt down as though they were worshipping the Supreme Buddha in their hearts. Everyone was incomparably pious. Boom! Vast Buddhist energy and immortal energy raged. Gu Fei was extremely domineering. He actually used the power of his physical body to resist the sacred weapon of Buddhist sect. His golden fist seemed to have turned into a golden sun as it fiercely collided with the dragon's head formed by the devil-subduing Vajra. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, a saint-level energy wave spread out from between the two, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Gu Fei was sent flying and the devil-subduing Vajra scepter was also sent flying. The golden true dragon dissipated in the void and turned into a golden Vajra scepter that was about a foot long. There were Buddhist Tao runes on it. What? This is impossible. Am I seeing things? Heavens, he actually used his physical body to block the attack of our sacred weapon. All the experts of Buddhist sect who saw this scene were stunned. They simply couldn't believe what they saw. There was actually someone in this world who could use his physical body to resist a sacred weapon. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, they still couldn't believe it. Everyone felt that everything was too surreal. Could it be that this young cultivator was actually a saint of immortal Tao? Gu Fei was sent flying several thousand zhang away before he managed to stop himself. 9 rays of immortal light shot out from his body and circled around him. Each ray of immortal light emitted a terrifying wave of immortal force. The 9 revolutions heavenly art. You are the successor of the Tao Father? An old voice rang out from the peak of Spirited Mountain. Then, a figure appeared in the sky above Spirited Mountain, walking down the mountain step by step. This was an old monk. This old monk couldn't be any older. All his teeth had fallen off and his eyes were turbid. It was as if he couldn't see the road anymore. However, with every step the old monk took, a golden lotus would appear beneath his feet, dragging him down. With every step he took, lotuses would appear. Buddhist mighty figure. When Gu Fei saw the old monk, his pupils involuntarily shrank. He had come prepared. His real body was outside the spiritual mountain, and it was his saint-level puppet avatar that had broken into the spiritual mountain. His primordial spirit had entered the avatar's control and unleashed a supreme immortal arcane art. This made the Buddhist mighty figure mistakenly believe that it was an immortal mighty figure who had broken into the spiritual mountain. The old monk took a few steps forward and arrived near the mountain gate. He reached out and grabbed the demon-subduing Vajra that had been knocked away by Gu Fei's fist energy. Buzz! The Vajra vibrated and the Buddhist Tao runes on its surface emitted a resplendent Buddhist light, drawing upon a strand of Buddhist Tao energy. A holy aura filled the air. Buddhist Tao and immortal Tao have always minded their own business. Benefactor, are you trying to incite a war between immortals and Buddhas? The old monk's hoarse voice rang out. Though the old monk's voice wasn't loud, it traveled far and wide. All the Buddhist disciples on the spiritual mountain could hear him clearly. What war between immortals and Buddhas? Old monk, don't talk so much. I'm here today to witness the legendary heavenly Buddha Tao. Gu Fei's overbearing attitude left no room for negotiation. It's impossible to enter the heavenly Buddha Tao. At this time, the young monk also walked over. The 2 Buddhist mighty figures locked onto Gu Fei. A bronze bell appeared in the young monk's hand. Gu Fei couldn't help but take another look at the bronze bell in the young monk's hand because he noticed that it was very similar to the Buddhist sacred weapon, the Sanskrit Buddhist bell. A Buddhist sacred weapon that imitates the Sanskrit Buddhist bell? The aura exuded from the bronze bell made Gu Fei feel a considerable pressure. This was a sacred weapon, a terrifying one at that. Then let me experience the Buddhist sect's ultimate move today. Gu Fei didn't say anything else and directly attacked. The 9 immortal lights around him turned into 9 immortal swords. They emitted towering sword energy fluctuations and pierced towards the 2 Buddhist mighty figures in front of him. Swish! The 9 swords shot out at the same time, easily piercing through the void of heaven and earth. Under the impact of the sword energy, the temperature of the entire heaven and earth dropped rapidly. The chilling sword energy caused one's heart to palpitate. This was no longer a battle between ordinary mighty figures. The arrays on the spiritual mountain were all activated. Rays of Buddhist light rushed out from the mountain, protecting the entire spiritual mountain. The surface of the spiritual mountain was engraved with countless Buddhist runes. The Buddhist runes interweaved with the power of the great Tao of Buddhism. Even the power of a saint would find it hard to break through the spiritual mountain. Dang! A bell rang. The young monk activated the bronze bell. A transparent ripple visible to the naked eye spread out from the Buddhist bell. This was a terrifying, formless killing sound. Buzz! The 5 immortal swords that pierced towards the young monk were blocked by the sound waves from the Buddhist bell. The swords trembled and were almost shattered by the sound waves. The old monk was even more ferocious. He directly swung the demon-subduing Vajra in his hand and smashed away the 4 immortal swords that pierced towards him. The old monk looked extremely old, but the blood in his body was extremely vigorous. It was as if a terrifying beast was hiding in his body. He swung the demon-subduing Vajra and smashed away the 4 immortal swords. Then, he rushed towards Gu Fei. Boom! The old monk leaped up high. Then, he swung the demon-subduing Vajra with both hands and smashed it towards Gu Fei's head. Countless Buddhist runes appeared on the demon-subduing Vajra. A terrifying saint-level Buddhist power surged out from the demon-subduing Vajra. Everyone was shocked. They quickly retreated further away. At this time, no one could intervene. The Buddhist mighty figure in the dark did not seem to have any intention of taking action. The vast and mighty saint-level power caused many temples around the spiritual mountain to collapse. Sand and pebbles within a radius of several miles were sent flying. You think I'm afraid of you? Gu Fei grew stronger. He directly faced the demon-subduing Vajra that was smashing down. Chaotic upheaval. A strange power surged out from his body. The void of heaven and earth seemed to be suddenly shifted and reversed. Then, the demon-subduing Vajra that was smashing down from above actually reversed and smashed towards the old monk's head. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1372. Gu Fei's immortal Tao primordial spirit had inherited all the immortal Tao's divine arts. Gu Fei's primordial spirit entered the saint-tier puppet and could use all sorts of divine arts. He executed the chaotic reversal secret technique and reversed the demon-subduing Vajra scepter that the old monk had smashed down. The old monk's ferocious attack had put him in a dangerous situation. Rumble, the scepter's terrifying might shook heaven and earth, shattering the void as it smashed towards the old monk's head. The old monk paled in fright. Roar! The old monk roared in anger. Golden Buddhist energy surged from his body. Although he looked old, he was terrifyingly ferocious. He could actually use brute force to stop the scepter from smashing down. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. This old monk was too strong. He didn't seem like an old man at all. His qi and blood were many times more vigorous than those in the prime of their lives. What kind of technique did this old monk cultivate? Gu Fei found it hard to imagine. This old monk couldn't be any older, but his qi and blood were so vigorous that there were no signs of aging at all. 9 Secrets of the Immortal Tao, chaotic? The old monk's eyes were no longer turbid. 2 resplendent divine lights shot out from the depths of his eyes as he glanced at Gu Fei with incomparable shock. He recognized the immortal secret technique that Gu Fei used. Clang! The bronze bell grew to the size of a mountain, emitting a terrifying murderous sound as it smashed towards Gu Fei's head. The young monk had made his move. The murderous sound of the bell was vast and mighty. The space below was silently annihilated. Gu Fei used the void step and rushed out from below the bell. Then, he defied the heavens and arrived in front of the bell. He directly punched the bell and a ferocious fist energy erupted from Gu Fei's fist. Clang! The bronze Buddhist bell was smashed by Gu Fei's fist, causing it to cave in. A fist mark appeared on the Buddhist bell and the bell was sent flying thousands of meters away by Gu Fei. What? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes when they saw this. Too strong. The body of this supreme being was just too strong. It was like a humanoid holy weapon. The young monk was even more shocked. No one knew better than him how powerful this Buddhist sacred weapon was because it was a Buddhist weapon refined by a Buddhist great sage. The Buddhist great sages were supreme beings who could compete with the immortal Tao great sages. They were all ruthless characters who were only one step away from attaining the flawless great Tao. The bronze Buddhist bell was made by imitating the Buddhist sect's holy weapon, the Sanskrit Buddhist bell. It was imprinted with the mark of the great Tao of the Buddhist sect's great Tao, and it could activate the power of the great Tao. The moment the Buddha bell appeared, it was invincible. The young monk had used this sacred weapon of the Buddhist sect to slay countless demons. But right now, he had met his match. The bronze bell quickly shrank and flew back into the young monk's hand. He wiped the bell with his hand, and the fist mark on the bell immediately disappeared. Buddhist runes appeared on the bronze Buddhist bell, and a terrifying power was awakening. Again. At this time, the old monk attacked again. The exorcism Vajra in his hand turned into a golden dragon's shadow. It emitted a blinding golden light and swept towards Gu Fei's waist. Chaotic reversal. Gu Fei once again used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the chaotic reversal secret art. He reversed the old monk's attack, but this time, Gu Fei felt that it was extremely strenuous. The old monk was using a great Buddhist technique to fight against Gu Fei's 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Although the old monk's attack was reversed, it was no longer a threat to him. His entire body became illusory and illusory. Although Gu Fei's devil-subduing Vajra pestle had struck him, it was only his illusory image that was struck. You have the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, and I have the Buddhist light traversal technique. The old monk's figure flickered between reality and illusion, and his old voice was full of confidence. The Buddhist light traversal technique had unimaginable power. It could actually fight against one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the chaotic reversal secret art. This shocked Gu Fei to no end. One had to know that the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were supreme immortal techniques created by the supreme Tao ancestor. Each secret had heaven-defying divine might. Once the 9 secrets were used, one would be in an invincible position. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were unbeatable secret arts. Alright, then let's see who's the strongest. Gu Fei's endless fighting spirit was ignited by the old monk. He used the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao to fight against the old monk. This was a battle between saints. Even with the Buddhist grand formation protecting the spirit mountain, the void around Gu Fei and the old monk was still pierced. The evil subduing Vajra scepter turned into a golden divine dragon that danced around the old monk. The old monk was like the legendary dragon subduing Arhat, displaying great battle prowess. The old monk was too ferocious. He actually exchanged a few punches with Gu Fei. But the result was predictable. The bones in the old monk's arm were almost broken, and his body suffered a great impact. He was so scared that he didn't dare to clash head-on with Gu Fei. Gu Fei's nascent divinity was a saint-level puppet. It was a human-shaped saint weapon that could display the power of a saint level. A punch from it could kill a half-saint. The old monk was also quite impressive. He actually exchanged a few punches with Gu Fei. His body was only injured, and he wasn't smashed into pieces by Gu Fei's fists. Gu Fei was still fighting the 2 Buddhist almighties with ease. The battle prowess displayed by the puppet made the 2 Buddhist almighties fearful. They could vaguely guess that there was something wrong with Gu Fei because they could see that Gu Fei wasn't a saint. Since he wasn't a saint, how could he have a physique that was comparable to a saint weapon? The legendary saint-level puppet? Those who could become almighties were all peerless geniuses. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to sever their Tao to become almighties. Such existences were definitely ancient existences in the mortal realm. The old monk and the young monk had lived for countless years. Their knowledge was extraordinary. They quickly noticed the abnormality on Gu Fei's body. If Gu Fei was a saint, he would be able to kill all of them with a single move. Even if he possessed a saint weapon, the result would be the same. There was a fundamental difference between the power of a saint and a true saint. If a saint attacked, they would be instantly killed even if they had a saint weapon. This was because a saint's understanding of the great Tao was a gap that other cultivators couldn't surpass. The profundities of the great Tao could become an absolute killing force. Without reaching the level of a saint, one would never know how terrifying a saint was. Although Gu Fei was fighting the two Buddhist almighties, the thing that really made him feel uneasy was the existence of the Buddhist almighties hiding in the dark. There were 3 Buddhist almighties overseeing the spiritual mountain. At this time, 2 of them had already made their moves. The last one had yet to make a move. This was a variable. The last Buddhist almighty hadn't made a move yet, but his divine sense locked onto Gu Fei, forcing Gu Fei to be on guard at all times. This affected his battle prowess. Damn it. Gu Fei naturally knew what the guy hiding in the dark was planning. The Buddhist almighty wanted Gu Fei to fight with the old monk and the young monk until both sides were injured before he made his move. The Buddhist almighty didn't seem to be united. Bam! Gu Fei sent the bronze Buddhist bell flying with a punch and forced the young monk to retreat. He took a step forward and stomped on the old monk's demon, subduing Vajra ferociously. Swish! He stomped on the demon, subduing Vajra with his right foot, and turned into a bolt of lightning. He soared into the sky and rushed towards the peak of the spiritual mountain. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered with these people anymore. Stop him. We can't let him reach the peak of the spiritual mountain. Shouts sounded from all directions. All the Buddhist experts were shocked and angry, but they didn't have the strength to stop Gu Fei. Roar! The 2 Buddhist almighties roared and chased after Gu Fei. It was their duty to protect the spiritual mountain. If Gu Fei were to reach the peak of the spiritual mountain, they would be too ashamed to show their faces. The 5 elements void appeared on Gu Fei's body. He used the void steps and moved quickly in the void. In just a few steps, he was already halfway up the spiritual mountain. Boom! At this moment, a golden Buddha's hand broke through the layers of light from the peak of Spirited Mountain and slammed down on Gu Fei, who was halfway up the mountain. A terrifying Buddhist power came down from the giant hand. A large area of the void collapsed under the cover of this giant hand. This was a destructive force. Gu Fei directly soared into the sky and pointed his finger. The golden light from his finger was as sharp as a heavenly sword. It cut through the void and pierced through the big hand that was slapping down from the sky. Then, he passed through the big hand that was pierced through. Swish! 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 Beams of golden light cascaded down from the spiritual mountain like golden rainbows. They connected the sky and the earth, emitting terrifying waves of Buddhist power. Each beam of Buddhist light seemed to be able to kill a sage. This Buddhist light was the power condensed by the mountain guarding Grand Formation. The Buddhist Grand Formation on the spiritual mountain was definitely a saint-level formation. It was extremely terrifying. Even a quasi-sage would be killed by it. However, Gu Fei was not a quasi-sage. It was not his real body that made it to the top of the spiritual mountain. It was a saint-level incarnation of his immortal Dao Yuan Shen. A saint-level formation would not be able to suppress this incarnation of Gu Fei. Bam! Gu Fei swung his fist. Beams of dazzling golden Buddhist light shattered under his fist, turning into specks of golden light that dissipated between heaven and earth. Stop him! An expert of the Buddhist sect shouted. All the experts of the Buddhist sect were extremely nervous. If Gu Fei really made it to the peak of the spiritual mountain, the entire Buddhist sect would lose face. No one wanted to see that happen. Chapter 1373. Gu Fei's immortal Dao primordial spirit had inherited all the immortal Dao's divine arts. Gu Fei's primordial spirit entered the saint-tier puppet and could use all sorts of divine arts. He executed the chaotic reversal secret technique and reversed the demon subduing Vajra scepter that the old monk had smashed down. The old monk's ferocious attack had put him in a dangerous situation. Rumble, the Vajra's terrifying might shook the world and shattered the void. It smashed towards the old monk's head, causing the old monk to turn pale with fright. Roar! The old monk roared in anger. Golden Buddhist energy surged around him. Although he looked old, he was terrifyingly ferocious. He could actually use brute force to stop the Vajra's downward momentum. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked at this scene. This old monk was truly too powerful. he didn't seem like an old man at all. His blood and qi were countless times more vigorous than those in the prime of their lives. What did this old monk cultivate? Gu Fei found it hard to imagine. This old monk couldn't be any older, but his blood and qi were incomparably vigorous. There were no signs of aging at all. 9 Secrets of the Immortal Tao, Chaos Reversal. The old monk's eyes were no longer turbid. 2 resplendent divine lights shot out from the depths of his eyes as he glanced at Gu Fei with incomparable shock. He recognized the Immortal Tao secret art Gu Fei used. Clang! The bronze bell expanded to the size of a mountain, emitting a terrifying murderous sound as it smashed down towards Gu Fei. The young monk had made his move. The murderous sound of the bell reverberated and the world below was silently annihilated. Gu Fei used the void step and rushed out from below the bell. Then, he defied the heavens and arrived in front of the bell. He directly punched the bell and a ferocious fist energy erupted from Gu Fei's fist. Clang! The bronze Buddhist bell was smashed by Gu Fei's fist, causing it to cave in. A fist mark appeared on the Buddhist bell and the bell was sent flying thousands of meters away by Gu Fei. What? Everyone couldn't believe their eyes when they saw this. Too strong. The body of this supreme being was just too strong. It was like a humanoid holy weapon. The young monk was even more shocked. No one knew better than him how powerful this Buddhist sacred weapon was because it was a Buddhist weapon refined by a Buddhist great sage. The Buddhist great sages were supreme beings who could compete with the immortal Tao great sages. They were all ruthless characters who were only one step away from attaining the flawless great Tao. The bronze Buddhist bell was made by imitating the Buddhist sect's holy weapon, the Sanskrit Buddhist bell. It was imprinted with the mark of the great Tao of the Buddhist sect's great Tao, and it could activate the power of the great Tao. The moment the Buddha bell appeared, it was invincible. The young monk had used this sacred weapon of the Buddhist sect to slay countless demons. But right now, he had met his match. The bronze bell quickly shrank and flew back into the young monk's hand. He wiped the bell with his hand, and the fist mark on the bell immediately disappeared. Buddhist runes appeared on the bronze Buddhist bell, and a terrifying power was awakening. Again. At this time, the old monk attacked again. The exorcism Vajra in his hand turned into a golden dragon's shadow. It emitted a blinding golden light and swept towards Gu Fei's waist. Chaotic Reversal. Gu Fei once again used one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the Chaotic Reversal secret art. He reversed the old monk's attack, but this time, Gu Fei felt that it was extremely strenuous. The old monk was using a great Buddhist technique to fight against Gu Fei's 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao. Although the old monk's attack was reversed, it was no longer a threat to him. His entire body became illusory and illusory. Although Gu Fei's devil-subduing Vajra pestle had struck him, it was only his illusory image that was struck. You have the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, and I have the Buddhist light traversal technique. The old monk's figure flickered between real and illusory, and his old voice was full of confidence. The Buddhist light traversal technique had unimaginable power. It could actually fight against one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the Chaotic Reversal secret art. This shocked Gu Fei to no end. One had to know that the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao were supreme immortal techniques created by the Supreme Tao Ancestor. Each secret had heaven-defying divine might. Once the 9 secrets were used, one would be in an invincible position. The 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao were unbeatable secret arts. Alright, then let's see who's the strongest. Gu Fei's endless fighting spirit was ignited by the old monk. He used the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao to fight against the old monk. This was a battle between saints. Even with the Buddhist Grand Formation protecting the Spirit Mountain, the void around Gu Fei and the old monk was still pierced. The evil subduing Vajra scepter turned into a golden divine dragon that danced around the old monk. The old monk was like the legendary dragon subduing Arhat, displaying great battle prowess. The old monk was too ferocious. He actually exchanged a few punches with Gu Fei. But the result was predictable. The bones in the old monk's arm were almost broken, and his body suffered a great impact. He was so scared that he didn't dare to clash head-on with Gu Fei. Gu Fei's nascent divinity was a saint-level puppet. It was a human-shaped saint weapon that could display the power of a saint level. A punch from it could kill a half-saint. The old monk was also quite impressive. He actually exchanged a few punches with Gu Fei, and his body was only injured. He wasn't smashed into pieces by Gu Fei's fists. Gu Fei was still fighting the two Buddhist almighties with ease. The battle prowess displayed by the puppet made the two Buddhist almighties fearful. They could vaguely guess that there was something wrong with Gu Fei's body because they could see that Gu Fei wasn't a saint. Since he wasn't a saint, how could he have a physique that was comparable to a saint weapon? The legendary saint-level puppet? Those who could become almighties were all peerless geniuses. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to sever their Tao to become almighties. Such existences were definitely ancient existences in the mortal realm. The old monk and the young monk had lived for countless years. Their knowledge was extraordinary. They quickly noticed the abnormality on Gu Fei's body. If Gu Fei was a saint, he would be able to kill all of them with a single move. Even if he possessed a saint weapon, the result would be the same. There was a fundamental difference between the power of a saint and a true saint. If a saint were to attack, even if he had a saint weapon, he would still be killed in an instant. This was because a saint's understanding of the great Tao was a gap that other cultivators couldn't surpass. The profundities of the great Tao could become an absolute killing force. Without reaching the level of a saint, one would never know how terrifying a saint was. Although Gu Fei was fighting the two Buddhist almighties, the thing that made him feel uneasy was the existence of the Buddhist almighties hiding in the dark. There were 3 Buddhist almighties overseeing the spiritual mountain. At this time, 2 of them had already made their moves. The last one had yet to make a move. This was a variable. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1374. Swoosh. 9 golden shadows appeared around Gu Fei with mighty Buddhist power. These 9 shadows were like 9 almighty Buddhists who suddenly appeared and surrounded Gu Fei. Gu Fei pointed out with his finger, wanting to destroy the large figure in front of him. However, the extremely sharp finger power passed through the illusory figure and was unable to destroy it. Gu Fei was taken aback. He soared into the sky, but the 9 illusory figures also soared into the sky. Like shadows, they continued to surround Gu Fei. Humph. Gu Fei sneered. The 5 elemental voids suddenly emerged from his body. 5 forces spread out and sucked the 9 illusory figures into the 5 elemental void. Rumble, the 5 elements void shook. Gu Fei used the power of the 5 elements to destroy the 9 shadows and continued to rush up. In the blink of an eye, he arrived near the mountain peak. Swoosh. Just when Gu Fei was near the mountain peak, the void around him suddenly collapsed. A strong force pulled him into a pitch-black hole without any light. Oh no. Gu Fei was shocked. He knew that he had fallen into a trap. Someone had set up a killing trap and was waiting for him to rush into it. In the darkness, there was no sky or earth. He could not feel any aura or fluctuation. It was as if he had escaped from the 3 realms and was no longer within the 5 elements. Humph. Didn't you ask me to attack? I'm going to attack now. A voice suddenly appeared in the dark void. It turned out that the almighty Buddhists who were hiding in the dark had set up a killing trap. Shameless scoundrel. Gu Fei was shocked and angry. The almighty Buddhists in the dark had actually done such a thing. This was too despicable and unscrupulous. If I can kill you, what's the harm in being a little shameless? The voice of the powerful being from the Buddhist sect rang out. After that, the entire dark void started trembling as streams of chaos chi gushed towards Gu Fei from all directions. The power of destruction was vast and surging, able to destroy everything. Do you think you can kill me like this? Gu Fei's voice was incomparably cold. His killing intent soared into the sky. The despicable actions of the other party had completely infuriated him. Immortal energy erupted from his entire body, causing the entire dark space to split apart. Divine runes of the immortal Tao appeared on his body and then rushed out, interweaving in the space around him, forming a terrifying domain. Even the chaotic energy was blocked by Gu Fei's domain and couldn't get close to him. Saint-Tier Immortal Tao Flying Avatar, no wonder you dared to charge into the Spirit Mountain alone. The voice in the dark was very surprised. Gu Fei's battle prowess had already exceeded his expectations. Whoosh! Gu Fei didn't say anything. A beam of violet gold divine light surged from his brow, and an extremely powerful primordial spirit rippled out from within. Vroom! In the next moment, a rumbling sound rang out in the void. A violet gold Dao sword shot out from between Gu Fei's brow, instantly tearing through the void and shooting out from the dark space. What? The person in the dark was shocked. He never expected Gu Fei to have such a method. He was sent into the dark void and could still tear open the void. The aura of the outside world seeped in through the tear. Open. Gu Fei threw a punch at the crack that had been torn open by the primordial spirit Dao sword. The ferocious force of the punch caused the entire space to collapse. Then, a gap that was several tens of feet in size appeared. I can't let him out. Boom! A rumbling sound came from outside, and then a golden Buddha hand pressed towards the tear. In the palm of the Buddha's hand, there was a Wan character that shone with blinding Buddhist light. You want to fight me head-on? Gu Fei couldn't help but laugh. He cultivated a supreme martial art, and his body was so strong that even Khanate divine beasts couldn't compare. He stepped forward and punched. It was a simple and direct punch, but the fist force was unstoppable. It displayed an indomitable momentum. Bam! The entire dark void almost collapsed. The golden Buddha hand in front of him was shattered by Gu Fei's punch, and Gu Fei rushed out through the gap. Clang! The moment Gu Fei rushed out, a bell rang out. A bronze Buddha bell hung high in the sky, raining down a terrifying murderous sound that shattered the world. Roar! Gu Fei was caught off guard. All he heard was a buzzing sound in his ears, and he couldn't hear anything else. He was sent flying thousands of feet away with his hands over his head. Bam! A golden dragon shadow rushed over at this moment, sending Gu Fei flying thousands of meters away. His chest caved in. Even a Saint-Tier puppet clone couldn't withstand such a ferocious attack. The full power of the three Buddhist powerhouses made Gu Fei dizzy for a moment. A figure hidden in the Buddhist light silently closed in on Gu Fei. It wanted to attack, but Gu Fei was alarmed. He used the void step and rushed forward. Swoosh! The primordial spirit Dao sword appeared again. Purple gold sword light tore through the void, cutting towards the old and young monks. The 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao again. Did you obtain the complete 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao? The old monk said in shock. The old and young monks didn't dare to be careless. One had to know that each secret of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao contained heaven-defying divine might. They used their Buddhist holy weapons to protect themselves, but they were forced back by Gu Fei's primordial spirit Dao sword. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He turned to face the Buddhist powerhouse hidden in the Buddhist light. All sorts of offensive battle techniques were unleashed, causing the entire world to crumble. The despicable Buddhist powerhouse had some skill. Faced with Gu Fei's wrath, he calmly dealt with it. He used his Buddhist techniques and actually blocked Gu Fei's attack. Gu Fei discovered that the layer of golden Buddhist light around the mysterious person was very mystical. It could actually block the power of a Saint-Tier attack. Was it also a holy weapon? Even with his martial Dao heavenly eye, Gu Fei found it difficult to see the face of the figure behind the Buddhist light. Swoosh! Fine threads of divine light rushed out from the layer of Buddhist light around the mysterious person. Like silk, they wrapped around Gu Fei. Gu Fei used his primordial spirit Dao sword to fend off the 2 Buddhist powerhouses. Then, he used his fists to fight the mysterious Buddhist powerhouse. In such a battle, a Saint-Tier puppet didn't seem to have much of an advantage. He had a holy weapon, but so did his opponent. He struck out with the Yin-Yang reincarnation fist, dispersing all the golden threads that were wrapping around him. The fist force's momentum didn't reach its peak. It even struck the golden Buddhist light around the mysterious person. Bam! The mysterious person was sent flying thousands of feet away by Gu Fei's punch. He suffered a significant impact, and the layer of golden light around him dimmed, revealing a faint and illusory figure. To see the first advertisement, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1375. Swoosh. 9 golden phantoms appeared around Gu Fei. Buddhist power surged. These 9 phantoms were like 9 almighty Buddhists who had suddenly appeared and surrounded Gu Fei. Gu Fei pointed out with his finger, wanting to destroy the large figure in front of him. However, the extremely sharp finger power passed through the illusory figure and was unable to destroy it. Gu Fei was taken aback. He soared into the sky, but the 9 illusory figures also soared into the sky. Like shadows, they continued to surround Gu Fei. Humph. Gu Fei sneered. The 5 elemental voids suddenly emerged from his body. 5 forces spread out and sucked the 9 illusory figures into the 5 elemental void. Rumble, the 5 elements void shook. Gu Fei used the power of the 5 elements to destroy the 9 shadows and continued to rush up. In the blink of an eye, he was near the mountain peak. Swoosh. Just when Gu Fei was near the mountain peak, the void around him suddenly collapsed. A strong force pulled him into a pitch-black hole without light. Damn it. Gu Fei was shocked. He knew that he had fallen into a trap. Someone had set up a killing trap and was waiting for him to rush into it. In the darkness, there was no sky or earth. He could not feel any aura or fluctuation. It was as if he had escaped from the 3 realms and was no longer within the 5 elements. Humph. Didn't you ask me to attack? I'm going to attack now. A voice suddenly appeared in the dark void. It turned out to be the killing trap set by the almighty Buddhists who were hiding in the dark. Shameless scoundrel. Gu Fei was both shocked and furious. The person in the dark was a great expert of the Buddhist sect, yet he actually acted in such a manner. This was truly too despicable and unscrupulous. What's the harm in being a little shameless if I can kill you? The voice of the powerful Buddhist cultivator rang out. After that, the entire dark space started trembling. Streams of chaos chi gushed towards Gu Fei from all directions. The power of destruction was vast and surging, able to destroy everything in its path. Do you think you can kill me like this? Gu Fei's voice was as cold as ice. His murderous intent soared to the sky. The despicable actions of the almighty Buddhists had thoroughly infuriated him. Immortal energy erupted from his body and pushed open the dark void. Divine runes of the immortal Tao appeared on his body and then rushed out, interweaving in the space around him, forming a terrifying domain. Even the primal chaos chi was blocked by Gu Fei's domain, making it difficult for him to get close. Saint-grade immortal ascension. No wonder you dared to charge into the spiritual mountain alone. The voice in the dark was very surprised. The battle prowess displayed by Gu Fei had exceeded his expectations. Swoosh. Gu Fei did not say anything. A beam of purple gold light surged from his forehead, and an extremely powerful ripple of the power of his soul spread out. Buzz. In the next moment, there was a rumble in the air. A violet gold sword of the way shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows, tearing through the air in an instant and shooting out from the dark space. What? The person in the dark was taken aback. He had never thought that Gu Fei would have such a method. After being sent into the dark void, he was still able to break through the void. The aura of the outside world seeped in through the crack. Open. Gu Fei threw a punch at the crack that had been torn open by the primordial spirit Tao sword. The ferocious force of the punch caused the entire space to collapse. Then, a gap that was several tens of feet in size appeared. Don't let him come out. Boom. A rumble came from outside, and then a golden Buddha's hand pressed against the gap. In the palm of the Buddha's hand, there was a one character that shone with blinding Buddhist light. You want to fight me head-on? Gu Fei could not help but laugh. He cultivated a supreme martial art, and his body was so strong that even connate divine beasts could not compare. He stepped forward and punched. It was a simple and direct punch, but the force of the fist was unstoppable. It displayed an unstoppable momentum. Bang! The entire dark void almost collapsed, and the golden Buddha's hand in front of him was shattered by Gu Fei's punch. Gu Fei rushed out through the gap. Clang! The moment Gu Fei rushed out, a bell rang. A bronze Buddha bell hung high in the sky, raining down a terrifying murderous sound that shattered the world. Roar! Gu Fei was caught off guard. All he heard was a buzzing sound in his ears, and he couldn't hear anything else. He was sent flying thousands of feet away with his hands over his head. Bang! At this moment, a golden dragon's shadow rushed over and directly knocked Gu Fei thousands of feet away, causing his chest to collapse. Even a saint-tier puppet clone could not withstand such a ferocious attack. The full force of the three Buddhist powerhouses made Gu Fei dizzy for a moment. A figure hidden in the Buddhist light silently closed in on Gu Fei. It wanted to attack, but Gu Fei was alarmed. He used the void step and rushed forward. Swoosh! The primordial spirit Tao sword appeared again. Purple gold sword light tore through the void, cutting towards the old and young monks. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao again. Did you obtain the complete 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? The old monk said in shock. The old and young monks did not dare to be careless. One had to know that each secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao contained heaven-defying divine might. They used Buddhist holy weapons to protect themselves, but they were forced back by Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He turned to face the Buddhist powerhouse hidden in the Buddhist light behind him. All sorts of offensive battle techniques were unleashed, causing the entire world to crumble. The despicable Buddhist powerhouse had some skill. Faced with Gu Fei's rage, he dealt with it calmly. He used Buddhist great techniques and actually blocked Gu Fei's attack. Gu Fei discovered that the layer of golden Buddhist light around the mysterious person was very mystical. It could actually block the power of a saint-tier attack. Was it also a holy weapon? Even with his martial Tao heavenly eye, Gu Fei found it difficult to see the face of the figure behind the Buddhist light. Swoosh! Thin threads of divine light rushed out from the layer of Buddhist light around the mysterious person, wrapping around Gu Fei like silk. Gu Fei used the primordial spirit Tao sword to fend off the 2 Buddhist powerhouses. Then, he used his fists to fight the mysterious Buddhist powerhouse. Saint-tier puppets seemed to have a hard time gaining any advantage in such a battle. He had a holy weapon, but so did the other party. He struck out with the yin-yang transmigration fist to disperse the golden threads that were wrapping around him. The fist force's momentum did not reach its peak. It even struck the golden Buddhist light around the mysterious person. Bang! The mysterious person was sent flying thousands of feet away by Gu Fei's punch. He suffered a significant impact, and the layer of golden light around him dimmed, revealing an ethereal figure. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1376. Roar! Gu Fei roared angrily. His immortal Tao mystic art had 9 transformations and his battle prowess was unparalleled. With a single punch, he sent the mysterious powerhouse shrouded in Buddhist light flying hundreds of meters away. He wasn't at a disadvantage in the battle against the 3 Buddhist powerhouses. His primordial spirit Tao sword swept through the heavens and earth, constantly attacking the 2 Buddhist powerhouses behind him. Buzz! The sword of the Tao shook and emanated a terrifying sword wave that shattered space and split the heavens and the earth. It revealed supreme might and forced back the 2 great figures that wielded the divine weapons of the Buddhist sect. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the void steps and walked in the void of the 5 elements. With one step, he appeared above the mysterious powerhouse's head and stomped down on him. Boom! The fire elemental void was guided under Gu Fei's feet. He was like an ancient god of fire, stepping on a fiery world as he descended from the sky. The flames burned the void until it was annihilated. The overwhelming flames instantly drowned the mysterious powerhouse shrouded in Buddhist light. At this moment, a saintly might erupted from the flames. Then, a figure shrouded in Buddhist light rushed out from Gu Fei's fire elemental void. It was a blurry figure shrouded in Buddhist light. There were ancient Buddhist Tao patterns circulating on the Buddhist light. The towering flames couldn't get close to him. What holy weapon is this? Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The other party had used a holy weapon. This was the power of a saint. Only a saint's power could break through the fire elemental void and rush out. It's the great Summer glazed Buddhist light barrier. At this time, the Buddhist virtuous of the entire West Earth Buddhist land had gathered on the spiritual mountain. Among them, someone recognized the mysterious powerhouse's holy weapon. That legendary Buddhist holy weapon? A Buddhist virtuous exclaimed. This was a Buddhist weapon that had long been lost in the primordial chaos. They didn't expect it to appear before their eyes again. Swoosh! After the mysterious powerhouse rushed out of the sea of flames, the Buddhist light on his body immediately flourished. Specks of golden starlight faintly appeared around him. This was the glazed Buddhist light. Specks of golden starlight rushed out of the mysterious powerhouse's body and turned into golden stars that shot towards Gu Fei. It was as if a golden sea of stars was rushing towards Gu Fei. Kill! Gu Fei shouted. He didn't dodge or evade. He directly rushed towards the mysterious cultivator. He waved his fists. Tao patterns appeared on his fists, condensing the power of the great path. Boom! Bam! Gu Fei was incomparably ferocious. He punched out, and the dozen or so big stars that were rushing towards him immediately turned into a golden rain of light, dissipating between heaven and earth. He punched out, and another dozen or so golden big stars exploded. He charged through the golden sea of stars and pointed at the mysterious mighty being. The dazzling divine light immediately tore through the void and broke into the Buddha's light that covered the mysterious mighty being. Pfft! Golden blood splattered. The mysterious mighty being's shoulder was pierced by Gu Fei's finger light, and then he flew backward, trying to avoid Gu Fei's next attack. The mysterious mighty being was protected by the Buddhist sacred weapon, the great Summer glazed Buddhist light shield, but he was still injured. Gu Fei's saint-level avatar was a battle puppet refined by a great sage of the human clan. Its combat power was unparalleled. After Gu Fei's primordial spirit entered this saint-level avatar, the avatar's power gradually came under his complete control. He operated the 9 revolutions heaven art. 9 divine lights circled around his body. Each of them emitted a destructive power. Like a supreme immortal, they pressed towards the mysterious mighty being. The mysterious mighty being's means were too despicable. It aroused Gu Fei's killing intent. He wanted to kill this abominable guy first, and then deal with the 2 great Buddhist mighty beings behind him. Buddha's light illumination. The mysterious mighty being growled and operated the great Summer glazed Buddhist light shield with all his strength. A layer of bright Buddha's light immediately gushed out from his body. The next moment, the mysterious Buddhist mighty being seemed to have turned into a golden divine sun. His whole body emitted endless golden Buddha's light. The dazzling Buddha's light drowned Gu Fei. The Buddha's light contained a terrible power to subdue demons. Although Gu Fei was protected by the 5 elements void, he still seemed to hear thousands of Buddhas chanting sutras in his ears. Even his soul showed signs of being transcended. If an ordinary person was shrouded by this Buddha's light, he would have put down his butcher's knife and become a Buddha. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary person. He could not let go of the butcher's knife in his heart. Roar! You want me to convert? Unless the ancient Buddhist Lord comes in person. Gu Fei roared again and again. He blasted out a punch. The fist force soared into the sky, broke through the layers of Buddha's light, hit outside, and broke the opponent's great technique. Swish! He did not hesitate and directly rushed out from the broken place. At this time, the primordial spirit Tao's sword had already been broken by the old monk and the young monk. He then rushed towards Gu Fei. Rumble, the evil subduing Vajra scepter in the old monk's hand turned into a golden true dragon. It emitted a supreme holy might, almost causing the entire heaven and earth to collapse. It fiercely pounced towards Gu Fei. Dang! The bronze Buddha bell let out a world-shaking Buddhist sound. The terrifying sound waves caused the entire heaven and earth to tremble. The killing sound formed could destroy everything. Any demon would be subdued. When the two holy weapons arrived, the terrifying Buddhist power sealed the entire heaven and earth. Gu Fei could not dodge at all. This was the powerful power of a sage. Even a sage would be shocked. Gu Fei was in danger. However, the stronger he became, the more dangerous the situation was. Only then could he fully unleash his potential. This was the most direct way to stimulate one's potential. His long hair fluttered wildly in the wind as he let out an angry roar that shook the mountains and rivers. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a war immortal. His eyes emitted a divine light that was several feet long as it swept over the two Buddhist almighties. Alright, then let's fight to our heart's content. Gu Fei's battle-intent soared. He directly rushed forward and punched, dispersing the terrifying killing sound that was coming towards him. Then, he took a step forward and turned into a divine light. He streaked across the void like a meteor. Boom! He directly collided with the golden true dragon that was charging towards him. What? He is using his physical body to fight against a holy weapon. Is he crazy? Exclamations sounded everywhere. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. This action of Gu Fei shocked everyone to the extreme. They could not believe what they saw in front of them. What was even more inconceivable was that the madman, who had used his physical body to take on the sacred weapon of the Buddhist sect, did not die. The golden dragon was shattered and turned into a Vajra pestle that radiated with Buddhist light. It flew out. Gu Fei was also sent flying thousands of feet away by a powerful force. His entire saint-tier doppelganger seemed to be falling apart. Even his primordial spirit was almost beaten out. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1377. It had been many years since a battle between supreme existences took place on the spiritual mountain. The last time was when a supreme devil appeared in the desolate battlefield. The earth demon ancestor, Ing Tian, once displayed his supreme demonic might and slaughtered his way up the spiritual mountain. In the end, he even alerted the Arhat of the heavenly Buddha sect and was chased away. The earth demon ancestor, Ing Tian, was a supreme devil that was born in the primordial chaos. He possessed supreme demonic arts, but after being suppressed by the Buddhist sovereign for countless years, his cultivation base was mostly destroyed. It wasn't an easy matter to recover. After Ing Tian, no one else dared to trespass the spiritual mountain. Until today, when Gu Fei's primordial spirit entered the saint-grade puppet and slaughtered his way up the mountain. The once-in-a-thousand-years Dharma exchange was being held. All the eminent monks of the West Earth Buddhism sect were gathered on the spiritual mountain. There were also 3 supreme existences guarding the mountain. Gu Fei dared to trespass the mountain at this time. This kind of courage was something no one else had. The 3 experts of the Buddhist clan joined hands with their divine weapons and fought against Gu Fei. Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow, and he had gone berserk. He did not use the chaotic reversal secret technique, but instead used his supreme Tao technique to fight against the 3 experts. Clang! He ascended to the sky in a single step, appearing in front of the bronze bell. He then slammed his fist on the bell, causing it to cave in. A fist mark appeared where his fist landed. Clang! Gu Fei's fist landed on the same spot on the bell. The entire bell shook violently. The Buddhist Tao runes on its surface flickered, activating the power of the great Tao. The young monk was shocked. He hurriedly tried to control the bell, wanting to retract it. However, Gu Fei followed him like a shadow and punched the bell a 3rd time. Clang! The bronze bell shook and a large part of its body caved in. If it wasn't for the Buddhist Tao runes on the bell, it would have been pierced by Gu Fei. This holy weapon was knocked back by Gu Fei's 3rd punch. The young monk hurriedly retreated, but he still couldn't avoid it. Bam! The bronze bell fiercely smashed onto the young monk's body. A series of bone-cracking sounds rang out from the young monk's body as he was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away along with the bell, coughing out blood. What? Everyone on the spirited mountain was shocked. Was this person really an immortal cultivator? The combat skill that Gu Fei displayed caused them to be bewildered. This person clearly cultivated the power of the immortal Tao. However, what he displayed seemed to be the legendary martial arts and combat skills. Those were two different cultivation systems. Just as Gu Fei sent the young monk flying, the old monk controlled the demon subduing Vajra scepter and charged over. The shadow of a dragon could be faintly seen on the Vajra scepter, emitting a terrifying holy might. The old monk swung the scepter and smashed it towards Gu Fei. Bam! The terrifying power of the Vajra subduing demon subduing Vajra crushed the void between heaven and earth. If it wasn't for the Buddhist Tao runes that were imprinted on the spirited mountain, it would have been shattered by this attack. Kill! The divine light in Gu Fei's eyes was as bright as the sun. He did not dodge or evade, and directly waved his fist, facing the subduing devil Vajra that was smashing down. Boom! Gu Fei's fist collided with the subduing demon Vajra pestle, causing the void to be annihilated. The vast and mighty destructive power obliterated many of the Buddhist Tao patterns in the vicinity. Cracks began to appear on the mountains in the vicinity. Gu Fei was like a meteorite falling from the sky. The old monk's qi and blood were exuberant to the extreme. The power of this strike was extraordinary. It actually smashed Gu Fei down from the sky. As for the old monk, he was sent flying by Gu Fei's fist force. His hands that were holding the Vajra were trembling, and golden blood was seeping out of them. The old monk was incomparably shocked. The devil subduing Vajra pestle in his hand almost flew out of his hand. This demon, the old monk knew how terrifying Gu Fei was. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the Buddhist sacred weapon, the Vajra, he would have been killed on the spot. Boom! At this moment, Gu Fei fell from the sky, smashing a huge pit in the ground. The entire ground trembled violently, and dust flew up. Swish! When Gu Fei smashed to the ground, a ball of golden light rushed out from the mysterious Almighty's body. Then, it turned into a huge light shield that shrouded the place where Gu Fei landed. The Buddhist power was vast and mighty. The light shield instantly sank into the ground and quickly rushed out of the ground. When the light shield rushed out of the ground, there was already a figure trapped inside. At this moment, the golden light left the body, and the true appearance of the mysterious Almighty appeared in front of everyone. This mysterious Almighty was a tall and thin middle-aged monk. This monk was wearing a yellow monk robe. His face was sallow, as though he had just recovered from a serious illness. Sick monk? Someone recognized the tall and thin middle-aged monk. This sickly-looking monk was an expert of the Buddhist sections. He was known as the sick monk. Didn't he pass away in meditation 1,000 years ago? Why would he appear here? So this murderous Buddha never died. What he said about passing away in meditation was all fake. Many people discussed in low voices. Although the sick monk was an expert of the Buddhist sects, he didn't seem to be very popular. Many people called him the murderous Buddha. This was because the sick monk had a strong murderous nature. Whenever he encountered demons, there were only two situations that would happen. One, he would kill them, and the other, he would be killed by them. The sick monk used the Great Meru glazed Buddha light shield to keep Gu Fei inside. Then, he sat down cross-legged and used all his strength to draw the power of the Great Meru glazed Buddha light shield to refine Gu Fei inside. Immediately, ancient Buddhist Tao patterns appeared on the Great Meru glazed Buddha light shield. The Tao patterns intertwined and triggered the power of the great Tao of Buddhism. Within the transparent golden light shield, traces of glazed Buddha fire appeared. The terrifying Buddhist light gradually gathered, and the Great Meru glazed Buddha light shield immediately turned into a sea of fire. This was a type of Buddhist fire that could refine all demons in the world. As long as the Great Meru glazed Buddha light shield was sucked into it, even a sage-level demon would be refined to death. Their bodies and souls would be destroyed. When they saw Gu Fei being sucked into the Great Meru glazed Buddha light shield, countless Buddhist virtuous Buddhas on the entire spirited mountain secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Break for me. Gu Fei wouldn't just sit and wait for death. Immortal Tao energy surged throughout his body, and 9 beams of immortal light protected him inside. Even the glazed Buddha fire couldn't approach him. Boom! He punched out with all his strength. The ferocious fist force shook the great Meru glazed Buddha light shield, causing all the Buddhist Tao patterns on the shield to light up. However, the great Meru glazed Buddha light shield was a holy weapon. It was branded with Buddhist Tao patterns. Breaking it was definitely not an easy task. Gu Fei punched out 18 times in a row. Only then did the great Meru glazed Buddha light shield crack a dozen or so times. When the sickly monk saw this scene, his shock was no small matter. This person actually caused cracks to appear on the Buddhist holy weapon. Just how much strength did he need to achieve this? Target =_blank. Chapter 1378. Inside the Buddhist temple at the peak of Mount Lingshan, He Tian wanted to take away the stone platform in the center of the temple, but just as He Tian moved the stone platform, a golden light descended from the sky and landed on the stone platform. A peaceful aura spread out from the golden light, and the temple immediately seemed to be filled with chanting, as if there were countless Buddhas preaching. Even people like Gu Fei and He Tian, who had a rock-solid state of mind, felt their souls tremble the moment the Buddhist chants entered their ears, and they almost fell into a trance. This is the legendary Buddha's light of salvation. He Tian was shocked. Even a half-step almighty like him was almost purified by the Buddha's energy waves from the Buddha's light, which really shocked him. Gu Fei was also shocked. The Buddha's light of salvation was indeed extraordinary. If it was an ordinary person, they would have already converted and entered the Buddhist sect. They were just stunned for a moment, and they were not really affected by the Buddha's light of salvation. After calming down, Gu Fei and He Tian knew that something was wrong. What is that? It's the Buddha's light of salvation. Who entered the temple? Is the heavenly Buddha path about to open? At this time, all the Buddhist disciples on Mount Lingshan felt a peaceful Buddhist energy wave spreading from the peak of Mount Lingshan. A golden Buddha's light of salvation descended from the sky and entered the temple. Someone had entered the temple, and even touched the platform, attracting the Buddha's light of salvation. The Buddha's light of salvation was the only way to enter the heavenly Buddha path, and this kind of Buddha's light of salvation would only appear when the heavenly Buddha path opened. However, the heavenly Buddha path had yet to open the Buddha's light of salvation, and this kind of situation had already happened, which was very rare. Buddha's light of salvation, a weak spiritual wave spread out from the platform, like a supreme Buddha's voice, actually suppressing the chanting in the void. This sentence was like a morning bell in the ears of Gu Fei and He Tian, giving them a feeling of enlightenment, and they were about to kneel down on the platform. Scary. Perverted Buddha Lord. Gu Fei and He Tian had no choice but to circulate their Xian Qi to fight against this Buddhist voice. They knew that this was the work of the Tao marks left by the ancient Buddha on the platform. The Tao marks were immortal and could still save all living beings. Even if an evil demon came here, he would probably be converted and become a Buddhist disciple. At this time, golden light covered the entire sacred hall, and golden lotuses surged out. Ancient Buddhist runes appeared in the void. This was an ancient Buddhist scripture that carried the great Tao. He Tian felt incomparably regretful. One by one, the ancient Buddhist runes disappeared in front of his eyes, but he couldn't catch anything. He could only watch as the most ancient scriptures disappeared in front of his eyes. Rumble, a golden door appeared in the sky above the peak of Spirited Mountain, and an even more powerful wave of Buddhist power spread out from the golden door. The gate of purgatory has opened. Seeing this scene, all the monks on the Spirited Mountain were moved. The heavenly Buddha Tao wasn't a place that anyone could enter. Those who could enter the legendary Supreme Buddha land were all people who had great affinity with Buddhism. Swish! One of the monks soared into the sky towards the gate of purgatory. When the others saw this, they also soared into the sky, wanting to enter the gate of purgatory. As long as one was a disciple of the Buddhist sect, they would want to enter the Supreme Buddha land. That was where the true inheritance of the ancient Buddhist Lord was. Legend had it that the Buddhist weapons used by the ancient Buddhist lord were left in the heavenly Buddha Tao, waiting for the fated person to collect them. The Buddhists were the most particular about fate. When the first monk got close to the gate of purgatory, he was actually blocked by a gentle Buddhist power. He couldn't enter the gate. Boom! Right at this time, a world-shaking sound echoed from the waste of Spirited Mountain. The entire Spirited Mountain was shaking violently. A figure soared into the sky, and a terrifying immortal Tao power spread across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. What, that madman broke free? At this time, everyone's attention was drawn over again. Everyone turned pale with fright. Wasn't that madman already sealed in the great Summer Glaze Buddha light? How did he break free? The vast destructive power sent the sickly monk flying thousands of meters away. Golden Buddhist blood was flowing on his body, and his face was even more sallow than before. The great Summer Glaze Buddha light was actually broken. It was actually broken. The sickly monk didn't dare to believe what he was seeing, but it was happening right in front of his eyes. There was actually someone who could break a saint weapon, and this person wasn't even a true saint. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the sickly monk wouldn't have believed that there was such a heaven-defying person in this world. Haha. All right. There's no need to act anymore. Gu Fei's Saint-Tier clone laughed heartily. The reason he was sucked into the great Summer Buddha light was because he wanted to stall for time. His true body and Hei Tian could smoothly sneak up to the peak of Spirited Mountain and enter the most important place of the Buddhist sect in the West Earth, the Buddhist sect's Millennium Sacred Hall. What? What's going on? All the Buddhist disciples were confused. Quick, look. There's someone in the Buddha light. At this time, someone noticed that there were 2 people who were going against the Buddha light and trying to enter the gate of purgatory. Furthermore, those 2 people weren't Buddhist disciples. Why is this happening? Could it be that the Supreme Buddha Lord has approved of them? Has he allowed them to enter the true Buddhist land? Some people roared in anger, while others couldn't accept this reality and took action. Boom! The old monk controlling the devil-subduing Vajra scepter took action. The scepter transformed into a true dragon that soared tens of thousands of meters and opened its mouth to devour the 2 people in the Buddha light. Target =_blank. Chapter 1379. The demon-subduing Vajra scepter was a Buddhist sacred weapon. The golden dragon it transformed into soared tens of thousands of feet into the sky, displaying a supreme holy might. The entire world trembled because of this holy might. Question mark. Rumble, the void shook violently as the golden dragon soared into the sky. This was an unforgettable scene for everyone. The huge golden dragon was heading for Gu Fei and Hei Tian. Within the universal light of Buddha, Gu Fei and Hei Tian were going against the sky. Just as they were about to be guided into the universal gate, the golden dragon transformed from the demon-subduing Vajra scepter had already pounced over. These guys are really annoying. The holy might was vast and mighty. Although Hei Tian knew that Gu Fei would block this earth-shattering blow, he still felt frightened. It should be known that a full blow from a sacred weapon could sink a region and plunge billions of lives into misery and suffering. The void of the spiritual mountain was protected by a Buddhist formation that drew upon the power of the great Tao. Even so, it was shaken by this holy might. The Buddhist runes on the entire spiritual mountain lit up. All the Buddhist disciples on the mountain, except for the young monk with the sacred weapon and the sickly monk, knelt down as if they were worshipping the Supreme Buddha. They were extremely pious. Humph. Gu Fei's Saint-Tier flying body instantly disappeared from where he stood. It was extremely fast. Although the young monk had the sacred weapon, the bronze Buddhist bell, it was too late to stop him. He couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly controlled the bronze Buddhist bell and soared into the sky, rushing toward the universal gate in the sky. At this time, the sickly monk had already collected the broken Great Meru Glaze light of Buddha. The broken Buddhist weapon still circulated a wisp of holy might. The great Tao imprint on the sacred weapon doesn't seem to have been completely destroyed. The sickly monk sensed this wisp of holy might and couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. He hurriedly collected the broken pieces of the Great Meru Glaze light of Buddha and directly rushed out of the spiritual mountain. He wanted to find a place to try and repair this Buddhist sacred weapon. High up in the sky, below the universal gate, the giant golden dragon rushed down. He Tian, who was hiding behind Gu Fei, felt a great pressure and almost wanted to run away. However, Gu Fei was still as calm as ever. A brilliant golden light rushed out from his dantian and transformed into a heavenly blade that slashed at the golden dragon's head. An extremely sharp saber chi rippled out from the golden heavenly saber. This was a saint-level ripple, and it directly split the heavens and the earth. Saint weapon? The old monk was shocked. He never imagined that his opponent would have a saint weapon. Moreover, he discovered that the person in the Buddha's light was exactly the same as the person he had just fought. This is that person's true self. The old monk was knowledgeable and immediately thought of the relationship between Gu Fei and his saint-level doppelganger. He was shocked and angry. Since this person dared to barge into Spirited Mountain, it seemed like he had a foolproof plan. Boom! The earth-shattering saber slashed at the giant golden dragon's head, and a loud explosion erupted, causing everyone's spiritual soul to tremble. Those with weaker cultivations directly fainted. This was a collision of saint-level powers. The golden holy saber was knocked away, and the giant golden dragon was also intercepted by the power of the holy saber. The dragon dissipated and turned into a demon-subduing Vajra that flew back into the old monk's hand. Gu Fei grabbed the golden holy saber in his hand, and then rushed into the sky with He Tian. They entered the universal gate and entered the legendary supreme Buddhist land. Swoosh! An almost invisible figure followed closely behind Gu Fei and He Tian and also entered the universal gate. Rumble, the void trembled, and the universal gate began to close. The golden Buddha's light lingered, and a 10,000 Buddhist seal appeared. An auspicious aura spread between heaven and earth. Roar! The old monk roared angrily, and his voice shook the sky. He held the demon-subduing Vajra in his hand and rushed into the sky, wanting to enter the legendary supreme Buddhist land. However, from the universal gate, an irresistible Buddhist power surged out and blocked the old monk outside the universal gate. Swoosh! The young monk rode the bronze Buddha bell and rushed over, wanting to enter the universal gate. However, he encountered the same situation as the old monk. He was blocked outside by a Buddhist power. All the disciples of the Buddhist League were surprised and bewildered when they saw this scene. Why did the universal gate keep those two almighty experts of the Buddhist League out? Could it be that even the Buddhist almighty figures were not qualified to enter the universal gate, but those two outsiders were? How could this be? Could it be that those two are really fated with Buddha? Even the young monk and the old monk could not figure out what went wrong. Why did the universal light of Buddha bring those two outsiders into the heavenly Buddha path? Moreover, the Arhat of the heavenly Buddha path did not appear, and neither did Buddhist Lord Qinglian. All of this seemed a little abnormal, and some people had already realized this. The Dharma discussion that occurred once in 1,000 years was about to begin. As the current Buddhist Lord of West Earth, Buddhist Lord Qinglian should be guarding the peak of the spiritual mountain. However, such a huge commotion occurred on the spiritual mountain, and Buddhist Lord Qinglian did not appear. Could it be that Buddhist Lord Qinglian was no longer at the peak of the spiritual mountain? On the spiritual mountain, the group of Buddhist Vedanta could not calm down for a long time. The Dharma discussion that occurred once in 1,000 years had been disrupted by Gu Fei. It seemed like it would not be able to continue. In the end, the universal gate closed and disappeared into the void. During this process, many people flew up and rushed towards the universal gate in the sky, wanting to try their luck. However, no one was so lucky. All the experts of West Earth gathered on the spiritual mountain, but no one could enter the universal gate. It seemed like all the Buddhist disciples on the spiritual mountain were not fated to be Buddhists. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian passed through the universal gate. Their eyes lit up, and then they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Behind the universal gate was a boundless void of heaven and earth. It was as if they had entered a real world. There was an ancient array platform under Gu Fei, He Tian, and his saint-grade clone. The platform was located in a valley, and it seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei and the rest arrived at the legendary Heavenly Buddha path, a wave of Buddhist energy came from afar. There were Buddhist experts approaching from afar. "Looks like they are here to receive us," He Tian said. The monks in the Heavenly Buddha path sensed their arrival and broke the silence. "Let's go." Gu Fei's saint-grade clone used the Immortal Tao's great art and teleported himself and He Tian away. He did not want anyone to know of his existence. Just as Gu Fei and the others were about to leave, a figure wrapped in the golden Buddhist light rushed over. "Where is he?" It was a young monk about 20 years old. When the young monk arrived, his expression turned ugly. There was no one on the ancient array platform. "What's going on?" The young monk was very puzzled. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to please share, target =_blank. Chapter 1380. Under the guidance of the Buddha's light of salvation, Gu Fei and Erebus successfully entered the supreme Buddhist land, the heavenly Buddhist path, which was refined by the Buddhist Lord for thousands of years. The heavenly Buddha path was indeed worthy of being called the supreme land of Buddha. This place was simply a fairyland. Spiritual mountains and peaks could be seen everywhere, decorated with spiritual springs and waterfalls. On top of many spiritual peaks, a corner of a red wall could be seen. The heaven and earth spiritual energy here was much denser than the outside world. Any random place could be compared to a paradise in the mortal world. This was truly an unparalleled divine land. The supreme land of Buddha refined by the ancient Buddha was indeed extraordinary. If one cultivated in this place for a long time, it would definitely yield twice the result with half the effort. The speed of cultivation was much faster than other places. "There's actually such a place in this world," He Tian exclaimed. The heavenly Buddha path was indeed the place where the heavenly Buddha resided. The foundation of Buddhism was truly terrifying. As long as this land of Buddha existed, it would be hard for Buddhism not to prosper. That little monk just now was already a half-step almighty expert. How terrifying! Gu Fei frowned. They knew that entering the heavenly Buddha path would definitely alert the Arhat inside. As expected, just as they entered the heavenly Buddha path, a little monk came to receive them. Fortunately, they had already left in advance. Otherwise, they would have been discovered by that little monk. The spiritual energy here is so dense. Could there be a real Buddhist saint here? He Tian's heart palpitated. A little monk's cultivation was already a half-step almighty expert. This was too shocking. One had to know that half-step almighty experts, even in the heavenly realm, were incomparably powerful existences, second only to the heavenly realm's almighty emperors. In the 3 realms and 6 Taos, sages are extinct. This place should be no exception. Although Gu Fei said so, he himself was uncertain. After all, this was the heavenly Buddha path, the supreme land of Buddha refined by the ancient Buddha. Legend has it that the ancient Buddha's personal disciple had already cultivated the body of a Buddhist saint. If there was a real Arhat guarding this place, it would break the heaven and earth law of the 3 realms and 6 Taos. "Boss, what should we do next?" He Tian asked. At this time, Gu Fei had already put away his saint-level puppet avatar. They were now in a valley that was flourishing with flowers. The valley was filled with the singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers. It was a peaceful scene. "Let's take it one step at a time," Gu Fei said. He didn't have any ideas. The heavenly Buddha path was the most important place in the West Earth Buddhist sect. He didn't expect to enter the heavenly Buddha path so easily. Up until now, Gu Fei still couldn't make heads or tails of it. Why would the legendary Buddha light of salvation acknowledge him, guiding him into the heavenly Buddha path? Could it be, Gu Fei thought of a possibility. He had once collected the 3 great Buddhist weapons. Could it be that he had been contaminated with the Buddhist aura of the 3 great Buddhist weapons, and that was why he was recognized by the universal Buddha light? That seemed to be the only possibility. As for why He Tian was also guided into the heavenly Buddha path by the universal Buddha light, Gu Fei couldn't figure it out. He Tian had never refined a supreme Buddhist weapon before. One had to admit, the heavenly Buddha path was definitely comparable to a great world, a perfect world. It was hard to imagine that such a place was actually refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord with supreme divine ability. Gu Fei and He Tian began to move deeper into this world. They discovered that there were many places where spiritual energy gathered, and there were experts cultivating in seclusion. There were many Buddhist experts in the heavenly Buddha path. Gu Fei didn't want to alarm these people. They didn't want to beat the grass and alert the snake. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. Some people said that in this heavenly Buddha path, there was a supreme Buddhist weapon refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. If this supreme Buddhist weapon fell into the hands of the people here, it would definitely be a great threat to Gu Fei and the others. "Boss, I'm afraid we're in trouble." When Gu Fei and the others arrived in front of a mountain, He Tian suddenly said such words. This made Gu Fei startled, and then he also felt something strange. He felt that there seemed to be a pair of eyes spying on them. "Humph." Gu Fei sneered. His gaze fell on a dilapidated ancient temple at the foot of the mountain. The ancient temple had been in disrepair for many years, and half of it had collapsed. The Buddha statues inside had almost all collapsed. Only a life-sized Buddha statue in the middle seemed to be intact. "Stop pretending to be mysterious, come out for me." As Gu Fei said that, a purple gold divine light emerged from between his eyebrows and swept towards the Buddha statue in the ancient temple. Immediately, a layer of Buddhist light appeared on the statue, blocking Gu Fei's purple gold divine light. Then, cracks began to appear on the Buddha statue, and dirt began to fall from its body. A short, scrawny man with unkempt hair and a dirty face appeared in front of Gu Fei and Erebus. This person actually sealed himself inside the Buddha statue. Could he be one of the monks of the Buddhist sects? "Who are you?" He Tian's voice was cold. He didn't expect to meet someone from the Buddhist sects at the foot of this mountain. Moreover, the other party was not a weakling. "Who?" That person ignored Erebus. Instead, he let out a long sigh and stretched lazily. Then, he stood up from the divine altar and patted the dust off his body. Swoosh! He Tian pointed a finger at the man, and a dazzling divine light rushed out from the tip of his finger and shot towards the man. He wanted to test the strength of this mysterious man. The man seemed to bend his waist casually, and the divine light shot by He Tian immediately brushed past him. He Tian couldn't help but feel a little dumbfounded. This guy was really unfathomable. He could dodge the attack of a half-step almighty without leaving a trace. This person's cultivation was really terrifying. "Humph." He Tian sneered. He stomped on the ground and shot into the sky. He extended his hand and directly slapped at the ancient temple below. The power of yin and yang intertwined on his palm and condensed into a huge hand. It shrouded a part of the world and slapped at the mysterious man in the ancient temple. Rumble, the mighty power of yin and yang from the huge hand shook the void, and the dilapidated ancient temple immediately collapsed, filling the air with dust. Swoosh! At this moment, the mysterious man could no longer remain calm. A mass of Buddhist light surged out of his skinny body and enveloped him within it. Boom! He Tian's huge hand slapped down and slapped the mysterious man into the ground. The entire ground shook violently, and a huge palm print appeared on the ground. Is he dead? He Tian was shocked. This mysterious man who came out of the Buddha statue shouldn't be killed so easily. He knew his own strength very well. Watch out! Suddenly, Gu Fei shouted and grabbed He Tian. He swung his hand and threw He Tian away. At this moment, a huge golden hand broke out of the ground where He Tian was standing. If Gu Fei's reaction had been slightly slower, He Tian would have been caught by the golden hand that broke out of the ground. Even if he didn't die, he would probably have lost a layer of skin. Bang! The ground exploded, and a small figure rushed out of the ground. An auspicious Buddhist power appeared between heaven and earth, and the Buddhist light flowed on this person's body. Eat my fist! Gu Fei took a step forward, causing the ground to tremble. His right fist directly punched towards the skinny figure. A violent fist force erupted from his fist, displaying an indomitable momentum. Huh! When the mysterious man saw Gu Fei's punch, his golden pupils couldn't help but shrink. This was an invincible fist intent, which made him feel that it was difficult to resist. Swoosh! The man dodged and wanted to avoid Gu Fei's punch, dissipate his fist intent, and then attack. This was a kind of combat experience. However, Gu Fei was like a shadow, and his Qi had already locked on to the mysterious man. When he punched, he would never stop until he hit the target. What? The man was obviously very surprised. This punch from Gu Fei made it impossible for him to avoid, and he could only take it head-on. He braced himself and raised his palm to meet Gu Fei's fist. On the mysterious man's palm, a bright Buddhist light surged, and a one Buddhist seal appeared in the middle of his palm, activating the power of the Great Path. Boom! Gu Fei's fist and the mysterious man's Buddhist palm collided fiercely, and there was a loud explosion. Then, Gu Fei and the mysterious man flew back at the same time. The destructive power swept out in all directions, and wherever it passed, the void collapsed and was annihilated. A Buddhist almighty? He Tian was shocked. He knew that he had taken a spin at the gates of hell just now. This guy turned out to be a Buddhist almighty. If it weren't for Gu Fei, he would have already been sent to the afterlife by this guy. After this Buddhist almighty clashed with Gu Fei, he didn't seem to be injured, but he was very afraid of Gu Fei. Who are you? Outsiders have never been able to enter the heavenly Buddha path. How did you get in here? The mysterious man's expression was very solemn. Who are we? Who are we? He Tian said from afar. At this time, a big star rose above his head, emitting a powerful fluctuation of the almighty level. Gu Fei didn't say anything. This sloppy monk was very strong, and he could actually withstand his punch. He was definitely a peak almighty. Otherwise, ordinary almighty wouldn't be able to withstand his punch. This person sealed himself inside the Buddha statue. It seemed like he wanted to use this extreme method to break through the shackles of cultivation. Then I can only capture you and directly search your souls. The sloppy monk clasped his palms together and said. Then, a vague Buddha image appeared on his body. Gu Fei only felt that there seemed to be chanting in the void, as if there were thousands of Buddhas chanting Buddhist chants, causing his mind to tremble and almost lose control. What a powerful Buddhist chant! Gu Fei couldn't help but change his expression. Just when a flaw appeared in his mind, the sloppy monk made his move. The vague Buddha image on his body opened its big hand, grabbing towards Gu Fei. To see the first advertisement, please go to the please share, target equals _blank. Chapter 1381. The heavenly Buddha path was said to be the supreme land of Buddhism opened up by the ancient Buddhist Lord. This was the true paradise that all Buddhist disciples wanted to enter. However, two uninvited guests had come to this true paradise in the eyes of Buddhist disciples. Within the heavenly Buddha path, a mountain towered over the land. It was much taller than the other mountains. It was the tallest mountain Gu Fei and the others had seen since entering the heavenly Buddha path. This was the central region of the heavenly Buddha path. There were many temples on the mountains, and they were all ancient temples. Most of them had been abandoned. Rumble, the mountain shook. At this moment, at the foot of the mountain, Buddhist light shone. A golden Buddha hand, like the hand of heaven, descended from the sky and grabbed at Gu Fei. The powerful Buddhist power shook the world. The sloppy monk who came out of the Buddha statue was a peerless expert. A blurry Buddha shadow emerged from his body, displaying the supreme Buddhist technique. Swoosh! A purple gold divine light rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and turned into a Dao sword. It pierced through the Buddha hand, and a sharp sword chi wave immediately spread out. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the sword of the primordial soul. The Dao sword contained a wisp of immortal path power. Wherever it passed, the world and the void would be annihilated silently. Secret technique of the immortal path? The sloppy monk was shocked when he saw it. The other party had actually cultivated this secret technique. He was afraid that the other party had a powerful background. He had to be cautious. He recognized the great technique that Gu Fei had displayed. However, the golden Buddha hand did not stop. It continued to grab at Gu Fei, and instantly collided with the sword of the primordial soul. This was a collision between Buddhist power and immortal power. Swoosh! The sword of the primordial soul pierced through the palm of the golden Buddha hand. The golden Buddha hand was easily pierced by the sword of the primordial soul. The sloppy monk was shocked again. The divine technique of the immortal path that the other party had displayed was much more powerful than he had imagined. It contained the power of the immortal path and was extremely terrifying. Buddha is with me. The sloppy monk shouted, and the Buddhist light emitted from his body immediately flourished. The dazzling Buddhist light dyed the entire world golden. Rumble. The void shook and the Buddhist light that emerged from the sloppy monk's body became more solid. It was as if a supreme Buddha was about to come out of the void. The sloppy monk drew on the boundless Buddhist energy. The Buddha image that appeared on his body emitted a terrifying fluctuation, causing Gu Fei to feel a great pressure. Why do I feel like a supreme being is watching us? He Tian hid behind Gu Fei and said with a trembling voice. There's something strange about this guy. Gu Fei also had the same feeling. It was as if the Buddha image on the sloppy monk's body was alive, which made him feel incredulous. The power of the Buddhist Tao that emanated from the sloppy monk's body sent Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword flying. Buddhist light illuminated the heavens and earth. Swish! The primordial spirit Tao sword flew back and entered the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. It returned to his Niwen palace and turned into a pure primordial spirit power. At this moment, the sloppy monk looked solemn. His entire body was emitting Buddhist light. The sound of chanting seemed to be lingering in the void, and auspicious Buddhist energy rippled. Is this guy really possessed by a Buddha Lord? When He Tian saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel bewildered. The aura that emanated from the sloppy monk's body was actually very different from before. So what if he's possessed by a real Buddha Lord? As Gu Fei spoke, he took a step forward and blasted a punch at the sloppy monk in front of him. It was an ordinary punch, but it was extraordinary. An invincible battle intent emanated from Gu Fei's body. This battle intent caused the sloppy monk's expression to change. It made him feel that it was difficult to dodge, forcing him to confront Gu Fei head-on. Great Buddha's hand. The sloppy monk flipped his hands outwards, and a Buddhist light erupted from his hands. Within the Buddhist light, there was a 10,000 Buddhist seal. Bang! Gu Fei's fist collided with the Buddha's hand. A violent fist force erupted, and the golden Buddha's hand couldn't resist it. The nearby void was shaken, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. The Buddha's hand was shattered, and Gu Fei's invincible fist force also dissipated. Bang! A strong force shook Gu Fei and made him take a step back. Under his feet, the entire ground shook. Even the mountain was shaking, and many stones and dust rolled down from the mountain. The sloppy monk was also shaken back. Although he was a pinnacle Buddhist almighty, he was still shaken by Gu Fei's fist force and was forced to take a dozen steps back. Who the hell are you? The sloppy monk's expression was incomparably solemn. The two uninvited guests in front of him were not weak, especially the young cultivator, who was even more terrifying. He actually couldn't see through the young cultivator's cultivation base. Who we are is none of your business, but I can tell you for sure that we are not people of the Buddhist path. He Tian said. How can someone who is not a Buddhist path disciple enter the heavenly Buddha path? You have to know that those who enter the heavenly Buddha path are all people who are fated with Buddhism. The sloppy monk was bewildered. He could sense the aura of these two people, and he knew that what they said was true. This really made him unable to believe the scene in front of him. At this time, several powerful auras appeared in the distance. The battle between Gu Fei and the sloppy monk had alarmed some Buddhist experts who were cultivating in seclusion in the nearby area. These people didn't directly attack Gu Fei, but stopped at a distance. They were actually planning to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. No one was willing to help at this time. The Buddhist path of the West Earth wasn't a monolithic block. The internal struggles of the Buddhist path were more complicated. Even in the heavenly Buddha path, there were several forces. When these Buddhist experts saw Gu Fei and He Tian, they couldn't help but be stunned. Gu Fei and He Tian weren't disciples of the Buddhist path. How could there be outsiders in this world? Kill! Gu Fei bellowed. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he took a step forward. As he waved his hands, illusory sword shadows flew out from his palms. Swoosh! 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 This was simply like 10,000 swords attacking at the same time, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Each sword shadow emitted an incomparably powerful sword chi fluctuation. Under the impact of the cold sword chi, the temperature of the entire world plummeted. Buddhist kingdom in a palm. The sloppy monk roared, his hands moving in front of him. Rings of Buddhist energy spread out from his hands, causing the void to tremble. Above his hands, there seemed to be a world evolving. This was a supreme technique that could open up the void of a world. The endless sword shadows pierced through, but they were actually swallowed by the endless void that evolved from the sloppy monk's hands. Heavenly Buddha descends. The sloppy monk flipped his hands, and the endless sword shadows that were absorbed into the Buddhist kingdom in a palm were immediately obliterated. Then, like a supreme Buddha, his entire body surged with Buddhist energy, suppressing towards Gu Fei. This guy was both Buddha and himself. The Buddha shadow on his body also opened its eyes. Two resplendent golden lights shot out from the eyes of the Buddha shadow, sweeping towards Gu Fei. The Buddha shadow actually seemed to have a life of its own. This caused Gu Fei and He Tian to feel uneasy. Why would such a phenomenon appear on the sloppy monk's body? Rumble, rumble, terrifying power rained down from the sky. The waves emitted by the Buddha shadow were so powerful that the entire world seemed to be collapsing. Gu Fei grabbed He Tian, who was behind him, and threw him out. In a battle of this level, he could not help at all. Instead, Gu Fei had to divert his attention to protect him. Boss, He Tian's body flew hundreds of miles away. Only then did he stop in the void, stopping high in the sky. Just as He Tian steadied himself, the figures around him flashed. The Buddhist experts, who had been watching the show, had already surrounded He Tian in an instant. He Tian could not help but feel shocked when he saw the situation. There were 4 bald men surrounding him, and none of them were weak. Among the 4 of them, some had just broken through to the Almighty Realm, while others had white hair and beard. They had cut their way a long time ago, and no one knew how long they had been trapped. Buzz! The mass of starlight above He Tian's head suddenly vibrated, and an extremely powerful force spread out from the mass of starlight. The 4 Buddhist almighties were shocked and quickly retreated. This was the powerful force of an almighty realm, and it was enough to pose a threat to the 4 Buddhist almighties. Let's go. He Tian knew that he was no match for the 4 Buddhist almighties. After forcing them to retreat, he immediately fled and rushed out of the encirclement of the 4 Buddhist almighties. After him. The 4 Buddhist almighties quickly rode on the conveyance light and chased after He Tian. The 4 Buddhist lights were like 4 shocking rainbows that quickly swept across the sky and quickly disappeared into the mountains. Damn it! Gu Fei could not help but feel a little anxious when he saw that He Tian had fallen into the celestial realm. However, the sloppy monk's descent of the heavenly Buddha was too powerful. He used all his skills and finally used the anti-void secret technique. His body merged with the void, and only then did he rush out from under the supreme Buddha that the sloppy monk had transformed into. He used the void steps and chased in the direction where He Tian and the 4 Buddhist almighties had disappeared. He Tian was only a half-step almighty realm, and he had not cut his way. If the 4 Buddhist almighties caught up to him, he would probably be killed on the spot. Where do you think you're going? The sloppy monk put away his Buddha body, and then chased after Gu Fei. Both of them were extremely fast, and they quickly disappeared into the mountains. Soon, there was a terrifying fluctuation in the depths of the mountains. It had become a battlefield, and countless birds and beasts fled from the mountains in fear. This was the fluctuation of the power of a sage, and it shocked the heavens. Target =_blank. Chapter 1382. Gu Fei and the sloppy monk fought their way into the mountains. Buddhist energy and immortal energy surged, shaking the earth, and the mountains were on the verge of collapsing. If not for the heavenly Buddha path, with the protection of the ancient Buddhist Lord, this place would have been destroyed. One must know that a battle between supreme experts was enough to destroy an entire region. Despite the commotion caused by the battle between Gu Fei and the sloppy monk, no other experts from the heavenly Buddha path appeared. The true experts had yet to show themselves. At this time, He Tian was being pursued by 4 supreme experts from the Buddhist sections. Fortunately, he was proficient in array formations and could borrow the power of heaven and earth to neutralize the attacks from the 4 supreme experts. Rumble, He Tian landed on a mountain surrounded by mountains. The moment his feet touched the ground, the mountains around him began to shake. Then, a draconic energy that looked like a huge dragon rushed out from each of the mountains. The heavenly Buddha path was filled with spiritual lands everywhere. The terrain here was very particular. There was a main peak in the middle, surrounded by 8 smaller peaks. The 8 smaller peaks were like dragon heads, and the mountain body was like the body of a dragon. This kind of terrain was a rare place where the dragon veins converged. If there was enough time, there was a chance for a Xiantian true dragon to be born from the earth here. The power of the dragon veins was triggered by He Tian. 8 streams of dragon chi soared into the sky, taking the form of dragons. A terrifying draconic might surged out, pouncing towards the 4 supreme experts from the Buddhist sections. The 8 dragons soared into the sky, causing the weather to change. The 4 supreme experts from the Buddhist sects were shocked. This was a type of heaven and earth energy that was manipulated by someone and turned into a killing move. Dragon subduing seal. One of the supreme experts formed a Buddhist seal with both hands. Boom! A great golden seal appeared high up in the sky. Boundless Buddhist energy rippled down and pressed down on the 8 dragons that were soaring up into the sky. Bang! The golden seal collided with the 8 dragons, causing the entire heaven and earth to collapse. The place of impact was turned into chaos, and ancient Buddhist runes could be vaguely seen on the golden seal. This was an ancient art of the Buddhist sects that had the power to subdue dragons. The 8 dragons were actually blocked by the golden seal, causing He Tian to be shocked. Roar! Dragon roars shook the sky. Within the chaos, the 8 dragons danced. The dragon veins' essence energy rose continuously from the 8 peaks, replenishing the drained dragon's essence energy. Kill! Mahakala soared into the sky, drawing the 9th draconic energy to his body. He transformed into a chaos dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long and charged toward the 4 mighty figures of the Buddhist League in the sky. A terrifying dragon chi surged through the world. This power caused the expressions of the 4 Buddhist sects to change. That was because this was the power of the world. It was vast and unstoppable. Boom! With a loud bang, the giant dragon raised its head and directly knocked away the golden Buddha seal that was suppressing the sky. The Almighty who had condensed the Buddha seal of subduing the dragon immediately vomited blood and was sent flying. Drops of golden Buddha blood fell from the sky, and each drop was releasing golden Buddha light. But after a cultivator severed their Tao, their body would undergo a qualitative transformation. The bodies of the great cultivators of the Buddhist path were no longer mortal, and their blood would turn golden. A single drop of Buddhist blood contained enough Buddhist power to kill immortals and gods. What? The dragon He Tian transformed into actually knocked away the dragon subduing seal. This caused the other 3 supreme experts to be shocked. The opponent was only a half-step supreme expert, but he was actually able to display such power. It was truly heaven-defying. Expansive heavenly law net. The 3 supreme experts roared in unison. They turned into 3 rays of Buddhist light and charged in 3 different directions. Each of them took a direction and formed a seal with both hands, causing their bodies to radiate boundless Buddhist light. Boundless Buddhist light condensed and intertwined with each other. A huge golden net appeared in the sky, covering the entire sky. Then, it enveloped the dragon that He Tian transformed into. At this time, the 8 dragon's shadows also rushed over. They were drawn to He Tian's body. With the 8 dragons gathered, his combat strength instantly increased by several times. Roar! He roared towards the sky. A single roar tore through the void, causing the mountains to shake violently. Boulders and dust rolled down from the mountains. The mountain was in chaos. Some of the wild beasts were alarmed and fled the mountain in panic. A formation diagram appeared in He Tian's body. His body was like a boundless heaven and earth, able to devour the boundless earth dragon Qi. This was his unique mystic art. With his body and the formation, he could fight those above him. This devil. The supreme experts of the Buddhist sect were shocked. Such shocking combat strength was terrifying to the extreme. They found it hard to imagine how he was able to control such power. Dragon subduing seal. The almighty Buddhist cultivator who had been sent flying charged back, unleashing the Buddhist school's dragon-subduing Buddhist seal, which slammed into the all-heaven Dharma net and crushed down toward Mahakala. The 4 supreme experts of the Buddhist sect attacked with all their strength without holding anything back. The entire heaven and earth was sealed by powerful Buddhist energy, cutting off all paths of retreat for He Tian. However, He Tian had no intention of escaping. The current him would even dare to fight against a peak supreme expert. Not to mention that the 4 supreme experts of the Buddhist sect weren't peak experts. Even if the 4 of them joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to deal with the sloppy monk. Open for me. Mahakala channeled boundless draconic energy of the earth, which transformed into 2 huge dragon claws that tore at the golden net. The net shuddered, and a hole was torn in it. Boom! The dragon subduing seal pressed down. Golden Buddhist light lit up the heaven and earth. Terrifying Buddhist energy rippled from the seal, blocking He Tian, who was about to rush out of the hole in the highest heaven law net. Damn it! Seeing that his escape was blocked, He Tian was enraged. He directly punched at the dragon subduing seal. The violent power blocked the dragon subduing seal. The combined forces of the 4 supreme experts of the Buddhist sect made He Tian feel a great deal of pressure. After all, they were supreme experts of the Tao-severing Buddhist sect. He was only able to compete with them with the help of the formation. If Erebus were to rely on his own cultivation, he would definitely not be a match for one of them, let alone all 4 of them at the same time. The fierce battle began. He Tian drew the earth dragon Qi into his body. Sometimes he turned into a real dragon, and sometimes he attacked with his real body. Every move he made tore the void and pierced through the heaven and earth. The highest heaven law net was torn to pieces, and the dragon subduing seal was broken more than a dozen times. The 4 supreme experts of the Buddhist sect all suffered different degrees of impact, and their Buddha bodies were injured. Erebus wasn't having a good time either. It wasn't easy to control the dragon Qi of the earth. Using this borrowed power was very taxing on one's mind. During the battle, his body was hit by the dragon subduing seal several times. The injuries he suffered were definitely not lighter than those of the 4 supreme experts of the Buddhist sect. At this time, both sides knew that if the battle continued, it would definitely end in a situation where both sides would suffer. Roar! Again. He Tian was furious. He rushed into the sky again. His body turned into a huge dragon, and his killing intent soared. He attacked the 4 supreme experts of the Buddhist sect. This kind of fierce fighting intent made the hearts of the 4 supreme experts of the Buddhist sect palpitate. To see the first commercial, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1383. He Tian went berserk, and the consequences were dire. He desperately channeled the array formation in his body, guiding the earth dragon Qi, causing the spiritual energy in this spiritual land to rush towards him. Exclamation point. Roar. He Tian's black hair fluttered in the wind. With a single roar, mountains and rivers crumbled, and dark spatial cracks appeared in the void. If it weren't for the protection of the ancient Buddhist lords, the entire area would have been shattered by He Tian's roar. Kill! The silhouette of a dragon emerged from He Tian's body as he charged towards the 4 Buddhist masters. Bam! A fist blasted out, shaking the heaven and earth. The ferocious force caused the void in front of him to collapse. This was a destructive punch that carried the momentum of heaven and earth forward. Without any suspense, a middle-aged monk in a white moon robe was sent flying several thousand zhang away, golden Buddhist blood splattering from the sky. Too strong, the other 3 Buddhist masters' expressions changed. At this time, something big was happening in the heavenly Buddha sect. Even if the battle here turned the sky and earth upside down, no one would come to help. Dragon subduing seal. The Buddhist almighty being with the highest cultivation base was an old monk. He formed a Buddhist seal and displayed an ancient Buddhist technique. Boom! The void trembled as a golden seal appeared high up in the sky, surging with Buddhist energy. After severing the Tao, a Buddhist master could draw a trace of the Grand Tao for their own use. On the golden Buddhist seal, Buddhist Tao runes flickered, emitting a terrifying fluctuation. I don't care what seal you are, I will shatter it with one punch. He Tian's momentum was unparalleled. He swung his fist at the golden Buddhist seal that was pressing down from the sky. The golden Buddhist seal was as big as a mountain, crushing the void below. Under this golden Buddhist seal, He Tian's fist was too small, like an ant trying to shake a tree. He was simply courting death. However, it was this small fist that shook the mountain. The power of Mahakala's fist contained the aura of the 9 dragons. Even if it was a real ancient divine mountain, it would still explode if it was hit by his fist. Rumble, the golden Buddha seal was disintegrating, and the golden Buddhist Tao patterns were dissipating. Specks of Buddha light shot out in all directions like countless golden meteors streaking across the void. The old monk was sent flying. Golden Buddha blood had soaked the front of his clothes. The violent impact had almost shattered his body, causing him to be severely injured. The other 2 almighty Buddhists, who were about to attack, were knocked thousands of meters away by the mighty destructive power that spread in all directions, and a trace of golden blood seeped out of the corners of their mouths. Go! The hearts of the 4 great figures of the Buddhist school were connected. They turned around and fled immediately. The other party had fused together with the world. Below the ground was the place where the dragon veins of this region gathered. This person was already in an invincible position. If they fought with this person in this place, they would only be at a disadvantage. The 4 Buddhist almighties were very decisive. They all turned into a ray of Buddhist light and disappeared into the distance. He Tian, however, did not dare to leave this place. If he did, he would be beaten back to his original form. Slow down and I'll cripple you. He Tian stood in the void, his battle intent endless. At this time, he used the matrix to draw the power of the 9 dragons to his body, giving him the combat power to go against the heavens and fight almighty figures. However, he knew very well that this was borrowed power, and it could not exist forever. Once he left this place, he would lose the endless dragon chi here to replenish him. The power of the 9 dragons would not last long and would gradually disappear. Just as He Tian defeated the 4 great figures of the Buddhist school, a terrifying saint-level wave came from another direction. In the depths of the mountains, the battle between Gu Fei and the sloppy monk had also reached a white-hot stage. Buddha is with me, the sloppy monk displayed the supreme Buddhist mystique. It was as if he had turned into a supreme Buddha, fighting endlessly with Gu Fei. The golden Buddha shadow was thousands of meters tall. It was like a golden god, and with every move it made, the entire world was torn apart. This was a type of dharma of heaven and earth. However, when the sloppy monk, who was at the pinnacle of the almighty figure level, used it, it displayed earth-shattering power. Buddha's hand. The golden Buddha shadow stretched out a big hand and slapped it towards Gu Fei. In the palm of the Buddha's hand, there was a 10,000 Buddha seal that emitted infinite Buddha light, and the mighty Buddha power of the saint-level wave. Yin-yang reincarnation fist. Gu Fei clenched his fists and displayed his self-created battle technique. An invincible fist will spread out from his body. His right hand was yang, and his left was yin. The yang fist emitted a bright white light, as if a divine sun had appeared between heaven and earth. The powerful fist force erupted from Gu Fei's yang fist and directly met the Buddha's hand. Boom! Gu Fei's yang fist collided with the Buddha's hand. This was simply like two ancient divine mountains colliding. The void was instantly pierced, and the destructive power spread out, causing the surrounding mountains to collapse. Even if the Buddha world had the power of the ancient Buddha Lord protecting it, it was difficult to completely offset the power of the saint level. The surrounding area was filled with traces of a great battle. Broken mountains, collapsed mountains, and evaporated lakes. All of this was caused by Gu Fei and the sloppy monk. Gu Fei had already activated the power of the holy weapon. The golden aura on his body was vast. This was the power of the golden holy saber. Gu Fei's yang fist blocked the Buddha's hand. The fierce fist force was enough to penetrate the heaven and earth, but it was unable to disperse the Buddha's hand. It only forced the Buddha's hand to retreat. The power of the Buddha's hand was too terrifying. It should be known that Gu Fei was already a mighty figure. Even a pinnacle mighty figure would not be able to withstand a punch from him. The martial ancestor's lineage, the sloppy monk's knowledge was also extraordinary. At this point in the battle, he had already seen through Gu Fei's background. What Gu Fei displayed was a martial arts battle technique. This was a cultivation system created by the supreme martial ancestor. This was a path that could allow one to become a sage. If one cultivated to the highest realm, they might even become the second martial ancestor. Kill! Gu Fei pressed forward with an indomitable will. He punched out with the yang fist, followed by the yin fist in his left hand. The power of the true yin was vast, and an extremely cold aura spread from his fist. The power of the true yin could freeze thousands of miles. When Gu Fei punched out, the void was frozen. Even the movement of the 1,000-foot Buddha figure stopped for a moment. Boundless Buddha fire. The sloppy monk's voice sounded. Then, on the 1,000-foot Buddha figure, tens of thousands of Buddha fire emerged, turning the place into a golden sea of fire. The mighty yin fist force of Gu Fei's yin fist was blocked by the Buddha fire. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He ignored the Buddha fire and directly charged into the sea of fire. The fist force of his left fist instantly rose to the extreme. Endless black aura erupted from his fist, and the Buddha fire immediately dimmed. Bam! Gu Fei used the void step and was extremely fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of the 1,000-foot Buddha figure and punched it with his left fist. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to _blank. Chapter 1384. The battle between Gu Fei and the sloppy monk shook the entire area. The 1,000-foot Buddha shadow shattered everything, and the sloppy monk displayed the Dharma form of heaven and earth. Gu Fei executed the yin-yang reincarnation fist, stepped on the void steps, and instantly appeared in front of the 1,000-foot Buddha shadow. His left fist ruthlessly punched the 1,000-foot Buddha shadow. The moment the fist was punched, the power of extreme yin in Gu Fei's left fist erupted like a volcano. The 1,000-foot Buddha shadow suddenly froze. The power of extreme yin could freeze thousands of miles. Gu Fei used his full strength to freeze the 1,000-foot Buddha shadow. Even the Dharma form of heaven and earth was frozen. Bam! Gu Fei followed up with his right fist. The power of extreme yang exploded, shattering the 1,000-foot Buddha shadow into thousands of pieces that shot out in all directions. The 1,000-zhang tall Buddha shadow had been shattered just like that. Didn't that mean that the sloppy monk inside the Buddha shadow had also died from the blow? If that was the case, Gu Fei's battle record would be comparable to that of the legendary Extreme Path figure. When an Extreme Path figure matured, he would be invincible among those of the same level. Is he dead? The golden fragments danced in the air, like a perfect ice sculpture that had been shattered. Gu Fei's punch seemed to have destroyed everything. However, Gu Fei didn't let his guard down. A pinnacle existence like the sloppy monk shouldn't be so easily killed by him. As expected, the countless fragments suddenly lit up. All of them blossomed with resplendent golden light, and a golden Buddhist aura spread out. The golden Buddha aura quickly gathered, and a figure appeared in the Buddha aura. Who else could it be but the sloppy monk? Humph. Gu Fei sneered and took a step forward. He instantly approached the sloppy monk and punched at him. Simple and direct, his killing intent soared into the sky. Swish. The sloppy monk's figure instantly dissipated under Gu Fei's fist. It seemed that this was just an illusion and not the sloppy monk's real body. Let's fight again next time. A voice suddenly came from afar. Gu Fei looked in the direction of the voice and saw a golden Buddha aura flashing a few times in the sky before disappearing. What a cunning fellow, Gu Fei knew that he had been tricked. That sloppy monk had actually left behind an afterimage, but his real body had already escaped. This kind of supernatural power could pass off as the real thing, and even he himself had not been able to see through it. The Buddhist sect is not simple. Gu Fei knew that his and He Tian's whereabouts had been discovered, and he was afraid that the experts from the heavenly Buddhist sect would come looking for trouble. Boss, at this moment, He Tian rushed over from afar. The battle between Gu Fei and the sloppy monk had shaken the entire region. How could He Tian not sense Gu Fei's presence? Go. After meeting up with He Tian, Gu Fei also left the place and disappeared into the mountains. In the depths of the heavenly Buddha path, the place where all the Buddhist masters who entered the heavenly Buddha path cultivated, the greatest secret of the heavenly Buddha path lay. A huge mountain hovered there, towering into the clouds, not touching the earth, and exuding a vast and boundless auspicious aura. Surrounding the mountain were numerous floating mountains and islands shrouded in spiritual energy. There were even some mountain-sized Buddha statues floating in the air. Melodious bell tolls came from the top of the mountain, and the chanting of scriptures could be heard in the air. Buddhist energy was everywhere, and this was a true pure land of the Buddhist sect. At this time, a terrifying fluctuation came from the ground below the mountain, shattering the tranquility and auspiciousness of this place. On the ground below the mountain, there were countless pagodas and Buddha statues. The placement of these pagodas and Buddha statues was very particular, and the momentum of the entire region seemed to have been triggered. This was a Buddhist demon subduing grand array, and it was an ancient array. The Buddha statues and pagodas were antiques, and there were traces of time on them, giving off an incomparably ancient feeling. All the Buddha statues and pagodas were emitting strands of Buddhist radiance, and the entire array was enveloped in a layer of golden Buddhist radiance. At the center of the array, there was actually a thick mass of devil chi surging violently. 18 figures emitting boundless Buddhist radiance stood in the air above the Buddhist demon subduing grand array, chanting Buddhist scriptures and displaying supreme Buddhist dharma, wanting to refine the mass of devil chi in the array. Ancient Buddha turning into a devil, a ray of Buddhist radiance rushed over from the distant sky, and a monk dressed in ragged clothes appeared outside the array. This person was the sloppy monk who had been fighting endlessly with Gu Fei. If I don't become a Buddha, I will become a devil. Within the mass of devil chi in the ancient Buddhist array, a devil figure was faintly discernible, and a faintly discernible spiritual will spread out from the devil chi, causing everyone's expression to change. Is the legendary Great Tribulation really going to come true? The sloppy monk's face revealed an incomparably shocked expression. He had sensed the abnormality in the primal Buddhist land, which was why he stopped tangling with Gu Fei. The heavenly Buddhist Tao was not like what people thought, a true paradise without disputes, life and death, and calamities. Legend had it that under the primal Buddhist land's Mount Meru, there was an ancient Buddha who wanted to cultivate into a supreme Buddha, comparable to the legendary eternal Buddha Lord. However, the ancient Buddha encountered a problem in his cultivation, and fell into a perilous situation. Thus, the ancient Buddha sealed himself under Mount Meru, and ordered his disciples to lay down a Buddhist array, and made an oath that he would not become a supreme Buddha, but instead become a supreme devil. After countless years, even the ancient Buddha's own disciple fell in the Great Tribulation of the late primordial era. Over time, the ancient Buddha's matter became a legend. The people of the heavenly Buddhist Tao thought that after so many years, the legendary ancient Buddha had already passed away. However, in the recent 1,000 years, the ancient Buddhist array under Mount Meru emitted a strange fluctuation. However, this was not a good thing, because the ancient Buddhist array emitted an evil aura, not the peaceful aura of the Buddhist Tao. As a result, people remembered this almost forgotten ancient legend. The ancient Buddha failed to break through to the supreme Buddha realm, and actually became a supreme devil. This was the Great Tribulation of the Buddhist Tao. The 18 strongest Buddhist sons of the heavenly Buddhist Tao had no choice but to take action. The 18 of them guarded 18 directions, and used the supreme Buddhist technique to activate the ancient Buddhist array, temporarily sealing the ancient Buddha devil inside. If he doesn't become a Buddha, he will become a devil. The divine will emitted from the devil aura gradually became stronger. The ancient Buddha was becoming a devil, and endless Buddhist power was gradually transforming into endless devil power. No one wanted to see the birth of a Buddha devil. If the Buddha devil was born, the entire heavenly Buddhist Tao would probably turn into a devil domain, and become the world of Buddha devils. All the Buddhist experts in the primal chaotic demonic land were watching nervously. Target =_ blank. Chapter 1385. In the depths of the heavenly Buddha path was a chaotic Buddhist land. That was where the heaven and earth origin of the heavenly Buddha path was located, as well as the location of the legendary Mount Meru. The spiritual mountain in the outside world was merely the place where the ancient Buddhist Lord passed down the Buddhist teachings, while this Mount Meru was the location of the ancient Buddhist Lord's palace. At the peak of Mount Meru, there was a magnificent Buddhist temple, and the tallest one was the extreme Tao Buddha palace refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. This was the supreme holy palace of Buddhism. Although the ancient Buddhist Lord had disappeared, he left behind a complete extreme Tao Buddha palace, which contained all the heritage of the Buddhist sect. Throughout the countless years, the Buddhist sect had been able to occupy the entire Western lands and flourish for a long time. The reason for this was because of the complete extreme Tao Buddhist palace and the complete legacy. In the long years, the Buddhist sect encountered many calamities, and some even attacked the heavenly Buddha path, but they couldn't break through the extreme Tao Buddha palace. Unless an extreme Tao great sage came personally, or a great sage-level character wielding an extreme Tao saint weapon, no one could break through the extreme Tao Buddha palace. The extreme Tao Buddha palace was branded with the ancient Buddhist Lord's extreme Tao Buddha pattern, similar to the extreme Tao saint weapon, an immortal supreme divine artifact that was difficult to destroy. An ancient Buddha becoming a devil, this is no small matter. I'm afraid we have to use the power of the Buddhist sect to suppress it. If the Buddhist devil is allowed to come out, it will be a great calamity. Inside the chaotic Buddhist lands, on the mountain peaks floating in the void, many Buddhist experts appeared, and some were discussing in low voices. Throughout the years, the number of Buddhist disciples that could obtain the Buddha light's recognition and enter the heavenly Buddha path was actually not many. In the entire chaotic Buddhist lands, there were only slightly more than 100 disciples. In the human world, the Buddhist sect dominated the West lands, with hundreds of millions of believers and countless disciples. However, those who were truly fated with Buddhism and could be accepted by the Buddha light into the heavenly Buddha path were few and far between. However, those who were recognized by the Buddha light, after entering the heavenly Buddha path, would have an innate affinity with Buddhism, allowing them to achieve twice the results with half the effort. The Buddhist disciples of the heavenly Buddha path were all geniuses, and none of them were weak. Even the weakest among them was a Buddha emperor in the celestial being realm. At this time, the heavenly Buddha sect's strongest 18 Arhat princes acted together, suppressing the ancient Buddha that was turning into a devil. The chanting of sutras lingered between heaven and earth, as if there were thousands of Buddhas singing. This was a Buddhist voice that could cleanse one's soul and purify one's body and mind. In the end, all the disciples of the Buddhist sect chanted the Buddhist voice of salvation in an attempt to turn the ancient Buddha into a devil within the ancient expiation array. However, it wasn't easy for the ancient Buddha to turn into a devil. The ancient Buddha was originally an ancient sage of the Buddhist sect. Such an existence's understanding of Buddhism had already reached an unimaginable level. The universal Buddha voice no longer had any effect on the ancient Buddha. It couldn't stop the ancient Buddha from turning into a devil. The devilish nature in the ancient Buddha formation was getting stronger and stronger. The power of the ancient Buddhist formation seemed to be having a hard time suppressing the gradually growing devilish nature. This caused the expressions of all the Buddhist disciples to change. The ancient Buddhist turning into a devil seemed to be unstoppable. Demon, on a mountain peak a few thousand miles away, two silhouettes appeared. Gu Fei and He Tian were approaching the most important area of the heavenly Buddha sect, the Chaos Buddha lands. But at this time, Gu Fei sensed a devilish fluctuation coming from the front. Although this fluctuation was weak, it shocked Gu Fei to the core. This was the heavenly Buddha sect, one of the 6 reincarnations refined by the Buddhist Lord. How could there be a devil here? It was hard to imagine. It's really the aura of the devil path. No wonder we've been fighting outside for so long, yet we didn't see any other Buddhist experts. Something must have happened in the heavenly Buddha sect. He Tian also sensed the devilish fluctuation. This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can fish in troubled waters. He Tian's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said excitedly. There was no day and night in the heavenly Buddha sect. This place was always brightly lit, and one could sense the auspicious fluctuation of Buddhism energy anywhere. Let's go take a look. Gu Fei nodded. He too wanted to know what happened in the heavenly Buddha sect. Why would there be devilish aura appearing in the depths of this world? They had entered the heavenly Buddha sect by chance, and it wouldn't be an easy task to leave this place. They didn't want to be trapped here forever. I can feel the aura of chaos. When Gu Fei and He Tian arrived outside the Chaos Buddha lands, both of them were shocked to the extreme. In front of them was a hazy void, and everything seemed to be shrouded in a thin layer of mist, giving off a surreal feeling. This is chaos chi that hasn't completely dissolved. He Tian's voice began to quiver. The area before them was actually a piece of chaos divine soil. This sort of chaos divine soil had been formed at the beginning of the world. This piece of chaos divine soil was definitely not refined by the Millennium Buddhist Lord. Even if it was the Buddhist Lord of the Extreme Tao, with his supreme Buddhism techniques, he still couldn't refine something like this. Although the Extreme Tao experts were the strongest existences in the world, sometimes, such existences weren't omnipotent. This is really a big move. Gu Fei couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The 1,000-year-old Buddhist sovereign actually found a primal chaos divine soil that was formed at the beginning of heaven and earth. Then, he refined the primal chaos divine soil into his heavenly Buddha Tao, turning it into a primal chaos Buddhist soil. The legendary Mount Meru was located in this piece of chaos Buddha lands. Chaos chi was formed at the beginning of the world, and this kind of chi could transform into all kinds of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Cultivating in such a place was many times better than those so-called heavenly paradises in the mortal world. This Millennium Buddhist Lord really put in a lot of effort for the sake of Buddhism's heritage. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't hesitate. They entered the hazy world in front of them. Chaos chi lingered around their bodies, but they didn't absorb the surrounding chaos chi. They didn't want to alarm the people inside so quickly. It was hard to imagine how much a person's cultivation would reach after cultivating in such a piece of chaos Buddha lands for so many years. Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but be careful. Boom! At this time, an earth-shattering sound came from the depths of chaos Buddha lands. The entire piece of chaos Buddha lands shook violently. The demonic aura suddenly erupted, and a mass of demonic aura rushed out from the ground below Mount Meru. It then spread in all directions, quickly enveloping the entire world. A great devil was born? Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. An extremely terrifying devil chi spread across the world, causing one's heart to palpitate. This was definitely the power of a saint. Could it be that a great devil saint was born? To see the first advertisement, please go to Please Share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1386. A devil appeared in the Buddha land. A huge change happened in the heavenly Buddha Tao. Below Mount Meru, there was actually an ancient Buddha turning into a devil. This was a threat to everyone in the heavenly Buddha Tao. In the hazy primal chaos Buddha land, spiritual energy was abundant. Spiritual herbs over 1,000 years of age could be seen everywhere. On the cliffs, there were even 10,000-year-old king herbs growing. This place was huge, but the population was sparse. Many spiritual herbs were left unharvested, allowing them to grow naturally. This benefited He Tian. This fella, even when wild geese flew over his head, he would grab a handful of its feathers. How could he not be tempted when he saw a spiritual herb? According to his words, rather than letting this baldy benefit, he might as well enjoy it himself. As long as it was a 10,000-year-old king herb, it would be taken away by He Tian. As for 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, they were truly nothing in his eyes. Rumble, just as Gu Fei and the rest were nearing Mount Meru, the heaven and earth suddenly trembled. A terrifying devil aura surged over from the front. A great devil is born, this is the energy of a saint. Gu Fei and He Tian were incomparably shocked. Was there really a great devil suppressed in the depths of the heavenly Buddha Tao? In the chaotic Buddha land, no one could remain unscathed. Boss, this, He Tian's expression changed when he sensed that devil aura. This kind of energy had already exceeded their endurance. This was a true saint-level energy. What are you afraid of? If we really can't win, we still have a way out. Gu Fei was also alarmed. But at this time, it shouldn't be them running, but the arhats in the heavenly Buddha Tao were in big trouble. If there was really a great devil suppressed in the heavenly Buddha Tao, the first thing this great devil would do would be to kill all the arhats in the heavenly Buddha Tao. When He Tian heard Gu Fei's words, he gradually calmed down. The devilish energy had almost shaken his will, forcing him to be more cautious. At this moment, on Mount Meru, all the sons of Buddha were incomparably nervous. Below Mount Meru, a torrential demonic aura surged out. The power of the ancient Buddha array could no longer suppress the demonic power within the array. The 18 strongest sons of Buddha radiated with boundless Buddha light as they stood in 18 different positions, displaying supreme Dharma and activating the Tao power of Buddhism. The runes of the entire ancient Buddha formation emitted a dazzling Buddha light, intertwining with the power of the great Tao of Buddhism. All the Buddha power went towards a devil fetus in the middle of the formation. The ancient Buddha transformed into a devil. Endless Buddha energy was converted into devil energy, forming a devil embryo. Within the devil embryo was the great devil that the ancient Buddha transformed into. At this moment, the great devil was about to be born. Bam! 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 The demon fetus was vibrating like a heart. The dull sound caused the entire ancient Buddhist formation to shake. The pagodas that shone with Buddhist light and the Buddha statues that were covered in Buddhist runes were all trembling. The demonic power was boundless, and within the tumbling demonic aura, there seemed to be many scary demonic shadows appearing. The Buddha nature of the ancient Buddha was being destroyed, and the demonic nature was expanding. It's time to use the Buddha weapon. One of the 18 sons of Buddha said. Then, he waved towards Mount Meru in the sky, and a golden light rushed out from Mount Meru. Boom! Endless Buddha power descended from the sky. Within the blinding Buddha light, it was as if 9 golden dragons were rushing down from the sky and landing in the hands of the middle-aged son of Buddha. The golden light dissipated, and it was a Buddhist staff. This was a holy weapon. On the body of the staff, there were 9 golden dragons circling. The 9 dragon heads gathered at the head of the staff. The dragon heads were facing inward, and in the middle, there was a pearl that looked like a red sun. This is the legendary 9 dragon staff. Elder Heavenly Dharma is getting serious. When the sons of Buddha saw this, they were all shocked. The 9 dragon staff in Heavenly Dharma's hand was releasing a vast holy energy. This was the energy of a Buddha saint. Go! Buddha Heavenly Dharma threw the 9 dragon staff. The 9 dragon staff became a Buddha light, and it stabbed into the ancient Buddha array's eye. Boom! Boom! Saint-ranked Buddhism energy surged out from the 9 dragon scepter, bringing boundless energy to the ancient Buddha array. The devil chi that was spreading in all directions was immediately suppressed back to where it came from. The other sons of Bodhisattvas also summoned their ancient Buddha weapons to suppress the formation core. Rays of Buddha light that exuded a saint-class ripple rushed out from Mount Meru and entered the ancient Buddha formation below. The legends say that Mount Meru has 18 ancient Buddha weapons left behind by ancient Buddha saints. I can't believe this legend is true. 18 ancient Buddha weapons. Those are 18 ancient Buddha holy weapons. Many arhats who saw this scene were astonished. There were actually 18 ancient sacred weapons hidden in the sacred palace on Mount Meru. Even the arhats of the heavenly Buddha sect didn't know about this. Even the most powerful 18 arhats didn't know what was inside the palace of the ancient Buddhist lord on Mount Meru. However, these 18 Buddhist ancient sacred weapons belonged to the sacred temple. With the help of the 18 Buddha weapons, the ancient Buddha array's power suppressed the ancient Buddha's demonic power. The demon fetus, which was about to break out of the array, was once again sealed inside. This was an ancient sacred weapon refined by 18 ancient Buddhist sages, and it contained sacred Buddhist energy. It was as if 18 ancient Buddhist sages were attacking at the same time. No matter how strong the ancient Buddha's demonic power was, it couldn't fight it. The peaceful Buddha power filled the sky, and the Buddha light shone. There were countless Buddhas chanting in the sky, and many Buddha symbols appeared. The ancient Buddha formation displayed a great power, refining demonic energy and sealing the surroundings. However, what the ancient Buddha formation wanted to transform into was a supreme devil, an existence comparable to the extreme Tao devil lord. The power of the demon fetus was still increasing. Many symbols appeared on the demon fetus. The demon flags around the demon fetus were waving, and a power that surpassed holy class was gathering. Is it really going to turn into that supreme demon? Someone was completely stunned by the scene in front of them. The ancient Buddha becoming a demon was definitely not simple. If it really gave birth to a supreme demon, it would be a disaster for the entire heavenly Buddha Tao. Seeing that the power of the ancient Buddha array had sealed that terrifying demon fetus, the sons of Buddha heaved a sigh of relief. But they knew that such power wasn't enough to destroy the demon fetus. People kept falling from the sky and into the Buddha array. They used their own Buddha power to increase the power of the Buddha array. Even the sloppy monk, who was at the pinnacle of Almighty Realm, occupied a spot in the Buddha array. He circulated the Buddha sect's mystic arts to stimulate the power of the Buddha array. Many people chanted the Buddha mantra and let out exorcism Buddhist chants. They wanted to dispel the demonic nature of the demon fetus and enlighten it. But how could the ancient Buddha become a demon be dispelled by Buddhist chants? All the sons of Buddha started moving. The vast Buddha energy gathered into a terrifying current and surged towards the center of the ancient Buddha array. The layers of demonic light were continuously destroyed. Over 100 sons of Buddha working together, even a true saint would be fearful. The power condensed from the power of the Buddha array was too strong. The demon fetus felt the threat. Under the impact of the Buddha power, the demonic runes on the demon fetus all lit up. Rays of demonic light intertwined to form a light barrier that enveloped the demon fetus. The Buddha power that came from all directions was blocked by the layer of demonic light on the demon fetus. It couldn't truly threaten the demon fetus. The demon fetus continued to beat like an incomparably huge heart. Each time it beat, the entire heaven and earth would tremble. This was a type of Tao sound. How is this possible, supreme demon fetus? The sons of Buddha couldn't help but feel shaken by this scene. No one knew how powerful the combined power of over 100 sons of Buddha was. However, this power was enough to kill an ancient saint. Moreover, there were 18 ancient Buddhist weapons in the ancient Buddha array. One had to know that these were ancient Buddhist sacred weapons refined by the ancient virtuous paragons. With so much power gathered together, it still couldn't destroy the demon fetus in the ancient Buddha array. All the sons of Buddha couldn't believe what they were seeing. Even the strongest 18 sons of Buddha found it hard to maintain their composure. How can this be? Is there really no way to stop the ancient Buddha turning into a demon? Is the ancient legend going to come true? The 18 strongest sons of Buddha muttered. The strength of the demon fetus had exceeded their expectations. They used all their methods but still couldn't destroy it. What should we do? The heavenly Buddha path had used almost everything that could be used. As for those that couldn't be used, there was no need to think about it. The danger in front of them could only be resolved by using the supreme Buddhist weapon. Use the supreme Buddhist weapon? The 18 sons of Buddha were extremely powerful. They were the strongest existences in the heavenly Buddha path. Each of them had a cultivation realm and power that surpassed supreme existences. Among the 18 sons of Buddha, the weakest was a half-sage. The 3 in the lead were only one step away from becoming a sage. They were the strongest in this world and were quasi-sages. These 18 sons of Buddha had been cultivating in the sacred palace at the peak of Mount Meru for many years. Their minds were connected and they all knew that this was the only way to resolve this great calamity. The 18 sons of Buddha didn't hesitate. They rushed into the sky and flew towards the mountain floating in the sky. The 18 rays of Buddhist light quickly reached the peak of Mount Meru and rushed into the sacred palace. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian also arrived near Mount Meru. What a spiritual mountain! In the hazy chaotic energy, a huge mountain floated high in the sky. The entire mountain emitted a vast and boundless auspicious aura as if there was a supreme Buddha hiding on the mountain. The aura of the extreme Tao, Gu Fei was also shocked. Compared to this spiritual mountain, the Buddhist sacred ground in the outside world and West Earth's spiritual mountain were far inferior. This kind of aura of the extreme Tao was something that the spiritual mountains in the outside world didn't have. Could it be that this mountain is the legendary Mount Meru? He Tian was proficient in formations. He could tell that this mountain wasn't ordinary at a glance. To have such an aura, only the legendary Mount Meru would have it. Mount Meru? When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. This mountain was the Mount Meru where the ancient Buddha attained Tao? To see the first advertisement, please go to the please share, target =_blank. Chapter 1387. An ancient divine mountain hovered high up in the sky, shrouding an entire area, exuding a boundless auspicious aura. Mount Meru, a divine mountain that had existed since ancient times. Because of the Millennium Buddha Lord, its name spread throughout the ancient era, becoming the supreme holy land of Buddhism. According to legend, before the Millennium Buddha Lord achieved his Tao, he came to Mount Meru and sat on the peak for 1,000 years, comprehending the flawless great Tao. On the day that the Millennium Buddha Lord achieved his Tao enlightenment, golden lotuses bloomed on the surface of Mount Meru, auspicious clouds descended from the sky, and Buddhist luminance illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A golden figure appeared between heaven and earth, chanting Buddhist scriptures, bathing in the Buddhist luminance and converting all living beings in the vicinity. Even some of the peerless experts near Mount Meru were enlightened by the eternal Buddha Lord and became his disciples, becoming his son of Buddha. According to the ancient Buddhist scriptures, the ancient Buddha at the foot of Mount Meru was a son of Buddha under the 1,000-year-old Buddhist Lord. He cultivated to become a Buddhist sage, but in the end, he encountered a problem in his cultivation and had no choice but to seal himself under Mount Meru. This was an ancient antique, characters from the same era as him were long gone, even the Millennium Buddha Lord had disappeared. This kind of character turning into a devil was bound to shake heaven and earth. In fact, the ancient Buddha turning into a devil really brought an unprecedented crisis to the heavenly Buddha sect. Once a devil appeared, the entire heavenly Buddhist sect would be plunged into an abyss of misery. Such an atmosphere, this should be the legendary Mount Meru. Auspicious chi covered the divine mountain, Buddhist luminance swirled in 6 circles, and one could feel a boundless Buddhism energy fluctuation, especially at the peak, where there seemed to be a supreme ancient Buddha hiding. Boss, is there really a Buddhist saint guarding this place? He Tian's face paled when he sensed the irresistible Buddhism energy fluctuation. If there were 1 or 2 Buddhist princes under the Millennium Buddha Lord that did not leave, it would be a disaster. The ancient Buddhist Lord was an extreme Buddhist saint, so how could his disciples be weak? Most likely, they had long cultivated to the Buddhist Saint Tao fruit. Although they were not extreme Buddhist saints, they could be called ancient Buddhas. Humph. After the Great Desolation, heaven and earth changed greatly. There are no saints in this world. What are you afraid of? Gu Fei said. At his cultivation level, he could already pry into the mysteries of heaven. He could vaguely sense that the current world no longer recognized saints. Unless the laws of the world changed again, the world would not allow anyone to become a saint. But this place is different. He Tian still felt a little uneasy. This was a primal chaos Buddhist land, filled with primal chaos energy. The laws of heaven and earth in this place could be said to be weaker than any other place. It wasn't impossible for a Buddha sage to make use of the characteristics of this place to hide. At the very least, we can retreat, Gu Fei said. He could draw upon the power of the Hell Path's realm pearl to connect with the Hell Path and open up a passageway to the Hell Path. In front of a sage, the inner world no longer had any advantage. A sage could shatter the void and forcibly enter the inner world. But entering the Hell Path was different. That was a world that was comparable to a complete world. No one was willing to enter such a near-perfect world. Such a world could suppress an ancient sage. If Gu Fei was in the Hell Path, he could really use the realm pearl to draw upon the power of heaven and earth to kill an ancient sage. Rumble, just as Gu Fei and He Tian were conversing, a thunderous sound came from the front. They felt the ground beneath their feet shaking. There were transparent ripples that could be seen with the naked eye in the void. An unimaginably powerful force erupted and the terrifying aura caused the world to change color. This is the great demon born? Gu Fei and He Tian were incomparably shocked. They hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound and saw a black demonic aura rushing out from the bottom of the primordial god mountain. The power of the demonic path burst forth like never before, and there were quite a number of sons of Buddha who were sent flying. Buddha blood sprayed across the sky and the entire ancient Buddha array was shaking. The 18 Buddha figures stood tall in the array and fought against the demonic path power that burst forth from the array. Heaven and Earth Avatar, 18 Supreme Beings? Sensing the powerful aura from the 18 Buddha figures, even Gu Fei's expression changed. The Buddhist sect was truly too powerful. There were actually 18 Supreme Beings in the heavenly Buddha path. What kind of power was this? It was truly hard to imagine. Such power was enough to sweep through the entire mortal world. Moreover, among these 18 Supreme Beings, there were 3 whose Buddha energy fluctuations were extremely powerful. There was even a strand of saintly might lingering around them. Half-sage? He Tian was truly stunned. The waters of the mortal world were truly extraordinarily deep. With his current cultivation, he probably wouldn't even be able to cause a splash. Among these 3, the leader is most likely a half-sage. Gu Fei observed for a moment before saying such words. He used the power of heaven and earth to seal his body, not leaking a trace of his aura. No one knew that they had already arrived in the vicinity of Mount Meru. Half-sage? He Tian was shocked. If such a character were to act against him, a single finger of his would be enough to kill him countless times over. He felt very uneasy. They can't even take care of themselves. This is an opportunity. Gu Fei knew that within the grand array beneath Mount Meru, there was a terrifying devil being suppressed. Now that all the sons of Buddha were gathered within the Buddha array, working together to suppress the devil, the defense of Mount Meru would definitely be useless. I can sense the aura of a saint weapon. 18 saint-grade auras rushed out from the Buddha array. He Tian was shocked to the extreme. Could it be that the entire saint weapon of the Buddhist sect was hidden within the heavenly Buddha path? Although He Tian was very far away, he still felt as though there was an ancient divine mountain pressing down on his body. He couldn't even straighten his back. And Gu Fei had the protection of a saint weapon. In addition to the fact that his cultivation and strength had already advanced to the almighty realm, he didn't feel too uncomfortable when facing the eruption of saint might. Swish! Gu Fei extended his hand and an almost transparent divine sword appeared in his hand. He then handed it over to He Tian. This was his spoil of war from the land of Saint Burial, shadowless divine sword. Boss, this is for me? When He Tian saw the divine sword in Gu Fei's hand, his voice was trembling. He was extremely excited and wanted to snatch the divine sword from Gu Fei's hand. However, he didn't dare and was hesitating. I'll lend it to you first, Gu Fei said. Thank you, boss. When He Tian heard this, he hurriedly snatched the shadowless divine sword into his hand. A sharp and obscure sword aura spread from the divine sword, almost cutting off his hand. What a domineering sword aura. It's domineering yet not obvious. This is definitely an unparalleled weapon suitable for sneak attacks. He Tian couldn't bear to let go of it. He then inhaled and exhaled the yin and yang essence qi and wrapped the shadowless divine sword with his own life essence qi before carefully storing it into his body. Boss, what are we waiting for? Let's loot Mount Meru. After obtaining such a saint weapon, He Tian's courage was boosted. He was extremely excited and his eyes lit up. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to please share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1388. Ransack Mount Meru. If such words were spoken in the primordial era, people would definitely think that it came from a lunatic. One had to know that Mount Meru was where the Buddhist Lord's Buddhist palace was located. It was where the Buddhist Lord resided. No one dared to provoke the extreme Tao Buddhist Lord. This was equivalent to suicide. The extreme Tao Buddhist Lord was invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Only the legendary existences of the extreme Tao were qualified to be his opponent. But now, Gu Fei and He Tian had sneaked up this primordial sacred mountain and headed towards the holy palace at the peak. At this moment, not a single arhat could be seen on Mount Meru. Rumble, the earth trembled. 18 Buddha shadows stood on the ground and displayed supreme Buddhist Dharma. They activated the power of the ancient Buddha array to suppress the terrifying devil fetus. Wang. The 18 ancient Buddha weapons were also displaying their prowess. The great Tao markings in the ancient Buddha weapons were activated. They automatically emitted a supreme sage level wave. It was as if 18 Buddha saints appeared in the Buddha array. The power of the 18 arhats and the 18 ancient Buddha weapons temporarily sealed the devil fetus in the ancient Buddha array. This made it difficult for the devil Tao's power to leak out. The ancient Buddha turned into a devil. A strand of devil chi was enough to turn the entire region into a land of death. If the devil chi in the Buddha array leaked out, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, all the arhats attacked. No one was willing to see the supreme devil appear. Some were even planning to use the extreme Tao Buddhist weapon. The heavenly Buddha path was a supreme Buddhist land refined by the Buddhist Lord. Legend had it that the extreme Tao Buddhist weapon was left behind by the Buddhist Lord. However, no one had seen it before. But all the arhats who entered the heavenly Buddha path knew that the extreme Tao Buddhist weapon was on Mount Meru. Perhaps it was hidden in the holy palace at the peak of Mount Meru. However, the holy palace at the peak of Mount Meru wasn't a place anyone could enter. That was the residence of the Buddhist Lord. Only the strongest 18 arhats of the heavenly Buddha path had the right to enter the holy palace to comprehend the supreme Buddhist Dharma. The chanting of the Buddhist sect circled around the heaven and earth. All the sons of Buddha were displaying this kind of evil subduing Buddhist voice, wanting to use the supreme Dharma to purify the great devil in the Buddhist formation. Within the Buddhist matrix, countless Buddhist runes appeared, interweaving with the power of the great path of Buddhism. They rushed towards the demonic fetus. The demonic runes on the demonic fetus also emitted surging waves of demonic power, blocking the supreme Buddhist power. Boom! Elder Fa Tian controlled the 9 dragon scepter and unleashed a terrifying attack, wanting to pierce through the devil fetus. This was the power of a saint. 9 golden dragons shot out from the 9 dragon scepter towards the devil fetus. Bam! The 9 golden dragons crashed into the layer of demonic light around the devil fetus almost at the same time. The entire devil fetus shook violently, and the demonic light around the devil fetus was almost penetrated. However, demonic patterns could be vaguely seen on the demonic light, drawing upon the power of the demonic path and actually blocking the 9 golden dragons, blocking this saint-level power. What? Grand Elder Fa Tian was shocked. He knew very well how powerful his attack was after using the Buddhist saint weapon. It could even shatter an ancient divine mountain, but it couldn't penetrate the demonic light around the devil fetus. Let's attack together. The other sons of Buddha also activated their respective ancient Buddhist weapons. Saint-level power exploded within the ancient Buddhist matrix, and the aura of the 18 ancient Buddhist weapons almost caused the entire heaven and earth to collapse. Wang! The 18 ancient Buddhist weapons trembled at the same time, emitting a monstrous saint-level aura. It was as though 18 ancient Buddhas had awakened, and their divine might was unparalleled. Even Mount Meru above the ancient Buddhist matrix was affected, and it started to tremble. The power of the 18 ancient Buddhist weapons gathered together, and even the sovereigns among the saints would have a change of expression. Are those monks going to go all out? At the waist of Mount Meru, Gu Fei and He Tian were incomparably shocked. The saint-level aura caused their hearts to palpitate, and such power was enough to kill a true saint. Boss, let's hurry up. Otherwise, after those baldies finish dealing with the devil fetus, we will be in trouble. He Tian said. He couldn't wait to rush up to the peak of Mount Meru and ransack the holy palace. However, although there wasn't a single son of Buddha at the peak of Mount Meru, the defensive matrix on top of Mount Meru was extraordinary. Generations of Buddhist sages had constantly perfected the defensive system of Mount Meru, and the entire Mount Meru had been branded with indelible Tao marks by the Buddhist sages. This caused quite a bit of trouble for He Tian, but who was He Tian? He was a master of formations, and he constantly deduced the forces of heaven and earth around him as he slowly advanced towards the peak of the mountain. If I don't become a supreme Buddha, then I will become a supreme devil, a strand of divine sense circled between heaven and earth. All the sons of Buddha couldn't help but change their expressions. The devil in the middle of the matrix was incomparably powerful. Could it really be a supreme great devil? Killing demons is the duty of our generation. Kill. Monk Fatian was incomparably domineering. He took the 9-dragon scepter into his hand and smashed it towards the devil fetus. 9 dragon shadows flickered on the 9-dragon scepter. Monstrous demonic energy exploded from the devil fetus, and within the billowing demonic energy, a terrifying silhouette directly appeared from the void. It was a faint and illusory demonic shadow that stood in the center of the matrix. The demonic shadow exuded a terrifying aura that could shake the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Bang! The demonic shadow's giant hand slammed towards the 9 golden dragons. Demonic energy erupted, and the entire heaven and earth darkened. 2 extremely powerful forces clashed together. Boom! An earth-shattering boom rang out. The giant hand condensed by the demonic shadow actually smashed apart the 9 golden dragons, and even sent the 9-dragon scepter flying away. What? All the sons of Buddha were shocked. One must know that Grand Elder Fatian was the #1 expert in the heavenly Buddha Tao, a step away from becoming a quasi-saint. If even he couldn't break through the power of the devil fetus, then it would be even more difficult for others to do anything to it. At this time, no one knew that Gu Fei and He Tian were heading towards the peak of Mount Meru. He Tian was indeed worthy of being an array grandmaster. He actually found a safe path that led straight to the peak. Haha! Supreme Buddhist treasure, here I come. He Tian was incomparably excited. The peak of Mount Meru was the residence of the ancient Buddhist Lord. How could there be no Buddhist treasures in the Saint Palace of the ancient Buddhist Lord? Abandon Buddha and become a devil. A powerful wave of will rippled out from the devil fetus. Then, an unimaginably terrifying demonic power burst forth. A circle of demonic energy spread out from the center of the ancient Buddha matrix. The demonic energy finally broke through the seal of the ancient Buddha matrix. The ancient Buddha seemed to have succeeded in becoming a demon. The terrifying demonic energy was like a broken dam, gushing out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Roar! The 18 sons of Buddha suffered a huge impact. They roared angrily as they were sent flying. The other sons of Buddha directly coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. They were sent flying thousands of feet away. Some of the sons of Buddha had their bodies shattered and their souls destroyed. They were completely destroyed. Target =_blank.